that's how they, you know.
9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on. That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way.
Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian.
That's better. What up, Joe? I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad I didn't have to try and remember this halfway through the stream. I'm so glad you're here. So this is point of business number one. Also, thanks for the resub, Super God. You didn't have to do that. Right. I've been missing for a while. And there's a lot of shit I have to catch up on. And I'll explain it all. But there's one thing that's far more important than anything else right now. Was it not a resub? No, it just told me you resubbed for 6 months. I think it's automatic. Well, still, thank you for not abandoning me. Like my dad. Yeah, it's probably the bot. It's probably the bot being a little bitch. Okay. Shit's still broken. Shit is still broken, but there are some things that work a little bit better right now. You see, I haven't been doing nothing. I've been fixing certain components of the stream. One of them being, I now have a very specific filter on my camera for every single time I'm playing Guild Wars 2 and Aya shows up. Should be fairly obvious what it is. So, let me give you an example. Aya Stagolkin shows up. I'm playing Guild Wars 2. It's all going good. I see that pantsless, gigantic mountain of a woman. And all of a sudden it's... Wait, hold on. Why is it not working now? God damn it! Fuck! And now it's immediately not working. There we go. Let me try again. Let's see if this works. If I just go... Oh my. That's much better. So, I managed to fix a few things, break a few other things. Thanks for the resub, Ashura. So yeah, now we've got an Eistergalken filter for my screen. Specifically, every time she's on screen, it's just going to be, oh my, what a great day this is. Okay, but firstly, more important than anything right now, is there is someone here who deserves a gifted sub because I promised them a gifted sub. But they've kind of been scammed by me because I said that in my last stream, and then I disappeared for 3 fucking weeks. So this is what's going to happen, Joe. I'm going to gift you a sub like I promised to, but then I'm also going to gift you another sub at the beginning of next month to make it fair, because otherwise it's just not fair, right? It doesn't make sense for me to scam you like that. So we're going to sort that out quickly, and then we can get into everything else. That's what needs to happen right now. And I'm going to need to enter my bank details because I don't think Twitch remembers that. Because you see this? You see this little bar at the bottom here? Twitch keeps on asking me for my tax information. And I've got to update all of that shit. Thanks for the follow, Crashlord. Okay. Oh, Crash you loxed. So, this little thing here means that they withhold 30% more than they otherwise would. Right? And like I've said before, I've been gone for a little bit because I've been trying my best to not be gang raped in prison because I didn't pay my legal government extortion. So it's only fair that right now I do the right thing and give Joe his gifted sub. Now I just need to figure out how to do that. I think it's here. Fuck. There it is. You see this shit? I've got to fill all of this out now. So you're going to have to give me a second while I do that. You may notice as well that there are a few more channel point rewards that I've put up because, and these are not new. I had these a while back. I fucked it up. It stopped working. I couldn't get it to integrate into my camera. I've now fixed that problem and managed to fix my camera. Just a little bit. Also, TTS is still broken.
Did you get a chance to steal? I mean, look at any of the videos I sent you.
I think I saw the first one and then half of a second one. Super God. I'm still working my way through them. I know I've been slow on that. I apologize for that. That's my fault entirely. I don't know if the channel point redemptions are going to work. I hope they do. If they don't, Doverin, just tell me. Oh, no. Oh, no, of course you found... Of course, yeah, no, of course that's the one you find. Of course that's the one you find, goddammit. This is just going to be the whole camera, isn't it? The whole time.
I am a lesbian.
Now it's just going to be this. This is gonna, yeah, there you go. I don't know why it didn't work for you, Doverin. You got scammed. Say bye-bye to your channel points. That's just how it is. So I'm just going to quickly enter my banking information so that, you know, Twitch can steal that from me. I believe I'm supposed to show the back of my card and banking details to all of Twitch just to make sure that it's safe and secure. With the 3 numbers on the back, right? That's what all the kids on Roblox told me. Fucking nothing worse in the world than entering your bank details. It's real bad. Oh, and wow, I've got my expired card, not even the actual one that I'm using. Go me. Fuck. God damn it. You need to show... Yeah. You can't help me unless I definitely show you all these digits, right? I heard, though, that there's this glitch that sometimes happens after people do that on Twitch, where their bank account is emptied. And I just realized it's trying to gift me a sub to myself. God damn it. Gift a specific viewer. That's what I'm looking for. Now, where's Joe's name? Just to make sure I'm gifting it to him. And not to some random fuck who comes in here and realizes that he's been gifted a sub to a racist. There it is, there he is. Yo, why won't you let me gift a sub to Joe? What the fuck is going on here, Twitch? Oh wait, there it is. Okay, now it's working. Put that in. Yes, I would like you to drain my bank account, Twitch. Blah, 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 blah. That number's correct. Come on. Come on. A racer, dad. No, I wish I was a racer. I'm too fat to be a car racer. I'll pop the tires. Transaction was declined. Oh, thank you, Twitch. Oh, thank you so much. You make this so easy. Gee, I wonder why people love spending money on this platform. I'm gonna use a different card. I wonder if my bank account actually picked up and was like, yo, this Twitch site sounds like a scam, dude. I wonder if that happened. I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
Neat.
God damn it, I still gotta fix the TTS. I still gotta fix that shit. Maybe because gifting a sub to this channel is considered a hate crime. You're probably right, Devilish. Hey, there we go. I just put myself on a list. There you go. There you go, Joe. That didn't take me forever. Wow, that definitely didn't take me forever. There we go. Okay, that's working. 300 million notifications from our bank account all of a sudden. Amazing. Right. Okay. So, there's like, I think there's an absolute fuck ton that I have to go through today. I've been missing for the last 3 weeks. I've been trying my best to not have multiple big black boyfriends waiting for me in prison because I didn't pay taxes and do all of the shit. But these last 3 weeks have been pretty fucking productive for me outside of streaming. And there's a few things I get to say because of that. Number one is that it's not just like I was busy. It's not just like I was out there grinding like one of the TikTok investors. It's actually that I've been a massive fucking pussy about something, right? And I'll show you an example of this. Right now, I'll show you an example. Just to give you some idea. Do you see this website right here? This dirty little fucking website right here. Yes, Harrisburg, we're going to do some Guild Wars 2 later. I've got to get a bunch of clips for the video I'm working on. I have not looked at Patreon for months. Right? No one on Patreon has done anything wrong. But I genuinely feel like I've been self-sabotaging the shit out of myself because some fucked up part of me is like, why are these people giving me money? And the longer I've left this site alone, the more terrified I've actually been to touch it. I am so, like, I've been so fucking scared of just opening the site and replying to everyone here. I don't know why. I don't know what's wrong with me. Right? I've been self-sabotaging. I've been running away from my streams. I've been avoiding going here. And part of that is I've been avoiding streaming as well. And that's no one's fault except my own because I've been a massive pussy about this. However, they want you to buy more wheelchairs. That's why, I mean, you're probably not wrong, Ashura. Right? But what I'm getting at here is I've been such a little bitch about all of this. And I think the last 3 weeks have helped me fix that. So, what we're going to be going through today is a few reasons why this is now fixed. A sequel to Pimp My Wheelchair. Listen, I can't copy Filthy Frank because everything he does, that was a masterpiece. I would just be a fucking a poor ripoff of that. But this is what I want to do on the stream. Some of my content is going to be changing. A lot. No, I'm not going to stop swearing. No, I'm not going to stop being an autist on stream. No, I'm not going to be stopping giving you the most retarded takes you've ever heard in your entire life. That's not happening. But in the last 3 weeks, I've been speaking to my boss about my job. No, porn's for later, Dovran. I can't do porn now because no one wants to watch a fat guy naked on stream. Right? Are you going to stop being white or bald? That's my secret, Jimmy. I'm only white on the outside. My dick length tells me I'm black on the inside. Yeah, Joe, you are delirious. Man, I feel so bad for Asmongold. He makes one fucking comment and they just delete his whole channel. There are people who've said much worse on Twitch and nothing's happened to them. But that man, they don't like him. They fucking hate him because he like streams on his second channel that's not monetized. He just wastes all this server space, costs him like $50,000 per stream he does. It's beautiful. It's amazing. But this is back to my original point. This is what's happening. I had a few conversations with my boss about the streaming that I've been doing, and I consider my boss my friend as well. He's like a really cool dude, and I think, and this is wild to say because there's so few of these people that actually exist out there in the world, he is deeply involved in and with me works in crypto, right? And he's someone I very highly respect. I highly respect this man because he had a massive YouTube channel. He was producing good, solid content for crypto. And he stopped. He didn't stop because he was failing. He was actually growing at an insane rate. He didn't stop because there was a bear market. He stopped because he felt like he wasn't adding enough value into people's lives. He's one of the few people I can genuinely say who's in the crypto space who actually gives a shit about his viewers and not destroying people's lives. He fucking hated shilling scams. He hated taking ads for projects that were even good projects that fell apart. He fucking hated all of that. And it got to him. I know it got to him. He might not admit this, but I know it got to him that he wasn't giving people the value he thought they deserved. So, we've been reworking a lot of his stuff. I've been having like a very heavy focus on working on like documentary style content that's like super in depth and like does some good for the people watching it. But at the same time, I love streaming. I do actually love streaming, despite the fact that I'm very self-sabotaging about it. So we're going to go through how my content's changing. I'm going to go through what I'm adding to my content. I'm not taking anything away. But I'd like to do more. I'd like to do more than MMORPGs. I'd like to do a wider variety of content that goes onto my second channel on YouTube. And I'd like to make things... Are you buying a pair of fake tits? Listen to me, Doverin. I want you to understand something, okay? I don't need a fake pair of tits, okay? These juicy tits, they're here for you. And they probably always will be. At least until I do my 12-month-long video where I, try and cut a bunch of weight and look better. But what you really need to know right now, Doverin, from this angle, is it ain't gonna suck itself. So yeah, I've got a few extra cameras. I've got a few extra angles that I've set up so that I can fuck with people. That, right there, this right here, is what I consider my advice cam. So if someone comes in here and they are flying off topic, like this has happened a few times, right? Where people come in here, they ask me to like, hey, will you review my music video or my song or something like that? And I don't have anything against these people, but the problem is I know fuck all about music. I'm not the guy you should be asking about that. So if they come in here, they get the ball cam. And I'll give them good advice, but I'll give them advice from the ball cam. Because if they were brave enough to ask that kind of shit in my channel, they could be brave enough to sit through this angle. That reminds me of another gaming site. Yeah, I still, in Varial, I still need a transparent chair and then a camera behind me. So yeah, I need to push on that. So, I'm going to be doing more than just MMORPGs. I'm not giving up on MMOs. I love MMOs. My main channel is about MMOs, but I want to do more than that because I feel like I can do more than that. And I feel like what tends to happen with MMOs is there's like this massive rush of new MMOs that last like a month, and then everything dies and goes silent for like a good 6 months. Throne and Liberty's popping off right now. 2 months from now, we'll see. I think I'm shocked by what I'm seeing with Throne and Liberty, but I think it has actually a chance of having a long-term community behind it. But I don't know if it's good enough to sustain that for more than a year or two before people like revert back to their old favorites of WoW, Black Desert Online, Old School, RuneScape, and Guild Wars 2. I think they're going to go back to that. Take that sock out. What sock? Oh, no, I'm never taking the sock out. Dagger me, that sock belongs in there forever. So, I'm going to be working on different types of content that work into what I know, my fields of expertise, because I feel like I need to do more than what I'm currently doing, because I just don't feel like I'm adding enough content and enough like value to people's lives by just being an arsehat on the internet. So, what I'm going to be doing this stream is I'm going to be working my way through a plan of how things are going to change, what I'm going to be doing, what I'm going to be adding to what I currently do, when MMOs go into that dormancy state, what I'm going to be doing whenever I can to add more content to what I'm doing, to actually feel like to some degree I at least deserve people giving me money on Patreon, which I currently just don't feel like I do. Next thing is I need to retool and rework the 12-month long video that I'm doing. Because currently I'm at the stage where I'm editing together what is essentially an hour-long finale video for Guild Wars 2, for my Guild Wars 2 series, right? And to the earlier question, yes. The flamethrower is finally done. Do you want to see it? Well, too bad. Fuck you. No, I'll show you. So, is this fucking thing 100% accurate? Absolutely not. It is completely life-sized. It does have some lines and shit that I still gotta fix, but that's not a problem. But I've got a fully cosplay 3D modeled Guild Wars 2 flamethrower that I built myself. And that's gonna be in the next video. And you want to know what the worst part about building that 3D model was? I had to do it from scratch, because it's almost impossible to pull models from the game files of Guild Wars 2. They've got it so well protected, it's fucking insane. And yes, I used some 3D printing, I CAD'd it out myself, worked on it myself, built it from scratch. I tried to make it look as realistic as possible, but if I was doing a cosplay of a Guild Wars 2 engineer character, it wouldn't be good enough. If I am making something for a video, my camera is shitty enough that I can get away with the flaws and the mistakes on that thing. Right? It doesn't work, Lloyd. I can't make an actual, real, working flamethrower because I don't want to be put on a list and arrested. And also, I've got a kid. What happens 2 years from now when they just happen to stumble across Dad's old flamethrower? Oh, what does this button do? Why are my hands on fire? No thanks. No thanks. So days of work for 4 seconds of screen time. Exactly. Exactly. Wojciech, exactly. I'm that much of a fucking autist. I'm not kidding. I couldn't help myself. I get ideas in my head and I can't help myself but need to do shit like that. And my head is just like that constantly. It never stops. So, Guild Wars 2 video, I'm going to try and get it out by the end of October. I'm hoping I do. There's some stuff I have to say about that. I quite literally realized when I was done writing what I was doing. Was that a Charzuka? No, it's just the engineer flamethrower kit. Delta Tech. What I realized when I was done writing the script and working it into something functional was I quite literally spent 48 minutes complaining and bitching endlessly about the Zaitan fight at the end of the base game. So in order to cut it down to something reasonable, I've cut that out and replaced it with something else. So that it's at least more entertaining and it's not just a guy bitching endlessly for 45 minutes, right? I'm not going to tell you how I've cut it out or how I've changed it, but yeah, I needed to cut it down to an hour because it was literally going to be a 2-hour video. I taught my son how to drive when he was 10. Well, yeah, of course you got to do that. Otherwise, how is he going to steal cars for you? You need to do that. That's just part of the job of being a parent. What responsible parent leaves their kid in life without the ability to hotwire cars, drive them to your house, and then take the blame from the police and get arrested for you? The Zaitan fight is the big black spot of shame. Yeah, Doverin, it is so bad. I can't tell you how bad the Zaitan fight is. And keep in mind, I leveled 8 separate characters to max level, going through the story, reanalyzing it, writing down notes, continually doing it over and over again. And I think by the 3rd time I already wanted to fucking kill myself. I seriously, I wanted to throw myself out a fucking window by time number 3. And I need to do it one more time. At the end of the stream, I'm going to be playing Guild Wars 2. I'm going to be going with my engineer that I've left at level 51 all the way through all of the stories so I can get very hyper-specific clips of what I need to finally, put my video together, start, fully editing it out and having it, at least some degree of quality. Without, wanting to kill myself again, thinking about the Zaitan fight, which is going to be impossible. It's so bad. So first I'm going to be planning out exactly how my content's changing, right? Then I need to plan out, or at least explain how I'm going to be streaming in the future, right? Because I need to start being fucking consistent. Both with the content I put on my main channel, with the content that goes on my second channel, and with my streaming. That needs to be a consistent, this is the block where I do that shit. It never changes. It stays there forever. So it's time I found some fucking lead in my pencil, some ball hairs on my goddamn dick, and did things like not a pussy. I then need to make a better plan for my 12-month long video that I've done a few test runs on now, that I've failed to do consistently. And there's something extra that Ilgi suggested that I think is a really good idea. What I'm going to do on stream is every now and then, I'm going to be taking a game that I've been playing off stream, and on stream I'm going to be explaining this game, explaining why it's a good game, why it's a bad game, why you should or shouldn't touch it, why it might be worth your time, why it might be worth your money, or why it might not be. I'm hoping it makes for something that's at least some value add to your life, aside from watching some retarded white guy in Africa fuck up continuously and style on the disabled, talented VTuber who can't leave her bedroom and then register that he fucked up massively. What games do you have in mind? I've got 2 genres that I'm going to be looking at specifically. The first is, obviously, it's like MMOs and MMO-like games. So something like Warframe, Lost Ark, things like that that aren't technically MMOs but are close enough. Path of Exile as well. Games that trigger my autism and get me lost in them for a while. And the second genre is a genre I love, but a genre I suck at. And that's RTS games, like strategy, top-down games. Right? And thanks for the sub. It's going to tell me your name just now.
I thought you were going to have a merchant clout contest against Iron Mouse.
Huh? I thought you were going to have a merch and clout contents. I would lose that in a second, Filter. I would lose that shit in a second. Also, I kind of feel like I'd be scamming you if I'm selling you merch. Right? I feel like I don't think that selling merch is such a great idea, because it always feels really, really bad. Like, I don't understand the value in me printing some trashy shit on a t-shirt or a mug and then trying to sell it to you. I think, like, if I was going to do that, it would have to be something specific. It'd have to be something, like, bespoke that you can't get anywhere else. And I can't think of any good ideas for that yet, so I'm not going to do that. If you're going to, like, waste your time to put your bank details into some random-ass site, risk losing your card information because third parties are really bad at security, I'd want you to at least get something that feels good out of it. Colored mankini site. It's not a bad idea, Filter. Obviously, they'd have to be poster-worn. They'd have to have a little shit stain on them, just so you know that I wore them at least once. Probably also have to include your merch in your tax. Oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, merch sale. Oh, no. Yeah, that's even more of a headache. That's an excuse not to do it. Thank you. Thank you. Iceberg, thank you for giving me an excuse to never do that. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. So, this is where I'm going to start off today. It's going to be slow. It's going to be boring. If you need to vanish, do so at your own pace. Feel no shame in knowing that some bald retard on the internet is trying to fix this shit. So we're going to start off here. I have to change the color. I'm sorry, you can't have it pure white, because that's how you get banned from Twitch, right? As we've learned, whites are illegal on Twitch, so you gotta, like, tone it down a little bit. Otherwise you get in trouble. Yeah, let me just smash into my microphone a few times. That's a great way to do things. That's definitely the top tier
Ladies and gentlemen,
way to
let
do
me
things.
tell you, bald power is not just a look, it's a statement. It's a sign of strength and confidence. While others hide behind their hair, we embrace the shine of bald power. We are the leaders, the innovators, the fearless. Look around, bald is beautiful.
Bald is not beautiful.
We don't need hair to prove our worth. Our ideas speak louder than locks. So let's celebrate our boldness and our resilience. Together we will show the world that true strength comes from bald power. Bald and P.
Bald and P. A cutoff just at the end there. Fuck. The TTS made your message better because it just cut it off. Bald and P. We just piss ourselves because we're bald. Being bald is miserable. Let me tell you. Being bald sucks ass. I learned this 2 weeks ago when I was out in public with my wife and my kid. And I came home and I'm like, damn, why's my scalp so itchy? And my wife just turns to me. She's like, it's because the top of your fucking head got burned, dumbass. She looks at me like, you look like a fucking tomato. Your head, your dumbass didn't put any sun cream on your head. I'm like, yeah, who the fuck puts sun cream on the top of their head? You're a beacon for skin cancer. I am skin cancer, sure. You can't get cancer if you are cancer. Also, thanks for the sub, Taylor Schmidt. It just showed me your name now. So, let's work this out. Let's figure out how I'm going to do this, right? So, if I have to lay this out based on my life experience, based on everything I know currently, these are my areas of expertise, right? MMO, RPGs. Just make that smaller. The words a woman has never said to me. Engineering. Actually, let's go through these first, right? So, MMORPGs. I've been playing this shit since I didn't have pubes on my balls. I've spent more time in MMORPGs than I have interacting with women in life. And let me tell you, life well spent. I don't regret it. Sex is for one day. But that time, I went through Ulduar as a healer, and it was me who saved the raid on my shaman and pulled shit out of my ass to keep the dwarf paladin tank alive in the last moments of that fight against, I think it was X1, and saved the raid because everyone else was a shit-eating retard. And it was literally just me and the tank busting down the last 5% of health and surviving. That moment will be there with me forever. I've spent more of my life playing MMORPGs than not. I've analyzed the shit out of these games. I've autistically wasted my life at this, and I don't regret it. Second thing that I've got expertise in is engineering, right? I went to university for engineering. I didn't finish my degree. I dropped out in my honors year with 3 subjects left. However, afterwards, I still got quite a few job offers within the engineering fields, and I ended up working as a project manager, a systems engineer. I worked as an unofficial member of certain performance applications on certain projects that I'm not allowed to talk about. So it's between aerospace and aeronautical, right? The degree I did was aeronautical engineering, but that allowed me to enter the aerospace industry. One of the reasons I stopped engineering is because I realized I had a talent that I don't actually like. I really don't like having this talent. And I realized that, quite literally, I'm not saying this as a meme. I'm genuinely not saying this as a meme. My life trajectory in engineering was going to be building bombs for Israel. And as you can imagine, maybe this makes me a pussy, but dropping bombs on kids was not going to help me sleep at night. And I already barely sleep as it is. So that wasn't going to happen. I don't like the idea of being part of a team, and let me tell you this, there's no such thing as any design development that happens by one guy. That just doesn't happen. There's always a team of people double-checking everyone's work and working together and iterating on an idea and outperforming the last one and experimental shit, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Gotta be kids and women. No, yeah, but no one cares about women, Wojciech. Yeah, I'll bomb the shit out of some woman. It's the kids I'm worried about. Now, maybe I have spent quite a few nights of my life awake in the middle of the night, worrying and concerning myself over the fact that by not building bombs that are dropped on children, all I'm really doing is giving people like P. Diddy more talent to work with in his mansion. And that maybe I could have given them a kinder end. But then I also realized that he's not going to the Middle East. He prefers them homegrown and oiled up. And he's not traveling for that shit. He gets them to travel to him. So, you know, that settled that debate in my mind. I'm not kidding when I say this. I was really good at designing bombs. And I seriously mean this, like, targeted kind of shit. You know what, I'm not going to go into it because some of the stuff I was involved in coming out of engineering, I have to be careful how I say this. I'm not going to say this. I'm actually not going to say that. No, I'm not Oppenheimer. That guy was nuts. That guy was way smarter than me. That guy was fucking nuts. So, to me, I can use all this knowledge. You'll be surprised how much engineering knowledge, systems engineering, project management, handling engineering teams, working with verifiable teams, so on and so forth, overlaps with the video game industry. To the point that there are certain components of the video game industry that I've interacted with from an outside perspective towards an inside one. The same way Diddy was outside those kids, and then he was inside those kids, and then he was outside those kids. And because he signed an NDA, he said nothing about being inside those kids in the first place. So a lot of this I can use. But I have very little interest in focusing on any kind of direct engineering systematic thing, right? Projects I can probably talk about that back up a lot of what I'm doing or used to do is STS. I'm not going to explain that. If you know what that acronym stands for, you know why it's so fucking dangerous. It was polymorphic wings. It was drones, but not the good kind of drones. I've got a funny story about drones. I've got a lot of funny stories about working with drones. STS, I've heard this acronym before. What does it mean? I'm not telling you. I'm not telling anyone who doesn't know what that is. They don't need to figure that one out. STS there's that acronym is overlaid by a bunch of other acronyms that you won't find. So it's, I don't know how to say this. It's like a protective layer that STS is a term or a God, what's the word? It's jargon used within a specific field that if you know what it means, you know what it means. If you need to ask what it means, you shouldn't know what it means. Basically all shit that has to do with war. Funnily enough, Ashura, you know how I figured out that this was going to work out. So polymorphic wings, not war. Polymorphic wings is an engineering design aspect where you alter the shape of an aircraft during flight so that you can optimize for less fuel efficiency. Guess what that works really, really, really well on? Guided missiles. It turns out that no one gives a fuck about using that in the commercial space, but damn, guided missiles? Where Obama presses a button on his phone and 25,000 kids disappear? Yeah. Drones, funnily enough, my intro to drones, the development and designs that I did that worked within the industry that I was working with wasn't actually war. It wasn't being a merchant of death. It was farming. I worked on farming drones. But here's the problem. We built low cost, high efficiency surveillance drones that cost about 2 to 5%. Farming MILFs, no, just staring through their windows while they take off their clothes. We built high efficiency, low cost drones that were meant for things like surveillance. Now, not surveillance of terrorist activity, not going in and interacting with the military, none of that shit. We were looking to survey land so that Africa could start farming its own fucking food and stop being the rest of the world's fucking, the guy on the street corner with his hand out begging for more. Right? That's what we were trying to fix. It turns out that if you make it, this is something I had to learn, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of this, but it turns out that if you make a surveillance drone that's good enough, that performs just a little bit too well, the American FAA shows up, confiscates all your PCs, all your design documents and work that you spent 3 years on, and evaporates, and all of a sudden, that surveillance drone you were working on you see a very, very similar model appearing in certain conflict zones around the world. And that's not a good feeling. So you try to do a good thing, and somehow you're still killing people. So, don't want to do that. So that's why engineering, I can use a lot of the knowledge that I know, primarily systems and project engineering, around around video games and the way their internal systems work. From farming to pest control. You UFO spitings. No, it's not even UFO stuff. UFO stuff is weird. No, I'm not going to say anything more. But let's leave it at, I didn't want to spend the rest of my life building bombs for Israel. Because that's what my life trajectory was moving me towards, right? The other thing I'm really good at, that despite what I look like, in the past... Yeah, let me show you. I'll show you, just so that you know I'm not bullshitting. Because this is the part that I'm not under NDA for. Once upon a time... How do I show this? How do I expand this? Doesn't matter. Suppose it doesn't matter. Once upon a time, this was me. Right here. In a land far away, when Jesus was still alive and handing out bread and pirating fish and giving it to people for free, this was me. If you notice what I'm wearing, the rash vest that I'm wearing here, that's a world champion rash vest. So to give you some perspective, and so you know I'm not bullshitting you, one of the things I used to be really, really good at, something I'm still trying to get back into right now, is martial arts. And to put this into perspective, I did Japanese Jiu-Jitsu, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, boxing. I did Krav Maga, but not on like a competitive level. That was more like just an addition to what I was doing. Judo. And I did all of these on an international level, right? I literally, my government, when it still had some of its shit together, used to pay money to send me overseas to different places. That's why I've been to Japan, I've been to Germany, I've been to France, I've been to the UK a few times, I've been to the US. JKD. Jacking kids like Diddy? No, I didn't do that one. It's part of the JKF, basically, right? That's one of the associations I used to be a part of. So, I have no idea. Jeet Kune Do. No, I didn't do Jeet Kune Do. I think the only really famous, really good, practiced, skilled martial artist who could ever get Jeet Kune Do to work was probably Bruce Lee. That man was fucking insane. And it's probably because it was, you know, he knew what he was fucking doing, and he was kind of like the founder of that sport. Right? So I know a lot about martial arts. Not all martial arts, but quite a lot. I'm a coach. I coach judo in my spare time because I think it's fun. I'm trying to get back into some of my grappling arts. I used to be a mixed martial artist. I did get in the ring quite a few times. I used to be sponsored by USN. My problem with that is I like MMORPGs, but how the fuck do you integrate that into it? I see no way to do that. So that's out of the question. My last field of expertise that I know a lot about is investment. And this matches a lot into my autism. Right? So, to give you some perspective, I realized I was really good at figuring out how investments worked because it just made sense to me. And because I as an autist, the numbers were fun. I really like the numbers. This theoretical game where I'm playing with other people's emotions online and fucking with people. The fact that I spent years of my life fucking with people in the World of Warcraft auction house directly translates over to investment, and investment directly translates back into MMORPGs. One has to be a hobby. It's rough unless you're playing Eastern martial arts MMOs. Yeah, look, I think this is always going to be a hobby for me. I'm always going to enjoy doing this. I'm always going to love doing that, but I see no way to integrate that into what I'm doing. But this is my job. This is how I survive month to month. This is what I do in order to, like, make ends meet most of the time. A martial arts philosophy correlates to all things, so gaming connection. There is, yes, I understand the philosophy behind it, but how do you build a channel based off of that? How do you tie these two concepts together in a way that's going to make sense to more than 25 people out there on the planet? I don't see it. So, to give you some perspective of what I used to do as an investor, is when I was 15, my dad opened an account for me, right? Where he was like, here's 5,000 Rand. Go play around and figure out how this works. I didn't do that. What I did was I left the 5,000 Rand alone. Right, and for monopoly money's sake, understand that 5,000 Rand today is not 5,000 Rand back then, all the way back in like 2005 or 6. I spent the last 2 years of my schooling teaching myself as much as I could about investment. And let me tell you, it's a wide fucking field. I don't know everything. I know for a fact I know next to nothing. But what happened was I spent 2 years teaching myself about investment between the ages of 16 and 18. After age 18, I started more actively trading. I used a lot of those investments to pay for my lifestyle, to pay for university, to basically make ends meet. Now, keep in mind, I had things easy. I was living on Easy Street. I was living in a house with my mom and dad. I didn't have to worry about rent. I didn't have to worry about bills. All I had to worry about was covering my food, my fuel for my car, well, my bike at the time, and paying my university. But I did manage to do that, and I managed to build an account from 5,000 Rand and prostitutes. I can't afford prostitutes. Man, Wojciech, one woman is enough trouble. Now you want to pay... fuck, that sounds like a bad time. Paying women to be in your life? That's like, oh, my life problems aren't big enough. You know what I really need? I really need to pay someone to make my life worse. So that wasn't going to happen. Plus, by the power of autism, I don't like it when people touch me. You always pay for pussy. Yes. But I'd rather pay for it on a traumatic level than a financial one. One of those I can recover from, the other I can't. So, this is my job. This is what I do. I started in the traditional equities field. And what I realized after a while of working in the equities fields is that per annum, it's pretty difficult to make anything more than anywhere between 15 and 25% consistently, right? If you're making above 15%, you're golden. And I got really lucky. I'm going to be honest with you. I did the fundamental analysis on a company that I stumbled across in my country, jumped into the JSE at the exact right time, and I got lucky. I got so fucking lucky. It wasn't skill. It wasn't technique. I literally spun the casino wheel and won. But it did give me enough of a bumper that I could then start training, learning, making losses in what I did, making some backup gains, so on and so forth. It taught me a lot about the market. What I realized at some point when I was out of school and I took a gap year was I did a course in investment, right? I got a nice fancy piece of paper And the way this worked was they give you a course outline. They give you like all the stacks of paper because it's like an online course. They mail it to you and they're like, you have 1 year. At the end of the year, you can then request the exam. If you pass the exam, you get the qualification. Now, what happened was, I'm not smarter than anyone else. I'm quite the dumbass. But I had one severe advantage over the other people who were like in my online class at the time, is that I'd been spending 2 years of my life learning about investments because I was an autist. And because I played World of Warcraft, so I understood the auction house. If I'm being honest, playing the auction house on WoW taught me a lot more than those books did. So I read through their book. After a month, I realized that nothing that I was reading was new information, and I'd spent the last 2 years reading the exact same information and learning it firsthand from playing MMORPGs and going onto any system like a trading post, an auction house. I did this in Ion, I did this in WoW, I did this in RuneScape, I did this in... Did I do this in EverQuest? Not really. I didn't really do this in EverQuest. I didn't play EverQuest enough. So, these two tie together quite nicely for me. I understand these two. And at some point I registered. It's really, really difficult to make anything more than a consistent 15% a year in investment. So the logical choice I came down to was... I want to see if anyone can guess this. Can you guess what I did next? If I'm not going to be in equities, knowing I'm only making 15% a year, that return is going to just be me slowly bleeding out over time because my expenses are too high and my capital is too low. What is the correct play? It's not porn. I'm a dude. I'm a white guy. No one wants to see a dick that skinny. And plus, my country has AIDS. My country has massive amounts of AIDS. Dealing crack. That would have been the smart decision, Doverin. I registered something else. In 2016... Was it? Yeah, 2015, 2016. End of 2015. I registered. I was moving towards a really, really shitty place in my life. So I moved. There's a lot that happened there. Went homeless, went broke, survived it, came back, realized that I just needed to, like, remember what my banking details were and that this equity had just been sitting there for a while. So what I did was I moved into crypto. Right? And I've got a really, really funny story about this. In 2013 was the first time I heard about Bitcoin. Very, very first time. And 2013, I was still in contact with my mentor, who was teaching me a lot about investment. This is like an actual qualified guy who works in the industry. He was one of the top pickers in our country at the time. And I asked him, I was like, hey, what's this Bitcoin thing? Do you understand anything about this Bitcoin thing? This was in 2013. And my mentor said to me, really, really smart guy, he said to me, don't touch it. It's a scam. And I listened to him. I listened to him. And no, this is not motivational, Delta. I'm just explaining why I'm doing this. I should have touched it. I should have touched it while it was young and fresh. I should have pulled a Dr. D on that. But I didn't. But what he told me was the responsible thing because it sounded too good to be true. Turned out it was true. But hey, who knew? So, in 2016 instead, I then shifted all of what I was doing towards crypto. I did this for a very specific reason. My reasoning was, returns were insane. If you are in a professional equities market, you are competing against bots that are updated on a near daily basis. You are competing against high-tier professionals who are working for the banking industry. You are working against funded funded private funds that have access to data and analytics that you never will. And so you are eking out a living. You are eking out a return on investment. But crypto is not like that. Crypto is full of shit-eating retards. Crypto is full of the most dipshit, borderline retarded, dumbass, cult-like morons. And I did one fundamental analysis on it in 2016 when I was homeless, and I was like, I can survive off of this. This is how I survive. And I did. I did. To give you some perspective, this was my first big win. And this is a dead coin right now. Don't touch this, right? Oh, come on. What do you mean the site can't be reached? I'm going to show you something. Right, this was my first big win. This is when I started to realize these people are fucking narrative-driven morons, and I have a mild advantage over these people because the people buying this shit have no fucking idea what they're doing. It is high ease of accessibility, very low educational system learning. And this was my first win. If we go all the way back, show the max chart. This was my first win. Just so you have to have some perspective of what I'm talking about. Oh, come on, show the max chart, please. Oh, wow. They won't show you past... Okay, let me go to CoinMarketCap. Where is it? Fuck off. Fuck off. This right here was one of my first big wins. All the way back in 2016 I started. I realized there was going to be a massive narrative around this. These guys were talking about integrating with Minecraft. They were talking about moving into the gaming space. They had all this bullshit that was completely unverified. No one was talking about this. They were pretending that they were part of Microsoft. And I realized I was on a timer. I realized that if I'm not going to bomb kids in Israel or in Palestine or whatever, I'm going to bomb people's bank accounts instead. And so I jumped in on this. I saw it spike. I think I sold out half of my stack there. And then I sold out the other half on the way up here. And that was my first win. And that's when I registered the space was full of retards. The space was full of morons. And the worst part about this win, it didn't feel good. It really didn't feel good. Because I registered, I was taking advantage of a bunch of fucking morons. A bunch of absolute dipshits, pants on head retarded, never understood anything outside of Twitter. They don't do their research. There's no research done. There's no fundamental analysis. There's no checking of gamma values. There's nothing. They do nothing. And I realized I could make a lot of money off of that. So I did. And I started making a lot of wins. But it didn't feel good because I started to realize after this happened that I wasn't fleecing venture capital. I wasn't fleecing big investors. I wasn't delving into the pot of people with a lot of money and very, very stupid ideas. I was taking from people who were in the same situation as me. And so I won, but it didn't feel good. And winning like that the first time and registering who I was taking money from fundamentally changed my thinking about the whole space. That's when I started trying to move towards auditing of code, trying to help people out, trying to help people understand how the space works. So between 2016 and 2018, I was doing everything in my power to try and like post wherever I could as an anonymous user being like, don't go into this, this is bullshit, these are lies, don't worry about this. And that's when I realized I was fighting a wave of bots, and no matter what I said, no matter how good my analysis was, what do you think the response was? This was the response I got. This is how cult-like crypto became, or was, and is still. And for those who don't understand, this means fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It's when you go into a space and you talk something down, or you explain why it's a scam, and the cult-like members of these spaces don't listen to you. They don't look at your analysis. They don't try and do things from a fundamental or technical perspective. They look at what you're saying and they say that goes against my worldview, and therefore you're wrong. This is FUD. Fuck off. That's when I realized you can't save these people. You can't help them. You can maybe help people who want to listen. When did you become aware of the 80% profits from 20? You mean the Pareto principle? That's like when I was 16, dude. That's how I made equities work for me and pay for my university. It was way back, in like end of high school when I started actively trading just before I went to university. Pareto principle: you let your winners ride and you close out your losers early. It's not a hard principle. It's really not. Right, but I moved away from that. I dislike working with technical standpoint because I think fundamentals dominate the space, and I'll explain to you why. Right, so just so you understand this, what happens, Delta? What happens in the technical space is there's too much technical information for any given human being to pass. There are 3 ways you can trade, generally speaking. There's a million ways you can trade. But time periods, there are 3 ways you can trade. There is the short term, there is the mid-term, and there is the long term. I couldn't trade long term because I needed to eat food. You can't trade short term because you're going against professionals, you're going against bots, you're going against systems that can trade millions of stocks in like 5 seconds where you're trading like 1 or 2. There's no way to beat that system. So I went for the mid-term, which is something that is vastly underanalyzed, vastly undersystemized by technicals, but is dominated by the fundamentals of any space of investment. So that's where I made my money, was the mid space. And so I was a fundamental trader more than I was a technical trader. I understand all the technical stuff, but fundamental trading just tends to beat that out in the midterm. You asked for advice, there you go. That's my advice, Cam. I want to get into investments in stocks. Got any recommendations to read? There's plenty to read. The problem is there's a lot of truth in a lot of different books, but it's not about getting the correct information. It's about trying your best to not absorb the wrong information. Right, so I would personally suggest going into a private course, like a monthly course kind of thing that's done by professional traders who can prove their background, who can show you their P&Ls, as opposed to listening to some fucking influencer online who's going to be like, buy my course, bro. You see my Lamborghini that I have to return in the morning because it's fucking rented? Don't listen to that guy. If I had a Lamborghini, I'd do that too. No, seriously, go find professional traders who know what they're doing, who run an actual course that gets you a qualification afterwards, because they have to abide under certain technical regulations that are governed by a larger governing body, as opposed to some random buy my course bro on the internet. Those guys will fuck you 6 ways through Sundays. The other way to do it is quite literally go onto YouTube, find people who do fundamental analyses, find people who do technical analyses, learn from them, But if you see anyone who's trying to sell you a course, you close out that channel and you never look at it again. All right? You will probably learn more from actually watching videos than you will most books, because most of the information in books gets outdated within the space of 3 to 5 years. When are you making your own course? Never, Ashura. Never. Never, never, never. I might be bald, but I'm not Andrew Tate. That's not how this works. Plus, that sounds like a lot of work. Fucking, I've got to type shit out now? Come on. Come on. So, what I'm planning on doing, this all ties back to what I'm saying I'm going to be doing with my content in the future, is I would like to tie these two concepts together. Of gaming and investment. And I think I can do that. Both of these tie into things I know a lot about. I can give actual useful advice to people. Are you ever going to play EVE Online? I'm scared of Excel spreadsheet online, Doverin. One day I will touch it. But that game will absorb me. That game will suck the soul out of my dick and keep me there forever. Wojciech just figured out what I was doing. I just wanted to draw a dick. No, seriously though. So what I'm going to be doing with my content is I'm still going to be doing MMOs. I'm still going to be doing gaming. I love gaming. I'm never going to let it go. But I'd like to do investment stuff as well. I'd like to very specifically focus on the crypto space. Because I believe the crypto space is filled with 99% scams. 99% of it is lies and bullshit. And it's narrative-driven trash. Right? And I need you to understand that. Because if you can understand that, you can understand how to like actually work the space to your advantage, maybe make some degree of investment. I'm not going to be telling you what to do with your money. I'm going to completely avoid the idea of saying you should do X, you should do Y. But what I'm going to be doing every now and then on stream is I'm going to be going through like bullshit, meme, TikTok, advice, finance bro shit, which is the funniest shit I've ever seen. I started laughing my ass off the last time I saw all of that. And I'm also going to be trading like live. There are certain things that I'm going to be doing. So like for my job, I have to assist in the building of a trading bot, right? And I'm going to be working on the fundamental spaces of a trading bot so that we can get a guy who's much better at coding than me to build it for us, track a bunch of fundamentals, track a bunch of technicals, and then auto trade, and we'll see how well that does. Are you going to finish the whole Guild Wars 2 story? Yes, Doverin. I am. Like I said, I'm not giving up on any of this. This is the part where I say I need your assistance. Right? In this big mess, this is where I need your assistance. This is where I need your advice. If I was to do this, if I was to start doing components of investment streams, reaction to really shitty advice that people give online, do you think it's a better idea for me to separate out some of my streams into purely gaming and then other streams into purely investment, technical, crypto talk, where I actually show you the money I have and throw it into different investments? Yeah, I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example right now of what I mean. This is one of my wallets, currently. It's going to ask me for my password. Yep. So this is one of my things. This is probably the one I'll be using the most, just to show you what I'm doing, right? You can do half in one stream. I would separate channels. I don't want to separate channels, Ashura. and I'll tell you why. I want to keep my second channel as all the shit I just feel like doing randomly, whether that's talking about video games, whether it's talking about crypto, all of that shit. Like, treating it like it's a streaming channel with content for all of these things, right? As opposed to having to now build a third channel and try and manage that as well, right? My main channel will always be focused on MMORPGs. It'll be nothing but MMORPGs, but my second channel is going to be all about my stream stuff, and I'd like to integrate that. Are you allowed to show you throwing money into investments? Yes, Shielday. I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want here, because this right here is my wallet. This is my shit, right? This is what I'm working with. This is one of my wallets. I don't keep everything in here because that's a fucking stupid idea. I own the keys to this wallet. No one else has that. I make sure that no one else is ever going to see that. I've got it permanently like memorized in the back of my head. So if I ever have brain damage, I'm permanently fucked. But only I know the keys to this, right? And this is the wallet I'll probably be using to show you different investments, moving into different spaces, so on and so forth. So a good example right now is Link, right? This I bought way the fuck back, quite a while ago, and it's done decently. These are all kind of blue chips, not that important. Recently, I've registered that we're coming out of a bear market now. If Trump wins, the situation gets better, not because he's going to do anything, but because the narrative around Trump is that he's supportive of crypto. Hold on, I think my wife is calling me. I'm going to be right back. Give me a second. 1 second. I'm going to be right back. I just need to talk to my wife about something. Right, sorry about that. I just had to deal with something with my wife and my kid. Alright, now, fuck. The primary point of what I'm trying to get across here is I think that this space is full of scam artists, is full of pieces of shit, is full of liars. But this isn't that different from anything that's happened before in the past. This happened with the dot-com bubble. This happened with the paper bubble. This has happened economically in every system, where what happens is 5% of the people in the space are innovators, the other 95% are scam artists. Right? That's just how it is. And I think... I've been thinking about this for a while. I think by showing you what the fuck I'm doing, I can show you how to be a force for good in this space. Now, I've purposefully gone out of my way to spend some of my money on absolute dog shit failures that I know are going to be failures, just so I can track them. That's what all these 10, 5, $2 things are, right? That are down here in my portfolio, right? So... VPP, I think it's going to be a failure, right? But I bought in nice little stack so that I can track it and show you why it's going to be a failure. I think VRA, veracity, overhyped. People think the world of it. It's cult behavior. Same with G Swift. Gods Unchained is an actual playable game, but it's not going anywhere because it's just bullshit Hearthstone, right? It doesn't do enough. Chain games, same thing. Right, CTI. This one's very important. I wanted to have a whole stream explaining CTI. CTI is Clintex. It's crypto that's linked to a verifiable medical investment scheme, right? As opposed to the traditional way. So things are supposed to operate at a higher level of efficiency, which all sounds great and wonderful. But just because someone's telling you they're doing something doesn't mean they're actually doing it. So I want to do investment shit on my stream. I've even bought into some meme coins just for the shit of it because I want to show you how these hype cycles work when you remove all fundamental use cases, right? Like this shit. This trash right here. So I've spent actual money on some of this shit, right? This should not be doing as well as it is. What the fuck? Oh, I guess that's the other meme coin I wanted to show you. But I've moved into certain spaces here just so I can indicate to you how these work. How these fundamentally work. Right? And I'd like to be some degree of a force for good so that you can take something of what I'm doing here and figure it out for yourself. That's the entire reason I like to do this, and also tie it back into my job, and then like lean into doing some of my job stuff on stream, and then I can have a conversation with people where I look at them and I can say things like, it ain't always gonna suck itself. Sometimes you've just got to swallow a load even if you don't want to. Fuck. I left that space. Okay, so that's why I want to do this. That's why I want to tie my investment stuff into what I'm doing on stream. I've done this before. If you ask Iconic, he's watched me make some big wins on stream a very long time ago. And I think it would be valuable for me to do that because I don't feel like I add enough value just playing video games every now and then and being a dipshit. Right? I feel like I've got enough technical expertise at this point that I can actually help people not fuck their lives up. And I'd like to, for once, be a force for good, as opposed to the guy gang raping the idiots in like a private cell where no one's watching. Only zoom suit well. So that's why I'd like to do this. Right? So I need to ask. So you said it earlier. Do you think half streaming? So I take... If I were to take... Let's say this is one stream that I'm doing. Fucking space. Eliminate the whites quick. No one likes them. You know, that's just life. Let's say this is one stream, right? Do you think I should have one stream that is investment shit and then another stream that's gaming shit? Or do you think it's a better idea if I halve it and then some of the stream is investment shit, the other half is gaming, and then the other half is gaming, and the other half is investment shit? Do one stream a week to test the waters. That's not a bad idea, Dobrin. Because if I've... like, think about it this way. I'm asking this question because I know that someone else will have a better perspective than I do. Because if these are my fields of expertise, do you know what's not in any of these fields of expertise? Streaming. I don't fucking understand it. I don't understand people. I don't register how human beings work. That's the worst part of this. So I don't know what would work on stream, what would not be boring, but I don't want boring streams. That's what I'm trying to avoid, is I'd like to be consistent. I don't want shit to be boring. I want to do entertaining shit for people. Will you be showing off your martial arts skills by beating someone up on stream? Only if someone invades my room. Only if someone invades my room. Human beings are quite complicated. They are. Took me time to learn people as well. Should have learned in investment instead. There's an interlay, like there's an overlay between people's emotions and the way they invest because they think they're being rational, but actually they're making very emotional decisions, even in professional spaces. Super God. I mean, not Super God, Doverin. But I don't understand streaming the way a pro streamer would. And I'd like to be a force for good that adds value to people's lives, as opposed to just being a shit-eating retard all the time. What I've seen others do is stick to one topic until they have a consistent audience and then branch out. I don't want to do that, Super God. Do you know why I don't want to do that? Oh, fuck it. I don't need to save this. What am I doing? Here's why I don't want to do that. Right? People tend to like to stick to their one little thing, and this is what happens. For every one person who stays in one singular space, you know why. Okay, so you can see it coming. You know what I'm going to say. What happens is, some streamer pops off in a certain category. It's all he does all day, forever and ever, amen. He pops off, and he ends up here, top of Twitch, untouchable. He's the authority in the category, and everyone below him is his bitch. For this guy to get here, to this space, to dominate that hard, there are thousands of other people who try to do the same, and instead of succeeding, they're down here forever. They're just there forever. Maybe they just don't have the skill or the talent, or they didn't get that at the right time, or the market's now oversaturated, or everyone's got their favorite person. They just don't make it. Getting trapped here is a terrible idea, but you know it's an even worse thing that happens? Let's say you've got guy number 3. He starts popping off. People love his shit. He's an authority in the space. People love what he does. Oh my god. Game dies. He evaporates and vanishes forever. How many people, how many content creators do you know that have lasted more than 2 years in a singular space? How many do you know last long enough to overcome that? That nearly happened to me. Do you know? Okay, there's a lot of successes. You're right, Doverin. But there are an infinite number more failures. I promise you. Asmongold made it because he was already doing React content. He was already moving out of the space of WoW. He wasn't even playing the game. He was doing like fashion events. He was doing things that are adjacent to WoW enough that he can transition off of it. Right? Asmon is one person. And then he said some shit about Palestine. And now he's gone. Oh, man, I feel like he got fucked so bad. I feel so bad for him. I think he should be able to say whatever the fuck he wants, to be honest. He started reacting to WoW-related stuff first. You're right, Devilus. And then he started reacting to other stuff. And he moved past that, right? I think here's the big difference, right? I want this to be a part of my job. I want to integrate this into my day. But I don't actually care about there being 20,000 people in here. I don't. I think it's actually more fun that I actually get to interact with you, talk to you, and have a conversation, rather than the chat's moving by so fast I'm having like a fucking epileptic fit because I don't know what the hell's going, like what's going on. Actually, for the better that he's gone from Twitch and his life, not because he's bad or anything, only because it's good for his soul. It might be good for his soul. I think like I do think what he said in his apology video that I did watch, he was probably in a downward spiral for quite a while. But I do think it's kind of bullshit that he lost everything, that he's now like not a part of OTK or whatever, or is taking a break from it. A break optional that he definitely chose for himself. Same with his Starforged PC stuff. I think the knee-jerk reaction to him saying something on stream is fucking overblown. To be honest, I hate that Twitch has a TOS. I think that the TOS of Twitch should be the US Constitution of freedom of speech. Do you care if you're always on the red line? No. Iceback? No. I don't actually care that I'm always on the red line. But what I do care about is being able to do a bunch of things that I think are at least interesting enough that someone gets value out of them. Right? As opposed to some fucking guy who sits here playing his favorite game, Guild Wars 2, for example, loves Guild Wars 2, and one day he just goes, you know what? I'm done. I would like to do something else today. But he can't, because his entire future is tied to it. Because everything he does is tied to it. And also I need to find the time to do my job and stream at the same time, and I don't want to give up on streaming. Him leaving OTK means that OTK is going to fade into irrelevance. You're right. It is. You're 100% right. It is. It's going to collapse. I don't think OTK remains relevant because he really knew what he was doing. And he was super good at what he was doing. Right? Yeah, audience capture is the word. Wojciech's got the word. I don't care about audience capture as much. I do care about doing cool shit. And not feeling like I have to, or I'm forced to be in some certain space because that's all people know. That's all people register. And you know what? I would rather someone come in here, look at my channel, decide that all of what I'm doing is not for them and leave immediately so I don't waste their time, rather than I sit here slowly becoming a miserable cunt over time, and the thing I enjoy doing and love doing slowly becomes something that makes me want to kill myself. You know, the thing that happened to Pyro? That happened to Pyromancer? The thing that's now happening to Asmongold? Or had in the past, when he started getting tired of WoW and needed to pivot? The thing that started happening to a lot of big streamers who actually know what the fuck they're doing, unlike me? Here's the solution. Have your wife stream when you aren't. She'll probably be better at Wukong. She probably will be, Jimmy. She fucking probably will be. I'm probably going to finish that game off stream, by the way. I want to walk around like a random retard. Right? And I feel like it makes for boring content, if I'm being honest. But I wouldn't put it past her to be better at that game. But also, I don't need a bunch of people coming into this fucking channel, jerking off to my wife. I don't need that. She's mine to jerk off to while I stand over her while she's asleep. That's me, not everyone else. What's that chart? Dash Titan, I'm talking about what I'm moving my content into, and how I'm gonna kind of try and blend investment content with a bunch of gaming content because I like both. I'm knowledgeable in both spaces. This is just a basic chart of what happens to people on Twitch, where they choose a niche, they get good at that niche, they reach the top, they stay at the top, then one day, all of a sudden, their game dies or something bad happens. Okay, case in point. Let's give you an actual real world example. Tell me something. Right now. What happens to this man if Ashes of Creation is a fucking flop? Don't lie. Iceback, did you forget about the existence of step ladders? If I stack 3 of them on top of each other, I can definitely stand over her. Thank you very much. God damn it. Use your brain. Use your head. Use both of your heads if you have to, Iceback. There are step ladders. They exist. Okay? Now, aiming and balancing at the same time are pretty difficult, but I think I can get it right. Oh shit, I left that camera on. Fuck, now fucked up my whole shit. There we go, that's better. It's not a good business plan relying on one thing and only one thing if you're not a god in it. Exactly, Doverin. What happened? Okay, here's an example. So here's an example right in front of us right now, right? What happens to Narc's channel, Narc, who's funny, who does fairly entertaining content, who does good shit. What happens to his channel if Ashes of Creation flops in the first week? The Ashes of Creation Alpha 2 is, what, fucking 5 days from now. What happens if it's really, really, really bad? It's irredeemably bad. It's like New World bad. What happens then? He's in deep shit. 20k views is... I'm not talking about Ashes crashing because he's getting 20k views. I'm talking about his 20k views evaporating because Ashes crashes. Reverse what you're thinking, right? He's not going to be the one affecting Ashes of Creation, but Ashes of Creation will be the thing affecting him. Right? He'll be fucked. He'll be in deep trouble. Here's another example. This is never going to happen. This is hyperbole for the sheer reason and understanding of the space. Everyone knows this fucking government experiment of a human being. Everyone knows this guy, right? Everyone knows who this motherfucker is. This guy who was built in a goddamn lab somewhere. This man with chimpanzee-like reflexes who just keeps on styling on everyone, right? Sure, he's cringe. Sure, you might not like him. You might think he's boring, he's dull. But guess what? He's making bank and he's really, really fucking good at FPS games. Right? His niche is FPS games. What would happen to Shroud if just one day everyone just decided, like, RTS games, like, no one plays FPS anymore? Right? He's carried by his skill in the FPS niche. And this is never going to happen. FPS is not going to die. Right? I'm not saying it's going to die. It's never dying. I'm sorry. It's just never dying. But if he was ultra good at an FPS game, and no one played FPS games, who would care? Shroud cheats though. It doesn't matter, Benji. Doesn't matter if he's cheating or not. Doesn't even matter if he is. Because people still watch him because they see skill-based gameplay. If he was cheating and no one cared about FPSs, no one would care about him. Muckluck does other stuff. His main content is Guild Wars 2, but he streams a lot of other games. He does, Devilus, because he's also registered that being trapped within the Guild Wars 2 space is a dangerous thing to do. And Muckluck's in far more danger than I ever am, because that's his job. That's what he does. Here's another example, right? This guy. All the time. All the fucking time. He used to play Warcraft 3. Nothing but Warcraft 3. Every single thing he does. But guess what? He's also got a second channel. Do you know why? Because he registers that having one niche and one thing and doing nothing else is very, very fucking dangerous, especially if this is your job. That's why he's been playing this game. He's been playing Mechabellum. That's why he's been playing a whole bunch of other shit on this channel. Because he knows. He understands. He registers this. Right? And you can see I've been watching his Mechabellum content because I've been trying to figure out that game. Same with Muckluck. Same with anyone with half a fucking brain. It's easy to bounce to other games if you know how YouTube works. I can make videos for any game as long as the game does well. I can survive off the views, so Albion isn't a prison. So yeah, but this is the thing, Benji, right? I don't have your technical know-how and skill. I can't flip from one game to another on the same, like, insane degree that you can, because I have like a fucking job that has to keep me going and feed my family and so on and so forth, right? I don't have your super ultra autistic. You're kind of an exception that proves the rule. It's easy for you. It's not going to be easy for others. That's why you popped off with your Baldur's Gate videos. That's why you popped off whenever you're making like technical guide content that's just better than other people's stuff. I don't have that technical know-how and time to do that shit. What the fuck? What weird shit is this? You know what? We'll just play this. We'll play the good shit. This, to me, and to everyone else who doesn't have hyper-technical skill and is able to figure out shit really, really fast and spend a whole day figuring out video games, is what's going to happen to me if I stick to just one niche. As much as I might enjoy Guild Wars 2, if I do just one thing, I'm fucked. And I would like to branch out into doing shit that's actually helpful to people's lives who were in a similar position to me at some point. Which is why I'd like to put investment into my content, because I actually don't see people mixing these two together that much. Like, I can't think of a single person that I know of who actually does this kind of stuff and does it well and is actually useful and valuable to people and isn't trying to sell them some buy my course bros bullshit. Chat GPT, write me a review of a new. You're talking about fucking lazy peon. You know what the worst part about that quote, Devilus, is I didn't read what Super God said, and I knew immediately you were talking about lazy peon. You bastard. How dare you be that honest here? That's dangerous. Don't you know lazy peon will send his army of tired ladyboys after you for saying that about his content? I wanted to mix lifting in video games, but there's just no way with the current algorithm to really do it. Doesn't Bajira do that? How many cams do you have? Thanks for the sub, Aurelin. I did see your sub earlier. It just told me your name now. I don't know why, but if you sub on YouTube, it takes an eternity for it to tell me your fucking name. Currently, I have enough cameras to make you feel uncomfortable. But I need more. You see, what I did... hold on. Let me just... Yeah, that's better. Okay, so... What I did was I bought a bunch of shitty discount webcams that keep overheating. And I fixed them. because I've got just enough technical know-how to do that. And so I've got a bunch of shitty webcams just sitting in a stack, and I like go through all of them, and I fix the ones I can and throw out the ones that are junked. Why is there jizz on the ceiling? Those are my SoundCloud panels that I built by myself. You see those? I decided that a black background with cum spray on it was a good idea, and so I left it there. You got to remember, I'm like essentially streaming out of a warehouse I built on top of my garage. This is my workspace. That's why this is here. Oh, that's better. Yeah, I've got to have the ball cam in the correct place. So, what I'd like to help educate people on is how to actually start doing shit that works in the crypto space. That's why I'm doing all of this. This was a long-winded rant. This could have been a lot faster. I could have said this in a much more, I suppose, fundamental way. But the voices in my head don't shut the fuck up, and that's why I do it like this. Investing in onions and Mr. Coins and Guild Wars 2. Yeah, exactly. Right. Also, Devilis. Aya. Where? Where's Aya? We get to that shit later. Okay. But that's essentially what I'm going to be moving towards in my content. From or what I understand, what I saw, which sounded like the best idea to this, was every now and then I should take the investment stuff and do like a test stream and not focus on it too much, but slowly start integrating it into my content. So like the point that maybe it's like a 50-50. Or like I keep my Tuesday and Thursdays towards gaming, and then any other stream I do in between that, I can start to integrate like stuff and then help people understand the investment space, make a little bit of money, and maybe survive. Like here's a good example of what I mean, right? This here. Fuck, I closed it. Let me just open it again. I just want you to understand this. It's gonna make me put in my password again. I'm just gonna pull this off. Oh damn it. Fucking just... What the the hell? So, here's a good example of what I mean. Things that I track. Things that are probably useful, valuable. I'll just give you this example. This right here. Right? Yeah, just verify I'm a human being quick. This right here is probably within the next space of the year something that's going to pop the fuck off. Is it valuable long term? Absolutely not. This is a fucking duck. This is a you make your money, you get out. And I feel a lot better about telling people this kind of stuff because institutional investment's getting involved, right? And I know the sectors that are going to pop off. It's real world assets, it's deepen, it's gaming, and it's AI. And it's all narrative driven. None of it is real. None of it makes sense. It's all the most retarded shit you've ever seen in your life. But I can show you the plays I'm making. I'm not going to tell you whether you should or shouldn't, but I can at least show you what I'm doing so you can understand the logic behind this, right? Because there's a lot of bullshit in the space. There's a lot of people who think that this is the next big thing, this is going to pop off, this is going to be the next Facebook, and it's just not. Also, you might want to put a warning saying you're not actually giving investment recommendations. I think it has some... Yes, it does, Doverin, but that's an easy one. Because what I can do... There's two ways to do this, right? There's the Andrew Tate way of doing this, and there's the rational way of doing this. Now, the Andrew Tate way of doing this is going, where's your Bugatti? This is not financial advice. I'll never shill crypto. Buy daddy coin. Or, what I can do is I can just say to you, this is my thesis. Do not follow me into this pile of shit. I don't know everything. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm explaining my thesis. I can refine what I believe will work while at the same time getting pushback from you or maybe assisting you in understanding what is bullshit and what's not. And 99% of the space is complete bullshit. It's how it is. Exactly. I'm some random African monkey. I have thoughts. Here's what they are. That's exactly what it is. That's the more responsible way to do things. And there's another really, really important thing that I'm doing with this. And it's the entire idea that I'm not hiding my trades from you. I'm not telling you to go into some bullshit. I'm not telling you what you should do with your money. I'm giving you a thesis as to what I am doing. Don't follow me. I will always tell you not to follow me. I will tell you what my thesis is, though, behind why I'm doing something. I'm not gonna sell you a course. I'm not gonna fucking tell you go give me money. I think that's bullshit. I hate all of that. I think it's disgusting, and I think it takes advantage of the most desperate people who are in the worst financial situations. But I can use it to get better. And I can, and because I'd be trading my actual real money, I can actually show you where it's going. I can show you the losses. I can show you the wins. That reminds me, did you see the whole drama about Elon gobbling everything in X for AI? Didn't see it at all, Doverin. I did not see it at all. So, that's that done. That's my streaming plan. That's how I'm moving forward from now on. I'm going to try and be consistent on a Tuesday and a Thursday. Every now and then, I'll do some intermittent investment stuff that if it's boring, I know that no one's tuning in, then that's perfectly fine. I understand and accept that, and I don't think anyone should be following me into it. So that's why I'm going to be doing these things the way I'm doing them. I don't want you to treat me like I'm some fucking guy in an office telling you what you shouldn't throw your money into because he gets a commission on the back end because he's decided, just like a pharmacist gets not a pharmacist, a medical aid gets a commission because a doctor pushes a certain prescription pill on you. Same thing happens in the investment industry. A lot of financial advisors out there are corrupt as fuck. They get a kickback. They tell you to do certain things within an industry. And guess what? They tell you what to do. You do the thing they told you what to do. They bear no responsibility. Because they get you to sign a waiver anyway, saying that, you know, your decisions are your own. And they're just giving advice.
Elon is retarded anyway. Teslas are piece of shit cars, and the whole company is designed to siphon money from people. Tesla fans are the Apple beep G's of the car world.
The problem is, Jimmy, Tesla's a good idea. Fundamentally, it is a good idea. But that doesn't mean this happens in crypto all the time. Just because you have a good idea doesn't mean there's decent follow-through. The problem with analyzing Tesla is that just like what you did, it's really, 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 really easy to take a hardline stance in one direction or the other. Right? If Elon's got SpaceX catching his recent rockets with fucking chopsticks, who's to say he can't get the car stuff right eventually? The problem with the media is that it's all about getting an emotional response out of you. So if you do any level of fundamental analysis, you take any media source, doesn't matter how good or verified it is, and you throw it out the fucking window because it's not valuable. right? Unless you know how to actually analyze it and read what people's emotions are after that. I never understood how people fall for the... Hold on, I missed that message. I never understood how people fall for this. If I knew where to invest, why would I tell you? So this is the thing. People fall for this because there's a whole... Oh, fuck, man. I'm writing a script on this. I'm literally writing a documentary on this right now. Let me give you a list of what these people do to you. I don't think it would be right of me to show you my work that I'm working on here, but I can give you a list of the psychological tricks that they're using on people, right? Yeah, you can't see that. Okay. So this is the surface level, right? This is the surface level of psychological manipulation that happens to you in order to get someone to buy a course or to be like, my investments are so good, you should give me a commission, blah, blah, blah. Right? If they were that good, you'd be a multi-trillionaire and you'd be running a fund that beats out Warren Buffett every day of the week. Right? If you were really that good. If you were making a P&L of 1% a day, you'd have more money than God by the end of the year. Right? It doesn't work like that. So all of that shit is scams. That's why I want to go through it. That's why I want to sit here and do reaction content on like investment TikTok bullshit, because I think it's funny as fuck. I think it's hilarious how people fall for this shit. It's amazing to see some fucking 17-year-old in a wife beater with a fake silver chain around his neck, a fake Chinese watch on his wrist, standing in front of some other guy's Lamborghini, talking about how he made millions of dollars on the grind, when the reality is he's just some stupid fuck who got a hold of a phone and thought he was a genius. And the best part about these people is they're so deluded they buy into their own bullshit. That's my favorite part about all of them. Right, so let me give you a list of the common psychological tricks that are being played on you, right? So this is surface level. This is level 1. There's about 7 levels of psychological trickery that's being played on you. So it's confidence, FOMO, urgency, motivation, humble bragging, comparisons, authority bias, bandwagoning, emotional appeals, bias testimonials, and exclusivity. All of those factors play into any investment that anyone's trying to get you to do a buy my course bro bullshit. And there are deeper levels below that. This is the surface level. So confidence. They catch you in what's known as the confidence heuristic, which is a psychological trick that if you speak with enough confidence on a certain topic, people will automatically conflate your confidence with your competence. They think, oh, this guy must be speaking with such a high degree of confidence because he knows what the fuck he's talking about, when really he's just a fucking con artist. That's what it's called. Con artist. Confidence game. That's what he's doing to you. Right? FOMO, fear of missing out. You ever notice that these courses are always limited amount of people in this space? Oh, you've only got until tomorrow to do this. You got the next 15 hours to respond to my email. All of that shit is to get an emotional response out of you, to get you to panic and think, fuck, I got to do this now. Urgency, right? That is a level deeper than FOMO. That's a level deeper than I need to respond now. That's an emotional response that's driven into you by this is so fucking important, you need to drop whatever the hell you're doing and focus on this now. The urgency in your life is about what I'm telling you, not the thing that you should actually be focusing on. You shouldn't be having some degree of patience. You shouldn't be thinking about what you're doing. You should actually just straight up fucking give me your money. That's what they're trying to get you to do, right? Next one, humble bragging. This is my fake Chinese Rolex. This is my fucking Lamborghini. This is my fake diamond chain. Oh, what's that? That's my super hot girlfriend who I took out a loan to rent for 5 minutes. Then they do comparisons, right? Oh, I'm so much better than that guy because he's only got a Lamborghini. I've got 4 Bugattis. Where are my 4 Bugattis? They're in the shop. They're getting fixed right now because I regularly dent them because I can just do that. But am I going to show them to you? No. Ha ha ha. That's the next one. Authority bias. They speak in such a mannerism that they kind of get people to believe in their authority that doesn't exist, and then other people will back them up in a cult-like mechanism, right? So the authority bias then chains down to other people below them who become part of the scam. This is the same thing that happens in any Ponzi scheme out in the world. Bandwagoning, right? That's the next thing that matches in with the authority bias. You've now got the people who are pretending to be an authority just below the guy who's pretending to be an authority. Then you get a bunch of shit-eating retards below that who know nothing, but they'll bandwagon onto it because they emotionally attach to what's going on. Next is the emotional appeals. Guess what that ties into? The emotional attachment. Guess what the guy at the top does? You're poor, you're stupid, you're dumb. What color is your Bugatti? Oh fuck, you need to listen to me because you're a dumb bitch and I'm so much better than you, right? They make you feel like shit. And this is not a new tactic. This has been going on forever. You read any woman's magazine. Go back to the fucking 90s, the 2010s, and you read any woman's magazine. And like, I'm not kidding. Flip it open to a random page, and it's quite literally saying, this is how you don't be a fat bitch, right? This is how you can stop being a hideous goblinoid bitch and maybe someone will love you. That is every single woman's beauty magazine. Same thing, it's just being used on men now and it's being optimized for men on YouTube, right? Then you've got the biased testimonials. That's my favorite one, is when they get random people to talk. Just listen to Billy over here. And Billy's like, I made $100,000. This man, the script is bad. $100,000 with buying the course called Sucking the Influencer's Dick and Balls and Not Neglecting a Finger in the Brown Eyeball. You should do what I did. Right? And then on top of that, you've got the exclusivity. Join the war room. Join the VIP room. Man, you're a special little boy. God, you're so special. Oh, let me give you have a kiss on the head. You're so special and unique. You get a private Discord. You get to be in a special little Discord with all the other fucking suckers, and you all just jerk each other off in a circle, pretending you know what you're doing. And yes, I get very passionate about this. Yeah. I know a lot about the space. I know how the manipulations work. I've seen this over and over again. I know the game. I've seen how it's played. That's why I want to do this, so that people stop getting fucking caught in this. And I feel like if I am at least a mild benefit on one person's life, I'm doing something better.
God punished the Romans for killing Jesus by turning them into Italians.
God punished the Romans for killing Jesus by turning them into Italians. Yeah, that was a pretty bad punishment. That was a pretty bad punishment. You got to give them that. But you know who convinced God that the Romans needed punishment? It was the Jews. Now, you see, that's a joke. That's a joke, but someone's going to take that seriously. Did you know about
the Jack Murphy Manly Confidence Course bullshit, where it was discovered he was an actual cuck? He wasn't in investment space, but sort of the alt-right culture, war space.
Yeah, that's not surprising, Supergod. That's honestly not surprising to me. Right, all these people that you can. This is the problem. Is I'm looking at the investment space, but that same scam can be applied to multiple spaces. You can do this on the left. You can do this on the right. You can do this fucking anywhere. Politics, investment, self-improvement, anywhere where you can push a product on someone. The same formula is being applied to varying degrees of efficiency. Are you surprised that some lying sack of shit who was trying to tell you how to live your life was actually the complete opposite of what he was online? Is that really that surprising? To me, it's honestly more surprising that people fell for it all the time. That's just how it is. Yeah, so I figure what I'll do now is I'll give you an example. I'm going to go to one of the most disgusting places on the internet. sickening, disgusting. No, not Reddit. Although that would be a pretty decent one as well.
Good.
Hold on, I'm getting Africa bullshit. No, block notifications. This place. And you know what? About what you said, you actually just you actually just leaned into something that I
maintain
I wanted to actually look at.
According to the Bible, that God committed sin. Mary was married to Joseph, and she gave birth to Jesus, who was the Son of God. God committed sin by having an affair with another man's wife and made him raise the kid. Checkmate, Bible humpers.
I mean, if you want to go down that path, you can go down that path forever. You can also be like, well, God created us all, so then he, you know, we're all children of God, which means he banged his child as well. Right? But to what you said, Doverin, at some point, I do want to start infiltrating Finance Bro Discords, like on stream, and like being a fucking asshole to all of them for pure entertainment purposes. For some perspective, if you go back and you look at some of the stuff that might still be in my Discord, I used to spend a decent amount of time entertaining myself by talking to scammers and convincing them that I was a Congolese warlord trying to sell slaves to them. It's one of my favorite times. I loved it. It was great. And yes, you can feel free to join in. The more the merrier. The more I can fuck these people's lives up and prevent people from losing money, the more I will. So yes, this is the kind of stuff I'd like to do. So, God, you know what? You know what? Let's go somewhere curated to give you a better example, right? Because I feel like if I'm just gonna go there, please don't show me tits. Please don't show me tits and dicks. Thank God. Okay. We'll go somewhere curated so I can just find something quick to give you an example of this, right? We've got our lovely little TikTok investors. One of my favorite entertaining finance bro bullshit things where this guy just stacks up all the most garbage fucking takes you've ever heard in your life, right? And he's just posting it online, and it's some of the most entertaining shit. As someone who's like deeply involved in finance, this is one of the most entertaining spaces on X for me. Most of the shit is engagement slop, but this right here, this makes me feel like X is worth it just for this. So yeah, let's give you an example of some of the absolute genius takes. Let's see what this guy's got to say.
Here's an experiment I want to tell you that absolutely proves that the Earth don't spin. So let me tell you 100%. I can say with confidence, I'm not no scientist, no engineer, but I can tell you
I'm not a scientist, I'm not an engineer, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy that the Earth doesn't spin. I was a pilot. I can tell you the fucking Earth spins.
A simple experiment that you can undoubtedly prove the Earth don't spin. It involves a helicopter. I made this experiment up myself, okay?
I made this experiment up myself.
So, you take a helicopter. You can get up to 15,000 feet. You can sit there and hover. You can hover at 0 miles an hour, literally not go an inch north, south, east, or west. So you hover this helicopter for 4 or 5 hours, 20,000 feet. Did you know that you can come right back down where you took off?
This man doesn't understand relativity. He doesn't understand air resistance, rotational mass of the planet, gravity, none of that shit. No, apparently, if you jump, you should just leave the fucking planet. I love this. This is some of my favorite shit. This is, you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? It's beautiful.
I think.
Fuck, look at his face. He's like, this is so fucking retarded. I can't even. How do you how do you process this?
About the implications of that.
I love that shit. This is what I mean when I say this stuff is magical. That wasn't even a finance one. That was just retard believes that inertia and motion doesn't exist. Too fucking stupid to figure out relativity. Basic science. Why you can stand on a train and backflip and land in the same spot. Understands none of it. It's magical. I'll find another one, but just give me a second. I'm getting messages. I'm just gonna go check on my wife again. My kid might be awake. I'll be right back. Some of this shit, though, real magic. I'll see you now. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Alright. That was just my, fuck, where's my headphones? There's just a big fuck off rain spider in my house right now. It's like the size of a dinner plate. Just had to go help because, my wife is terrified of these things. We get these in South Africa. And this one was about, like, a little bit bigger than my hand. Did you fuck it? No. Spiders don't have vaginas. These things. Completely harmless. Took you 30 minutes to fight it, pretty much. Completely harmless spiders. Super chill. Do nothing. Terrify the shit out of women. That's not what the internet tells me. Yeah, the internet will tell you a lot about spiders and how fuckable they are, Jimmy. They'll tell you to fuck everything else too. I've seen the drawings. I've registered if people want to fuck an Asura, they'll fuck anything. Alright, let's see if we can find... Just to make my point, let's see if we can find one that's based on finance. Just so we can fucking style on it. Here we go. Okay, this one looks good. This one looks solid. I'm trying to give you an example of the kind of stuff I'd like to do. Get rid of the stop loss. Hey, you want to lose all your money today?
Get rid of it. 600 stop loss. Yeah. What the? No, that's the price.
You see this room? You see how happy these guys are that they made a little bit of money? The second they lose it all on another over-leveraged play, everyone in this room is going to fucking hate each other, if this is even real. More likely than not, this is a clout-chasing thing of look how good we are. Right? I don't think it's fake purely because of this scene right here. Right? They've got an active stop loss. They've got a take profit margin. I don't know what they're tracking. I'll need to look into what they're tracking. What are they tracking exactly? Or are they very specifically hiding that because that way they can pretend like they're... Okay, so this is derivatives. This is definitely derivatives. You can tell by the bottom right corner here. This is long, right? What derivatives are is gambling, right? What you do is you take in these positions where you take things at a 10x margin or a 20x margin if you're super irresponsible. To be honest, if you were going to do responsible leverage trading, you wouldn't do it at all. If you want to be a degen, but still like have some level of self-respect, you don't go past a 3x on any long or short position you take. These guys are probably taking some insane degree of leverage if their margins are that close. And that's exactly how people lose everything. All right? I'm trying to see exactly what they're trading here. It's probably stock, because I'm seeing a dollar. I'm not seeing a layout format of something that's related to crypto. But these fuckers right here, the second they take out a 10x leverage long, they think they've got the fat cock in the market and no one can touch them. Everyone in that room is going to hate each other, and as revenge, they're going to fuck each other's sisters. Or each other. But all of this, right here that you're seeing, the fact that they're recording it and shit, it's all fake. These reactions are all fake. These are all, look how awesome I am, give me some attention. And if you saw the comments on TikTok, there's a whole bunch of people underneath that saying how smart these guys are. Yes, you're doing so well, amazing, brilliant, do it again. And that's how you see your ass in these markets. That's how you go to zero. You make $10 and then you lose 10,000. That's how leverage works, right? And I can even give you a good example of how leverage works, right? It's brilliant. This is why I say I want to do this. Do any of you understand the concept of a negative bias game? Do any of you register what a negative bias game is? Does that terminology make sense to anyone? So, something along the lines of shorting. So, negative bias game means that if you have the same outputs in opposite directions, you always end up lower than what you actually are. So here's an example. You take out, let's do it this way. You have $10. 10 invisible dollars. You got $10. You take that out on a 10x leverage, right? So you're trading on the idea of 100. Market goes up 10%, right? So you go up 10%, and now you've got 110, right? Let's just expand this out. You got 110. Fuck's sakes. Now, the market goes down 10%. Right? Where do you end up? Do you end up back at 100? No. You end up at 99. You've made a loss. This is the good scenario, where you've lost 1% of your total investment capital. So, let's play this the opposite way around. Let's play the mirror game here. You've got $10. You take out at a leverage of 10. So you got your 100. Market goes down 10%. How much do you have left? Right, I'm saying market goes down, but what I should actually be saying is you make a loss of 10%. What happens? How much do you have? You've now got 90. You take your 90 and you do a reversal. You go up by 10%. How much do you have? That's right. 99. This is what's called a negative bias game. It's where the same positive scenario leads to a negative outcome. These two, going up 10%, going down 10%, theoretically, are the same thing. And human instinct and linearity of the human brain tells us that it's going to end up back at 100. So we made no loss. But you make a loss by trading even. That's why this leverage shit here is so fucking dangerous. It's so incredibly, brutally dangerous. And dipshits bleed out in this market all the time because it is gambling. It is vicious gambling. So there you go. That's the kind of shit I can teach you, right? That's the kind of stuff I can show you based off of these retards trading online. You see some dipshit talking about how you should go into derivatives and do 10x leverage, 3x leverage. Oh man, you're going to make so much money. No, you're not. You win once, you lose once. Guess what? You've lost. Now, what happens when you lose twice and you win once? In order to win, theoretically, you have to win twice for every loss. Guess what happens in shares, in equities? Guess what the win rate is? I can use gaming terminology here. What's the average win trade? Win rate, not win trading. That's League of Legends. What's the average win rate? I'll give you a wild guess. The average win rate. Where's the selection? Yeah, there we go. Of the best. Let's say you've got the absolute best. Top tier traders in the world. The best of the fucking best. Like, these guys are God. What is their win rate? Can anyone tell me? There's 3 categories to this. The absolute best of the best. The top tier, untouchable. their win rate is 100%. And there's one condition that you have to meet to get this 100% win rate. Do you know what it is? It's a sacrifice, but if you do it, you can have a 100% win rate. Do you know what it is? Now, if you can't meet that standard, you're not going to have a 100% win rate. That's just not happening. For the pros, the top tier pros, the people who are the best of the best, the most amazing traders I've ever seen in my life, who let their winners ride and close out their losers early, you know what their win rate percentage is? It varies between this, depending on how good or bad a day they're having. And even that is a pretty wide band. It's closer to 15% usually. Usually it's like 15% win rate. That's about standardized, is a 15% win rate for the best of the best. Right? The people who really know what they're doing, they spend hours of their life studying all the technicals, focusing on this shit all the time, letting their winners ride and closing out their losers. 15%. Do you know what your average retail investor trying to do this leverage shit makes? Do you know what their win rate is usually? The stats might be different from what I know because my info is like outdated by a few years, but it shouldn't honestly change that much because human psychology doesn't change that quickly. What do you think their average win rate is? Your average retail Joe Schmo who's jumped into leverage trading. On a good day. What do you think the upper band is? That's the band of your average retail investor doing leverage. That's their win rate. Now, if you're losing 98% of the time, put it this way. If you're a 10-year-old and your dad has a 98% chance of beating the royal ever-living fuck out of your ass 98% of the time, do you think it's a good idea to do that thing that's got a 98% failure rate? Do you think that when your dad puts you through a cinder block wall 98% of the time because you fucked up, do you think you're going to do it? Do you think you're going to do it again? In the video? You're not wrong. You actually... Casinos are rigged. First, understand that. Casinos are heavily rigged, psychologically manipulative. But you quite literally have a better win rate percentage at most tables at your average casino. Casinos have a better win rate for retail than leverage traders. So what's the lesson here? What's the lesson behind this?
Don't get out! Wait! Get rid of the stop loss! No, do not get rid of the stop loss. Get rid of it. 600 stop loss! Hey! What the? No!
What's the lesson? You know what I'm seeing? You know what I'm seeing in this video? 4 homeless kids. 4 future homeless kids. That's what I'm seeing. That's what's happening right here. Homelessness. And these dipshits have it good. They have a house. They have a life. They have a family. They could do something responsible with their money. They could do slow investing. They could do a set it and forget it tactic. If they wanted to monitor the markets, they could slowly learn this over years, over time, and actually develop a skill set. You think that's what's happening here with leverage trading? Taking out long and short positions? I hope they enjoyed their one win. It's not happening again. It's not fucking happening again. All of these guys in this photo are either going to murder each other in the future or fuck each other's moms and sisters as revenge for losing all their money. That's their future. So that's why I'd like to do this investment stuff, because I see this shit everywhere and everyone's taking it so seriously, and I just see a clown show. I just see the funniest shit imaginable. It doesn't even register how stupidly funny all of that stuff is to me. And that's why I like to do that. That's why I want to do that, is to show people why you don't do certain things, why you shouldn't derivative trade, why listening sometimes to a financial advisor who gets a cutback from certain industries who tell him, hey, we'll give you a kickback or a commission if you get your clients to invest in on our fund. Oh, by the way, our fund doesn't hold capital. We go into high-risk investments that have no backing. Yeah. You want to know a really cool one? This happened in my country. This might have happened in Europe as well. I'll show you as an example. This happened to someone very near and dear to my heart. This happened to my dad. My dad went to a financial advisor one day. Yeah, we'll break out the notepad. So my dad went to a financial advisor. Let's draw this. So my dad's this guy. He went to a verified financial advisor, a guy who knows what he's doing. Really, oh, he's so smart. He's so good. And my dad's like, hey, I would like to take what money I have in the bank, shovel a little bit of it away, and make it like do something for me. You know, I want it to grow, but I don't want to have to monitor it. This financial investor gave my dad some pretty solid pieces of advice. First piece of solid advice, really good piece of advice. Look into index funds. Not a bad idea. Index funds tend to focus on blue chips. They tend to focus on the high performers in any market. They mix in a lot of their lower losses that are high risk with a lot of the gainers. So any loss they make is generally made up for. Their percentage growth is very slow, like 1 to 2% a year, but you're not losing that much money. Okay, let's pretend we don't live in a world where the inflation rate is above 7%. You're not losing that much money. What do you think the second piece of advice was? Maybe bonds. Bonds aren't bad. Learn to cook meth. This is not an episode of Breaking Bad. Maybe bonds. Cool. Bonds. Not bad. Decent return on investment. I don't trust the government. I'll never touch bonds. But it's not bad. It's been pretty consistent. Things tend to work out for people who go into bonds. What do you think the third thing he said to my dad was? Invest into the Arab slave trade. Oh, you gotta have millions to do that. Plus, what's the point if you don't get a few free Arab slaves along the way? What do you think the third piece of advice he gave was? Oh, by the way, you should invest into an equity or stock called Steinhoff, SHF. They're a surefire win with no downside. Do you want to see what Steinhoff did? Does this look healthy to you? Does this look like a good investment to you? My dad invested somewhere around here. And you know what happened? Steinhoff was a scam. It was another Enron. Steinhoff wasn't doing shit. They were a fake company. It was all bullshit. It was all lies and paperwork and obfuscation. This wasn't actually a real company. This was an actual rug pull scam of a company. They stole a bunch of investors' money and evaporated. Yeah, partly financial fraud, yes. But there's a lot more to it, right? Now, here's the really cool part about this whole story that I'm telling you right now. What do you think happened to my dad when he invested in Steinhoff? My dad, not yet being a gay man who lives in Cape Town, got his ass fucked so hard that his $10 a share investment went down to 0.5. No one could move in this investment. No one could move anything because guess what? Guess who gets paid out first? Not you. Not the retail guy. Not the average guy on the street. The big companies with investment insurance. They get paid out. But not you. You're at the bottom of the list. You're not getting anything back. So it says 5 cents a share. But 5 cents don't exist. You can't pull that out. Theoretically, it exists as 5 cents. And guess what? Let's go back to that chart. I don't know why I closed it. This is very, very important. I want you to take a wild guess. A wild fucking guess. Right now. What do you think this is? This little drop here. What do you think that is? Give me the words. I want the words. What do you think this drop is here before things rebounded back up and started stabilizing again? No, not smart people taking their money, Devilis. Those were all the people inside who had a bunch of money in the stock, understanding that the scam was about to fucking end. They cashed out. They got the fuck out of there. Guess what? They got out 24th of June. They were out. It took all the way until September before the scam was realized. This is 100%. There you go. Barando's got it. Insider trading. So now, why do you think it recovered? Here's another question. Why do you think it recovered? This is my favorite part. It recovered because this was a AAA stock, a reliable. Damn, it's going down? Now's the perfect time to buy. I'm getting this on a discount. You telling me that I can get an average $10 stock that is suspiciously at $10, not moving up or down for fucking years? You're telling me I can get it at $7.95 all of a sudden? So a bunch of people, mostly retail, hop on the bandwagon, push it back to $10. And then the scam comes to light and everyone sells out. So, all those insiders walk away with all the money they need in the world for the best lawyers in the world to face no consequences. And you, the average guy, trading stocks on fucking Robinhood or the JSE or any US market, guess what? You get your asshole raped. They open you up and live inside you like you're a fucking sleeping bag. And then your money goes to nothing and you're like, damn. At least I can still withdraw the 5 cents, right? Can't get the 5 cents out. Can't get the 5 cents out. You're in and you can't get out. It's got that gorilla grip on you. And do you know what? Here's the best part. This is the fucking kicker of the story. What do you think happened to this financial advisor? Actually, I'll give you two scenarios. What do you think should have happened to him? And what do you think actually happened to him? This financial advisor was getting kickbacks from the company he was associated with, working under a registration or whatever. Oh, you got a guy to give you 100,000 Rand to go into Steinhoff? You'll get a 5% commission for making sure that you go in. So for every 100,000 Rand that goes in, you make, what's that, 100,000, 10% of 100,000, what's that? Divided by 2. Let's just do it quick because I feel like a retard right now. Never do math on stream, it's a really bad idea. So this is the average buy-in for the average person, 10,000 divided by 2, so 5 grand, right? This guy makes 5 grand, right? Off of one person who comes to see him. This financial advisor sees, on average, in a meeting, working 9 hours a day, he sees 7 people. Every single day. Getting a kickback of 5,000 from each of them for getting them to buy SHF. Now times that by 30. One month. 1 month of kickbacks. If he managed to get a whole bunch of people to buy in at an average of 100,000, some of them more, some of them less. Because people are looking to grow wealth and the first 100,000 is the most difficult regardless of what your currency is. He made R1 million in a month. And this is lowballing the figure, because this is not considering double ups. This is not considering people who take their child's investment for their future college fund and then throw it into SHF because it's such a surefire, stable stock. Man, it's going up by 0.01%. And do you know what happened to this man? Okay, first, what do you think should have happened to this man? What do you think should have happened in the land of Africa to this financial advisor? I'll tell you what the locals think should have happened to him, because they were planning on doing this to this financial advisor. They were thinking of ripping off his legs at his kneecaps and shoving them up his own asshole for making them lose their entire life. what actually happened to this financial advisor on this collapse after all those kickbacks. That's what happened to him. Man, these financial advisors are so good. Thrown into a volcano. We don't have volcanoes, though. That would have been a good one, a sacrifice to the economic gods. So this ratified, verified, I've now got an infinite amount of fucking money in the world. Guy with all his papers and documentations and degrees who can actually say the words, this is financial advice, gets a kickback from a company because he said, if the more people you can get to buy into our stock, we'll give you a 5% we'll give you a 5% commission on all of that. ABC, always be cheating. This man lives in Bali or Thailand, or wherever the fuck. I just know one of them moved to Bali. There were a bunch of them that did this to people. 7 people a day. And these guys worked weekends. That's how it works. My dad, being lucky enough as he is, didn't throw everything he had into this surefire, it's gonna make so much money kind of stock. He took the first 2 pieces of advice more than he did the third piece of advice that was complete bullshit, and the first 2 pieces of advice worked out better. And do you know how here's the best part. Do you know how those financial advisors get you to, like, give them money? Is they tell you objectively good advice before hitting you with some real fucking bullshit. Maybe, I see that you're a man in your, your late 40s. You're thinking about, you're thinking about diversifying, making sure that you've got a stable income. You might be retiring one day. You definitely want to go into something with an easy 1 to 2% return a year. That's going to make sure that your money doesn't evaporate. So, index funds, brilliant idea. Should definitely go into there. Maybe because of the way the economy is turning, short-term bonds, 5-year payments, you get a higher percentage on a quicker return. Maybe you need to look at government bonds. Not bad. Oh, there's this other thing, since I gave you such 2 good pieces of advice. This real third one is a banger. Throw all your money into this one stock. I promise, it's gonna make you so much money. You're gonna fucking meet God and he's gonna be poorer than you. And people did it, because the first 2 pieces of advice were really good. Welcome to the world of finance. That's how it works. I'm serious. This is how it works. You know how there are pharmacists who, or doctors who will prescribe you a certain type of branded medication because they get a kickback from the pharmaceutical companies for using their brand instead of someone else's, or using a generic? Yeah. Same thing happens in finance. All the time. That's why you gotta be so fucking careful. And that was a guy. I can't say this is financial advice. That guy, with all his qualifications, fucking can say that shit. And this is all happening under the table. And guess what? People will say that whole shit. They'll say like, oh, but this shouldn't happen because it's illegal. It's only illegal if you get caught. That's how it works. Welcome to the world of finance. This is Finance 101. That's how it works. The game's rigged. All the musical chairs you're trying to sit on are already sat on. The guys are naked and they got hard-on erections. Dive your ass onto that chair and get a dick up your ass. Welcome to the world of finance. So I figured I'd give you an example of just how this plays out. Just so that you understand where I'm coming from with this and why I think it's so important. that people actually know what to do with their money, especially now in 2024 with a turning market where people don't know what they're doing. Everyone's expecting an economic collapse that might not come within the next 2 to 3 years because everyone's so ready and prepped for that economic collapse that we'll see a spike, everyone will put their cash back into the economy, and that's when the dip will happen, when no one's paying attention, just like it always does. Hey, remember how safe the housing market in the US was in 2007? By the way, what do you have to say about brokers, especially after the BS with GameStop? Still can't understand how stopping buying stocks isn't market manipulation. So it is market manipulation, Barando. But they can pretend that it's okay and that it makes sense because they have what's known as a clearinghouse, right? What a clearinghouse does is you are thinking that you're executing your order at the time of a certain price. What happens is your price is recorded at the time of execution, and a clearinghouse then stacks them all together, clears that out all at once on one day of the week, and then the market continues as normal, right? So if the clearinghouse can't handle what the fuck you're doing to it, they have to pause transactions, which is blatant market manipulation. But all that someone like Rabbithole has to do is say, well, what can we do? Our clearinghouse can't handle this. Oh, it's so bad, man. It's a good thing we got all those index funds out, and not you. Man, it's so good that we managed to get all the GME shorters out who should have lost their ass and been shut down and been bankrupt. It's so good we managed to bail them out before you guys managed to trade that shit up even more. GME is actually the perfect example of another market where don't get confused and think that someone who's professional won't use an over-leveraged gambling long to pretend they know what they're doing when they don't. Easiest way to know what is a scam is to look at TV commercials, insurance, and finance. 90% of it yes. Anything that needs to be advertised to you and forced down your throat is probably a scam to some degree. If the Chinese housing bubble ever pops, the world economy will get joint into the abyss along with it. Want to know something really cool, Don Morelio? The housing bubble's not going to pop in China. This is my conspiracy theory. Understand this. This is my personal conspiracy theory about this. The housing bubble is not going to pop. Everyone will be homeless. All their investments will go into the dirt. But the large companies behind it, all of them will be fine. It's okay if the people suffer, as long as number go up. So it won't pop. It'll just shrink. But everyone will be homeless. Thankfully, CCP is so interested in their own population's investments staying afloat, they have worked hard to make sure that doesn't happen. Yet they don't care about the people. The people can go fuck themselves. What they care about is the companies that provide to the wider economy that'll cause a collapse. They care about that because if a bunch of Chinese people all of a sudden have no resources, but the government also have no resources, that means they're on a level playing field. That means they can start killing each other. As long as the Chinese government has resources and a working economy, doesn't matter how poor the people are, because you can just keep gunning them down because you can keep buying bullets to do that. It's beautiful. It's legal because they said so. Yes, Super God. It's actually just legal because they said it is. Think about it this way. What happened after 2008, after the housing crash in the US? What happened? All the companies got bailed out. A few went down. Bear Stearns went down. Most of them, banks, all of that, got bailed out. The average person caught up in that market was fucked into the dirt. Destroyed. And do you know what the US said about it? Oh, you're poor now? Oh, you lost everything? What the fuck are you gonna do about it, bitch? What are you gonna do about it? Do something. See what happens. Bitch. Pussy. You think you have any power here? We own you. You are a dirty little finance whore. And when you recover from this economically, it's gonna happen again. And then, again, and again, and again. And you're not gonna do shit. That's what the US said about it. That's how that worked. Welcome to the world of finance, like I said. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's a magical place where I think people can learn a lot about these things. Now then, that's what I wanted to do, was figure out a lot of my streaming stuff, figure out what my plan is for the future. I think what I'm going to do is focus still on gaming content because I really, really like it, but every now and then we'll do an investment stream. I'll probably focus on some primary investments, considering the crypto market's turning around. Everyone seems to be predicting a Trump win. Trump says he's friendly to crypto. Keep in mind, the Black Swan event is not that Trump wins and crypto goes up. The Black Swan event that makes crypto skyrocket is Trump wins and actually keeps his promises. That will then skyrocket crypto upwards. Have you seen Mukluk getting dragged for embedding? I haven't. I actually haven't. So, what we're going to do now is there are certain videos in my Discord that people have been posting multiple times. And I feel like it's only right for me to start playing catch up because I've been missing for 3 weeks. Right? So, Maniacal Metal, if you want to post a link, go for it. You can explain this whole drama of Mukluk embedding. I'd love to see what that is about. That Black Swan event is more likely than Kamala's. I don't know. I don't know. Don't trust me when it comes to politics. Super God, when Trump was running way in the beginning, I genuinely thought Hillary was going to win and then Trump won. The second time I was like, man, I'm seeing all this Trump shit everywhere. He's going to win the second time and then Biden won. Don't trust me when it comes to politics. I react to the market after the situation has occurred. I don't try and predict the market ahead of time because that's very, very dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous. Every time I've tried to predict instead of react in any financial market, I've watched my dick and balls get shoved into my own face. I've been pretzeled and screwed. That's what happens to me. So we'll start off here. We'll start off with this link about embedding. And Guild Wars 2 having an embedding problem, because I didn't actually know that Guild Wars 2 had an embedding problem. Who are the biggest, most famous embedders on Twitch? Fextra Life, who's a big giant pussy. Redbird, who does it through New World, as far as I'm aware. But I can't think of anyone else who's using this strategy. They probably exist, and I'm just 100% ignorant of this space. It's very noticeable with Guild Wars 2 because it has so few viewers. How many viewers? Okay, let's actually start there. Let's see. How many viewers does Guild Wars 2 have? I don't usually look at these stats because I don't really care about them, right? It's more valuable for me to have a conversation with you as a person, as opposed to I should actually look over there and say you over there, rather than like give a fuck about numbers and stuff. But I see what you mean. So 597 viewers, which is a lot lower than I expected it to be. I figured that it would at least be 5k. But then again, Mukluk's not streaming. Doesn't Mukluk have like 400 to 500 viewers? I don't know. I don't know what his average numbers are. Twitch is kind of dead. I wonder if that's because it's really, really hard to watch Guild Wars 2. I wonder if it's difficult for someone who doesn't know anything about Guild Wars 2 to come into Twitch, look at what the fuck is happening, and then figure out what's going on. Yes, he and Teapot is basically carrying the Guild Wars 2 section. So if Teapot and Muckluck are asleep, Guild Wars 2 is dead. Like, there's no viewership here. That's interesting. That's interesting. I think it's really, like, I do think this is a problem that Guild Wars 2 has. But, I mean, this is not a Guild Wars 2 specific problem. This is a problem with all MMOs. Once you get past the first expansion and base game, the game is so difficult to look at and understand unless you're a power user and a power player of the game, that you're like, what the fuck am I looking at and why am I here? And then they go and watch Titty Streamer number 25 and jerk off again. I think Guild Wars 2 is a bad streamable game since it's so casual friendly. People usually don't main Guild Wars 2. I think so too. I think maybe... I don't know, actually. I'm trying to think of a counter argument to what you said, Barando. Just because I use null hypothesis theory all the time, but it might be the fact that it's a combination of old. It's got an aging population of people playing it. It's casual friendly and horizontal progression, but it's also really, really difficult to look at this game and immediately understand what the fuck is going on. The same thing happens with the World of Warcraft story in retail. You take a character and you try and understand what the fuck is going on from level 1 to max level currently, you have no idea what's happening. It's just completely, you have no idea. You're in the fucking snowblinds. With WoW and Destiny 2, you have a competitive stuff that can be exciting to watch. Guild Wars 2 is very low. Yeah, so I don't think competitive esports stuff is that important, Devilus. I genuinely don't. I think people who build a game around that idea, you build a niche audience, but you don't build a long-lasting one. You can tell the game isn't dead when ANET releases, Twitch drops, and Guild Wars 2 hits the front page. Yeah, I'm not saying the game's dead. Maniacal Metal, I'm definitely not saying the game's dead. I don't think I've logged in a single time in Guild Wars 2 ever and seen the game not have other players around me to one degree or another. I've always seen players, regardless of time, regardless of when I log in. But the viewership on Twitch is dead because it might be very difficult for some random guy browsing through games, trying to find something new or interesting, to look at what's going on here and be like, I want to understand this. Let's give an example here. Let's go to this guy. Now, turn off your brain, right? Imagine you've never seen Guild Wars 2 before. Imagine you know nothing about MMORPGs. Imagine you are under the age of 45. Right? Let's see what he's talking about.
Yeah, we should do that. You know what I think I did? I have all this
Level
shit in
8,
here.
baby.
I think it's because I put all the stuff from the guild into this character and forgot I did it.
Do you see what I mean?
I'm encumbered.
So, now imagine you're someone who knows nothing about Guild Wars 2 at all. And you see that bag open, and you're like, what the fuck is that kaleidoscope? Right? Imagine you have TikTok brain, and you can't pay attention for more than 15 seconds. You're not sticking around for this. A lot of stuff is locked through achievements in Guild Wars 2, which kind of throws people off too, as things usually aren't done that way. Exactly. Right? You're right, Roxy. So, this is the thing. You have no context. You have no concept of what's going on. By comparison, I'm gonna do something that I fucking think is disgusting, and I'm still mad at them, but I hope they turn around, and I do hope they succeed, and I really, really want to be wrong. Let's take a look at this. Right?
Update out for free.
By comparison, this is New World.
Update for people on PC. You don't need to pay for
it. What do you need to understand
you'll see that you have,
to register the concept of New World?
Yeah, the game's now on console as well. That was like one of the big reasons for New World a Ton to exist, is it brought the game to Xbox and PS5. So we do.
What do you need to understand? HUD is a mess. Guy's got a big fucking camera. Cool. What the fuck is all of this? All of the HUD and shit is confusing as fuck, but what's the main gameplay happening here in the middle? Main gameplay is man stands in circle and swings weapon at enemy. How fucking difficult is that to understand? Man stands there, swinging weapon. Not very difficult to understand. 4 guys gangbang large Chinese man wearing with huge sword. It's not hard to understand. And if you think New World is a bad comparison, right, I 100% understand. And if you think that this is a shitty comparison to make,
GW2 does things just differently enough to be not good for casual viewing. And also just confusing enough because of the layered systems and the visual clutter pair. It with the casualness of a game, and you have a non-viable Twitch product.
You're right. You're right? You're 100% right. Super God, I agree with you. So, you think New World's a bad example, right? That's understandable. I completely get it. New World has done a lot of things wrong. There's all these big spinny circles. But guess what? The fundamental core concept of New World's the way you play New World, guess what it's the same as? How difficult is it to go into a stream and see person with sword swinging at big monsters? It's the same fundamental concept. Are there 25 million abilities on the bars? No. Let's try again. What's the concept of this game and how difficult is it to understand? Succulent Chinese meal attacks large enemies with stick. Not too hard to understand. Let's go back to Guild Wars. Pick another one, randomly. Please have your tits up. Damn it, he doesn't. Why put the warning there if you're not going to have your dick on camera? Tell me.
His name's Yard, and they're getting in, like, he's trying to run away.
Tell me any of this makes sense to them.
And the son's like, oh, Dad. And Anthony's like, look it, don't.
Yes.
He's like, Bobby, just
you
stay
are right
there. He's like, these ants have been trying to get me since the dawn of time.
You're right. You can switch to action combat mode. You don't have to be in tab targeting. You can theoretically make Guild Wars 2 into a game about big man Stan swinging his hammer around in public and afraid of getting arrested by police. You can do that. But what are all these abilities down here? How old is this game? Damn, these graphics seem dated, bro. I want to play Fortnite. How come there's no big jiggly tits on the screen right now? There's no monkey bro swinging a stick. It's the problem with Guild Wars 2 is on first appearance, this is a flashbang to anyone who's got an IQ in the double digits. Right? It doesn't follow through. So that's why I think the viewership's pretty low. That's my opinion on it. I might be wrong. People are going to have a million theories, but that's what I'm seeing. That's based on the information I know. That's why I think that's happening. I mean, compared to New World, this is better, but Elden Ring was way more watchable. Elden Ring was super watchable for all the moments that happened in it. Like, yeah, that one guy who, like, runs out from behind a corner and smacks your ass in that one rickety-ass building. all the enemies, the voice acting even, the different abilities and shit, the fact that it was so visually engaging without being visually cluttered makes it way easier for people to understand. So now let's see what the embedding problem is.
Embedding has been a problem for many video game communities for a long time. Especially last year when Extra-Life got...
He's reading a script, by the way, I can tell.
...exposed for faking 90% of their viewers.
Wait, who?
Dominating every...
Who?
...for a long time. Especially last year when Extra-Life
got exposed for
faking 90% of their viewers. Dominating every Twitch category they would go to.
I've got to say, right, if you think that embedding doesn't hurt, it does. It hurts everyone else because what you're doing is you're removing the ability for other streamers who are interesting, who are unique, who want to get into a game and might just build a community to interact with some advertiser who will pay them money and so they can make this a career. Instead, you get this little fucking bitch, this little pussy ass bitch called Extra-Life taking up that category and ruining that ability for people. It's actually genuinely such a good thing that this guy doesn't play one game, because he's kind of like chlamydia. He shows up and fucks things up, but after a little while, he's gone and you can pass it on to all your family members without them knowing. This guy is a disease. And he genuinely, I don't care what people say, you can say the most rancid shit to me, you can say the most rancid shit to each other in my chat, you can say whatever the fuck you think. You can give me unsolicited opinions about the Russia-Ukraine war, or about Israel, or about Palestine. I don't care. I don't give a fuck, because it's your opinion. But this shit right here is vile beyond words. Extra-Life got banned from the Baldur's Gate 3 subreddit. Good. Fuck that guy. He should be banned from everything for this piece of shit behavior. Right? This dog shit embedding stuff here. And you know what's really funny about all of this? Extra-Life deserves way more hate than what he actually gets. I'm not saying go out and harass the guy. I'm saying he deserves more than that. You know who doesn't deserve hate? Someone who makes the game interesting. Someone who's a villain in-game. Right? Someone, let's say Albion Online Benji goes and streams that game, right? He's getting viewers because those are real human beings. And maybe they want to come into the chat and yell at him, but they are real human beings. And he might be being a bastard in game, but that doesn't mean he deserves a ban for playing the game the way he wants to. This motherfucker, who's fucking over everyone else, does deserve it.
And using these fake numbers to get paid more by sponsorships, including ArenaNet that sponsored them back in End of Dragons. And now, this is starting to happen in Guild Wars 2 as well. There are a few big streamers who are taking advantage of Guild Wars 2 fan websites to hide their embedded streams on them.
Yes.
And reach the top of the Guild Wars 2 category with fake viewers. And in this video, I will tell you why this is not good for the community, the game, and of course, you. First,
does anyone actually think that embedding is good for a community? I don't think I've ever heard anyone defend it. Not even Extra-Life himself. He just does it, and then when he gets caught, he runs away. I remember when Asmongold exposed him, he ran away. He said, "Fuck you, Asmongold," and he ran away. The thing is that Valen and Mucklock got at most 100 viewers from that, but because of the low numbers on Guild Wars 2, it seems like they are going full for extra. You see, I don't know what their average viewership is, Devilis. Okay, let's say I was going to be a piece of shit, and I was going to embed my stream and play Guild Wars 2. If my average viewership is 5 people, and all of a sudden there's 105 people in my thing that are technically viewers, right? That's a huge jump. That's gigantic. If you are a stream that's got 25,000 people and you get 100 extra viewers, that changes nothing to an advertiser. That changes nothing to a sponsor. But if a guy suddenly starts jumping from 5 to 100 viewers, Sponsors like, man, this guy might be popping off. He might be worth getting in now. We can make a long-term contract with this guy, pay him $2,000 every single month, and we should start to see some growth because his numbers look really good. Maybe everyone else is stabilized at 500, but this dude went from 5 to 100. You know what? His trajectory next week is 200. You see the problem? They waste sponsors' money. They waste everyone else's time and money. It's just a bad idea. I don't know why he would embed. It can be good if you make guide content. Hold on. I want to read that from Joe. It can be good if you make guide content on your own website and link your stream. Yeah, but you see, that's the ethical way to do it, Joe. Is if you make guide content on a website and you say, hey, by the way, I am live. If you click on this link, it will take you to my live page. That's not what they're doing. That's the logical, I'm a sane human being who's not a money-grubbing fuck. That's the way they would do it, right? What these guys are doing is you go to a website and there's a little pixel in the bottom right corner. And that's technically the stream. And you count as a viewer, which makes them look better and bumps them to the top of the category. So instead, a bunch of people will go look at the top streamer because that guy must be popping off when they might have found someone that actually really enjoy watching instead. Mukluk said he's following the Twitch's TOS with his. He even said if they changed it, he'd have to make changes too. Bot saying the views should count, but if you have more questions from a guide, it's good to jump straight to the source. Yes. If you've got a link, if you're doing it ethically, if you're being like, there's nothing wrong with advertising your stream. There's something wrong with forcing people into watching something that they don't want. Those are two different occasions, right? So if you had a, hey, by the way, I'm live, you can come join in. That's different from all of a sudden there's a strange little off-color pixel in the bottom right-hand corner that you can't click the X button on. That's very strange. Saying Mukluk was hiding is kind of funny because when you open his website, it's immediately visible near the middle of the screen. It's on an entirely different level than Guild Gen, which went the Fixed Real Life route. Hold on. Mukluk has a website. Is that what you're telling me in a video? Because I didn't know that. Let's see how this is. Mukluk Labs. Okay. I didn't know he had this. Okay, but this makes sense. This is quite literally an entire website just about him and his content. Having this here makes sense. It's literally just him and his content. Content creation, gaming guides, entertainment, right? He's not hiding it. I don't see this as a problem because this is literally Mukluk and his content. Fextra Life is a different case scenario because he's trying to manipulate people into going to his stuff. Fextra Life is trying to manipulate people and twist their arm and get a pretend viewer, not anyone who actually gives a shit. Mukluk said he tried to post a comment on one of these videos. He even had a bullet points correcting the guy. Don't think it was Orange. Only to find out the guy had blacklisted him. Yeah, that makes sense. People don't want to argue, they just want to be right. That makes sense. People don't want to, they just want to be the guy who's right. That's literally, as far as I can tell, based on the layout of that website and what I see, that is quite literally a website about Mukluk, who does Guild Wars 2 content. It's not a, this is a Guild Wars 2 content website. Oh, by the way, here's a teeny tiny pixel about a live stream you might not care about. Those seem like two completely different worlds to me. Maybe I'm wrong though. I don't know. That's the way I see it. Let's see how this works.
Have you seen those little ads on websites on the side of the screen? Well, imagine instead of an advertisement, it's someone else's stream, and it counts you as a viewer. Some
Of course it
streamers
does.
who happen to own websites embed their own streams or others on high traffic pages in order to artificially
I'll take a
inflate
look
their viewer
afterwards,
counts.
Metal.
Of course, you can't control this. As long as you're on the website, the embedded stream will be playing itself muted and sometimes hidden from view, counting you as a viewer. You might not even realize it's there, using your browser's resources, data, and identity as a live stream viewer to boost their stream. Why is embedding bad for you? First of all, it's using your bandwidth without your consent. A website to use information about a video game is way less intensive in terms of bandwidth than a permanent video playing itself. And of course, you could just pause it, but they keep it hidden and muted so you never know it was there in the first place, unless you're actively searching for it.
Jimmy, yeah, all these people complaining, but I'm actually not feeding embeds because I use script blockers. That's because, Jimmy, you are a power user, right? I don't take a high-end WoW raider and expect them to have the same behaviors as the guy at level 18 running dead mines trying to solo the entire dungeon by himself. Right? Those are two completely different worlds. And there's more of them than you. Right? You are a power user, so you're outside of that bracket. Hell, even at this point, using an ad blocker, which you should do, using an ad blocker puts you into the power user bracket. You won't believe how many fucking people don't use ad blockers. It's ridiculous.
You might just say, hey, I'm just gonna leave this tab open and check this guy later, and the stream will still be playing and eating your bandwidth. In order to know how much data you actually lose, I went into my task manager, I opened the website with the embed in Microsoft Edge, where I have no extension and nothing else.
Let's see what else he's running. Is this a fair test? Ooh, someone buy this man a new CPU. That shit's running at 79%. Ooh. This guy on a Pentium 4? Someone save him, please. Help him before he dies.
Task Manager, I opened the website with the embed in Microsoft Edge, where I have no extension and nothing else, and then I shared my phone internet with the actual computer, making me be able to tell how much I would lose from just sharing that internet to the computer, and also how much data I was using.
This guy, I can see it in his face, right? I think you're right, Roxy. But I can understand it, right? Like, I maybe I'm wrong. He doesn't sound like it, but it's very possible that he has some Native American blood in him. Because it seems like, based on his CPU usage, he's going to use every part of the CPU. He's going to use every part of the PC. Nothing goes to waste. Every processing bit shall be used.
Every second while being in that website. I ended up losing 600 megabytes in 10 minutes by just sitting in the website.
Yeah, that's a terrible way to test. Using a phone is a terrible way to test because there's always a bunch of background data shit that's going on. Even if you don't think there is. A great way to see this, right, is if you're on a pay-as-you-go system on your phone and you just open your phone and you leave it, but you don't have any data on the phone, you'll start getting like messages being like, hey, some of your airtime was used for 25 megabytes of data. Hey, we used this for 50 megabytes of data. Your phone's not doing anything. It's just sitting there in your hand and it's chewing through data. So that's a very, very bad test. But I understand from a layman's perspective of someone who's not that technically into it, he is still correct that it's chewing through data for no reason. But who's doing this on a phone? Who's looking at embeds on a phone? You don't trust that guy, something off about him. I don't know. I'll reserve judgment until I know something about him, Delta. I don't judge on appearances. I mean, look at me.
bald, fat, white guy. You think I have the right to judge anyone? Come on, let's be honest here. Muckluck said he even took some of what he said and made the stream not autoplay for mobile users or something like that. That's good. That's good. Respond to criticism and do the right thing. That's a good idea.
Doing nothing. And of course, I didn't even scroll down. I just left it there in the top. And
if he did that, if I'm taking your word as verbatim, as the truth, Roxy, if he did that, what that means to me is he probably didn't think about that before someone said that to him, and then he was like, oh shit, that's actually a valid point, I should change some stuff. Yeah, that was probably just oversight, not like maliciousness.
Of course, the stream was continuously going. If you want the entire experiment, I'll leave it in the description down below just so you can check it out. Some ISPs actually have restrictions on how much data you can consume a month.
Yes.
After certain thresholds of data used,
Believe it or not, once upon a time, we all lived on a dial-up connection where if you were playing an online video game and the phone rang, you were fucked. Believe it or not, we all had a capped internet connection once upon a time back in the age of the dinosaurs, where if you went over like 25 megabytes a month, you were in trouble. Your dad was going to beat your ass because he had to pay so fucking much for it. Now we're just all on uncapped fiber internet, double, triple dick, McMasterson going on.
Internet will become way slower. Same thing goes for mobile, and if this is your situation, visiting these websites can severely affect you. I think it's very disrespectful to try and trick your viewers to come to check your website, not only by automatically starting the stream without them clicking on it, but also by hiding their stream on the bottom of the page so you...
I agree. There should be no, and I do think that this is a fair criticism of Muckluck, if we're going to look at it this way. There should be no autoplay feature. Autoplay should be off all the time. You can suggest to someone that they watched your shit. You can be like, hey, by the way, I'm live. But there should be no autoplay feature that just activates. Doesn't matter if you're on PC or mobile. It shouldn't do that.
You can't see it or pause it. They're purposely hiding it so you don't know and get your views without your consent. At least it would be nice if it was on the top of the page and it doesn't automatically start playing itself. Instead, you click on it to start a stream.
Yes, that would be far more ethical. I mean, there are options to turn background shit off. Okay, but again, Baranda, I'll say this to you the same way I said it to Jimmy. That requires a power user. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Go find anyone today under the age of 25 and ask them what BIOS stands for. What answer do you think you're going to get from them? I promise you, it's not going to be what it actually is. Also, you just have to compare the baseline with the website, meaning that if it takes like 5 megabytes in the background and skyrockets to 15, you can just subtract. Yeah, of course. Of course, Barando. Also, thanks for the follow, Roxy. You say the words BIOS to them, they're like, oh, I said like skippity riz or whatever cringe shit they say these days. That's power user shit you're talking about. And the worst part about it, Barando, is stuff like that is normal to you because you probably do it all the time and you've turned off all the background shit and you know how to do it. But your average user is not you. The fact that you, as a human being, have somehow found your way onto the esoteric website known as Twitch, where some of the employees in the past have gone and made a deal where they fucked a bunch of titty streamers to give them partnership and got away with it for years, and you're still here and the site is still here, makes you a power user. Do you know what most people know about the internet? Google, Facebook, Twitter, and their emails sometimes. That's it. No extensions, no modifications or scripts on the back end. They're not using Fuck, what's that one called? It's got monkey in its name. That extension, script monkey or something, that lets you modify things on the back end. None of that shit. Not even an ad blocker. Right? Don't work like that to these people. Also, I have this link opened over.
Of course, no website that embeds would do this because
Delta Tech, they don't even know what Brave browser is. They're using Microsoft Edge. They opened the PC and it said this is the internet and they believed it.
No, they wouldn't get your views if they did that. How does this affect the community? Guild Wars 2 is not a big game in terms of viewership on Twitch. The category only has around 1 to 2k viewers most of the time, unless there are drops, of course. Because of this, anyone with multiple hundreds of viewers will get to the top of the category instantly. Of course,
I will at some point, Super God, but I'm going to focus on this for now.
The higher you are in the category, the easier
I don't want
it
to
is
hop all over the
gain
place.
viewers. Twitch will recommend your stream more, and people correlate higher viewership with a better, more fun stream, especially new players. Having the possibility of a bad streamer being in the top of the category cannibalizing the viewers that could go to better streamers that have lower viewership than them is not good for the category. This means that for new streamers that are trying to get recognized, it's way harder to get discovered even if their streams are good quality and fun because the streams with more viewers look way more attractive. Even if most of the viewers are not actually watching. A person with an embed but not an interesting stream can trump anyone without the embed and a good stream.
Do you want to know something really cool about sponsorships on Twitch? When people are tracking you and deciding whether you're worth sponsoring or not, they don't give a fuck. They don't watch a single second of a stream. They don't care. They literally just see the number. I'm not kidding. You know how earlier I was talking about investments and how so many people in crypto are borderline retards. They do no research. They don't look into anything. They just hear a narrative and they dive right in because number go up. Sponsors are not that different. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding. Why do you think Fextra Life kept on getting sponsored? In Muck's defense, Giljan offered to embed his stream on the build pages he helped with. He had nothing to do with setting them up. And when auto-run thing was brought up to Muck, he agreed that it was not a good thing and was talked to Giljan about disabling it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's the right way to handle it, right? Let's say someone else wants to embed your shit on their stuff, right? Because they want to use your knowledge, your authority in the space to amplify their own message. That's fine. You can make a deal with them. I don't see that much of a problem with it. But yeah, you got to communicate with them and be like, yo, don't do this. It makes me look bad. Don't do this. It makes me look bad. Don't do this. It makes me look bad. That's how it works. Think about it this way. I was going to get sponsored for Life is Feudal. They wanted to give me like $5,000. I wasn't going to take that sponsor because they gave me a list of things I can and can't talk about. The second they gave me that list of things I can and can't talk about, that means I'm fucking lying to you. I'm manipulating you into buying a shitty product that you otherwise wouldn't touch. And if I'm doing that, guess what? My channel sinks into the fucking ground because I get my 5K payday and my reputation's dead. Why would anyone ever trust me after I do that? They shouldn't.
This means that the people that see their efforts being trumped by this type of streamers might think, well, if they do this, I guess I should do it too. And then eventually we'll just have every streamer embedding or viewbotting and being popular just because they have fake views. And I don't think this is a positive thing. Which sites are being embedded in Guild Wars 2? Now that we have established that embedding is indeed a negative for everyone but the person who is doing it, let's talk about what happens in Guild Wars 2, where this happens. Now, the biggest website that actually embeds is Giljan. The website has a lot of Guild Wars 2 build guides.
I didn't even know the site existed.
It's mainly done by former arena partner Valon. So here we have, of course, the website Giljan. You can see here there are the builds, there are everything about Guild Wars and other articles and stuff. And honestly, they also have something like...
None of this seems too egregious. I don't see anything here that looks horrific.
other games like Wuthering Waves and guides for that. And at any of these pages, you're gonna see that you're gonna have both Valen and Muckluck's streams on the bottom playing at all times.
You see, I don't like that. What's up in Natrius? Yes, an actual live stream. I've been missing for 3 weeks. So, I don't like that. I think that's a bad fucking idea. And even if they didn't ask them to do this, if they put their streams up here, this looks bad. On this Valen person and on Muckluck, this looks bad. Because it looks like they asked for this or cut some backroom deal. Doesn't matter if it's 1 viewer or 1,000 viewers. This looks bad. And people are going to bitch at them for this. This should not be an autoplay feature. This has to be an oversight by GuildGen. Or it's like, if anyone's played with HTML script, they probably copy-pasted a chunk of code and just left it as is. They didn't do anything extra. They didn't, like, set the autoplay feature. It was just copy-paste, let's get it done and out the way. Bottom of the page.
Even when they're not streaming, it'll just say that it's offline, but it'll be right here. And you can even go for something like Wuthering Waves. Like, there's nothing to do with Guild Wars 2, and you're going to see that they're still on the bottom as well, right here. So obviously, this is going to give them, because they have a lot of traffic in this website, this is going to give them a lot.
He says there's a lot of traffic. Can he prove that? Has he got a graph or stat to prove how much traffic GuildGen gets on a daily basis? Muckluck streams every single day, which means GuildGen, if he can show me that, is he just saying that? Is that just a trust me bro statement? I need to know how much traffic does that get, because what I don't understand is why would anyone use GuildGen when you can just go to the wiki? That to me doesn't make sense. Let's just do something quick. Let's see, is it still happening? Yeah, it's still happening there. Okay, cool. Is this going to make me pay money? So, position, volume. 1.1k. Guild Wars 2 bold. Position 3, 1.1k. Top pages. Traffic, 336. 193. 186. These don't seem like very high numbers. Damn, Revenant build's got a lot. I don't know what Muckluck's average viewership is. I don't know how much of a percentage that is. And I don't know if this is is this daily volume? 7k visits in October. This is monthly. This is not daily. This is a monthly chart. So we're going to do something very wrong, right? You shouldn't do this, but this is just going to give us an idea of what we see, right? So assuming 256 viewers a day in the month of October, using organic traffic 7.7k, Muckluck's viewers are what? What's his average viewership? When he's playing Guild Wars 2, 788. He plays something else, it drops to 200. Lost Erection, like 400. He's bouncing up here. No, that's too much. Let's look at the month of October. Hold on, what am I doing? I just got to the last 30 days. What the fuck am I doing? So he bounces between a low point of like 200 and a high point of 800 at its peaks. So if there are theoretically 256 people going to the site as he's streaming, that's not good. That's not good for Muckluck. That's not good for Muckluck. That's concerning. Because that means on his low point days, that's all of his viewers. On his high point days, that's like one quarter of them. That's dangerous. That's too high of a proportion. I would be interested to see if GuildGen implemented a non-autoplay feature. Would that affect his channel at all? That 200 doesn't mean it's when he's streaming either. That's a fair point. This is not occurring when he's streaming all the time. And it's like a trickle rate, right? So if you get 256 people visiting your website a day, that doesn't mean there are 256 constant viewers for the next 24-hour period. It's like sometimes, okay, let's do an average. Let's do an average again, right? So we know 256 divided by a 24-hour period. We can say that's 10 viewers an hour, right? This is incorrect. All sites are cyclical, right? And they usually go up and down, and there's usually like there's some version of percentage variation on this. So, but we're going to keep it as like an average just because it makes my life easier. 10 viewers in an hour. This is the month of October. He streams for 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. So at any given period of time, it's like maybe 30 to 40 viewers. Maximum. Which is a much better, that's much better than 1/4 of your viewership. Which means, like, at least logically, what this means to me is that if GuildGen went out of their way, stopped auto-playing, and paused it, Muckluck's numbers don't change. At all. Isn't there an add-on that can sort of see how much percentage is embedded versus organic? Not that I'm aware of, Joe. 200 doesn't mean... yeah, so basically, from what I'm picking up, Muckluck is getting maybe, maximum 40 viewers in any given stream. Maybe. So, quite literally, if he goes to GuildGen and says, hey, pause that shit, it does nothing to him. Having it here does nothing to him. Not having it here doesn't do anything to him.
A lot of viewers.
And trust me, bro, a lot of viewers. We just did the numbers. And that was napkin math. I'm sure if we did the realistic numerical values of that, we probably would see that there's even less. Let's do it again. Using Muckluck's site. Let's see what we get here. Since we're going to be thorough, let's see. Let's take an analytical approach to this. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Do we need to do the math on that one? When he says a lot of viewers, it is relative to the average Guild Wars 2 streamer. I think you might be right. But that's misleading. That's still a very misleading way of speaking about it. He should have qualified that statement. Maybe he just didn't know any better. Maybe he didn't understand the technicals of that. But let's see. 40 average viewers in the Guild Wars 2 category puts you in 3rd place.
Listen, I know this is completely off topic, but does anyone know a good website that I can embed on? You are fourth at the moment. Okay, 26 viewers, which means it puts me in fourth place. Yeah, basically they dominate with this. So from an overall ecosystem environment of the Guild Wars 2 environment, that might be a problem. And you'd want to auto pause, but for him as a streamer in that environment, if he goes online, he dominates the space anyway, so it doesn't change anything for him. But it does damage the environment around him, so he probably needs to get that paused.
Uncle also has this on his actual website. It's a bit better because at least this one is not hidden. This one is not only muted, but completely hidden in the bottom. Like there's no way that you would ever find this unless you're really trying to explore the entire website, even to the absolute bottom, right? And you can see that also is auto-stopped and muted. Both of these streamers' viewerships are getting insanely boosted by this. Now, there are other streamers who
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not getting insanely boosted. Let's go to Muckluck's channel right now. Actually, I just need to look here. Getting 40 viewers when your low point is 228. Sure, that's a lot of viewers. Right? It's about a quarter, 25%. That's a big deal. When you got 800, when you're playing Guild Wars 2, and all the green spikes are Guild Wars 2, it's not such a big deal. He could, I'm serious, he could remove those and it does nothing. It changes nothing. Literally changes nothing for him. It damages the environment he's in, but it doesn't damage him to remove those viewers. Think Muckluck even said if it got too bad, he'd just pull it out. Yeah, then he should. Funny thing is, before he did the embeds and such, Muck was already top 3 to 4 on Guild Wars. Yeah, of course. Of course he was. He's dominated the space. He's been there forever. Everyone knows who he is. It's one of the first places, like the first people that pop up. I mean, here. Look, if I do this. No, I should do this in a private window. If I go like this. Let's see. How long until we get to Muckluck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, Jesus. 8, 9. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. 10, 11, 12, 13. There's Teapot. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Jesus. 19, 20. Oh, man, Muckluck. Oh, no. Never mind. I can go fuck myself. Whoa! God damn! All the way down here. Oh, that's a good idea. Type guide afterwards. That's a good idea, Devless. Maybe he dominates a niche within a niche. Loranity, not a surprise. Teapot, Caffeinated, Josh Strife Hayes, Teapot, Biggie, Cat. Oof, man. What's happening here, Muck? Ooh. There we go. There he is. That's not that good. That's not as good as I thought it would be. I thought it would be like he would be number 1, honestly. That's the new videos. Most guilds' guides are not new. I thought he would be higher. I genuinely thought he would be higher up. The excuse doesn't really work because where the fuck are Muck and Teapot's viewers going when they stop streaming? You'd think the other streamers would absorb them, but it's not happening. It hurts, but at some point, you gotta look at yourself and see what the fuck are you doing wrong. Well, yeah, of course. If Muck is doing content that is entertaining and enjoyable, that doesn't mean that means those viewers, the second he goes offline, are gonna auto-translate over to another viewer, like another channel. Right? It doesn't work like that. So what's up, Cyper? We're looking at the embedding problem on Guild Wars 2 and trying to decide if it's a real problem or not. I genuinely do think that Muckluck is damaging the environment around him. I don't think he's doing this intentionally. I don't think this is malicious. But those 40 extra viewers is a huge bump.
in the Guild Wars 2 category specifically. And if Mukluk lost those 40 people, it would literally mean no difference to him. He does say it's his guides that get the views on YouTube. Yeah, that's not too surprising. This guy's friends with Nike, and Nike is a troll that makes false, deliberately wrong guides because he thinks it's funny. Yeah, I don't care about any of that, Goodfellow. I don't give a shit about any of that. I'm looking at this using null hypothesis theory, and I'm trying to see what he's saying. I do think the embedding is a problem, but I don't think it's malicious, if that makes sense. I think it's very easy to take a side and say this is malicious and throw a temper tantrum. It's very difficult to look at this from multiple angles and try and accept that maybe someone fucked up along the way and they didn't intend to, and it's just led to a bad outcome for other people.
Embed or view it in the category, but it's very hard to tell which one it is, and they're not really that impactful. Not to use this as an excuse though. But with these other two, it is very easy to see where the viewers come from. It's obviously from Guildgen's website. So in order to know how much actual...
It's not obviously from the Guildgen's website. If we look at it at a per hourly rate, we've got 10 viewers per hour.
Real viewers these people have, we have this little extension called stream charts. This one will essentially calculate with the Twitch API how many people are actually logged in inside of any stream, right?
Okay.
And of course, whenever you are inside of the actual website in Guildgen, you actually won't count as in the chat.
Okay, maybe I need to take back my statements. Now we've got some evidence. I see so many shitty guides to builds in Guild Wars 2, and then I see good guides too that get applied incorrectly, like Lazy Peon. Yeah, that's not uncommon, dude. I mean, Fextra Life still gets like thousands of people on his website, although his content is objectively dog shit for his guide shit. Wasn't Lazy Peon the guy shilling the shit out of Blue Protocol? I can't remember if he was. I don't know. I've kind of given up on Lazy Peon. I thought he used to make good stuff, and the more I look at it, the more sad he makes me. I think he's coasting.
Therefore, of course, this can be tracked and with the API, and therefore you can actually get the percentage, right? Otherwise, it would not actually be possible if there was no difference between a viewer from just watching the stream here and a viewer from watching the stream or being in the website watching the stream passively. So if you are logged into an account in Twitch and you are in this chat in this stream, you'll appear as one of the percentage.
Okay, so right here, Mukluk is live. Show me the percentage.
So in this case, in this person, 84% of people
are... Whip him out, baby. I need to see him right now. Let me take a look. I need to see that shit. Show me Mukluk. He's right there.
Actually, unique authorized viewers that are logged in. Now, of course, not everyone's going to have a number that is like perfect, right? Of course, there's going to be some...
So look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. 528 viewers. 40 viewers. Mukluk dominates this category. Who's competition with Mukluk? Who's at Mukluk's level or above? Mighty Teapot. Loranity, maybe? I don't know if Loranity streams or not. He dual streams. So Teapot, Loranity. Valen. I have no idea who Valen is. Imma.exe. Okay, so let's pull up Teapot. Let's do this. Let's get into the technicals. Let's pull up Mighty Teapot. Where does Mighty Teapot sit? Show me the 30 days. 800 peak. 800 peak. 200 low. 200 low. Okay. Fine. Cool. Same category. Loranity. Let's see. $30 days. 350 peak. 200 dip. Okay. Who else? What's his name? Valen or Vulan? I'm gonna go Valen. I think I saw a Valen. 450 peak. 150 low. Okay. Lord Hizen. I don't know if he's on Twitch. I'm looking at Twitch specifically because no, it doesn't look like he is. We're looking at Twitch specifically, Super God. Because we're talking about Twitch embeds, not YouTube embeds. Emmy.exe. 800 peak, 100 low. Damn, hold on. What did she do over here? Did she play topless? She show her feet or something, and then she just like went back to wearing shoes? Hold on, I gotta see this out. Okay, so wearing shoes, sandals, socks, barefoot, wearing shoes, sandals, socks, sandals, shoes. Okay, cool. Damn, that's a huge peak though. 1.4k. Launch drops. Oh, yes, that's right. There was an expansion that came out. That probably explains that. Yeah. So I'm not seeing that much variation between the people at the top of the category. And it seems like these guys are well established. This is an old game. People know who they are. They're viewers of these guys because they're authorities in the space. And no one else in the Guild Wars 2 space is going to compete with them. Because why would they? They've got their main viewership base of people who are... Okay, here, let me put it this way. Yeah, fine, whatever. The fucking... God damn it. Okay, so this is your Twitch viewership base. This is everyone who watches Twitch, right? That is the entire Twitch viewership base that watches Guild Wars 2 content on a live streaming basket weaving forum. This is Muckluck's viewers. This is Loranity's viewers. This is Emmy.exe when she takes off her shoes. What was the other one? Valen. And this is... Hold on. No, that's... And this is Valen's viewers. The black parts there, that's what's left for the rest. Hizen and Valen both are kind of bad for the game because they show off, promote things like celestial gear and open world, which in of itself is very good, but only when they aren't lazy and have XP behind that. New players should not do that if their goal is to actually get good at the game. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. We're talking about pure viewership here. I'm not talking about what's good for the game and what's not. Right? Within the game itself, like, we can have like a whole argument about what's good and what's bad. This is just about viewership. I don't care if Valen is whipping out his fucking cock and helicoptering it around, talking about how much he wants to, how, I don't know, how unrapeable Queen Gemma is. I don't care. Right? Doesn't make a difference to me. Did you also realize when you go to the crotch cam, you get 2 more viewers? You telling me this is what the people want, Joe? Is this what you're looking for? Is this how you get your sick kicks? I love the fact that I set up a ballsack cam. Do you know the lore reason why Jenna doesn't wear shoes? Yeah, it's so that Logan has easy toe-sucking access. How do you think she convinced She convinced her Giga simp to abandon his friends to the death at the Crack Dragon. Do you know the... Oh, wait, hold on. Why am I getting name dropped here? What the fuck? Okay, let's get back to this video. Okay, so we've established that all of them tend to hover around the same highs and lows. That this is an established audience of a game that's 12 years... No, it's not 12 years old, sorry. It left Diddy's house. It's 14 now, isn't it? 2012 and we're in 2024? No, it's 12. Was it 2010 that this was released? I can't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All we know is that yeah, okay. Super God's got it. It is 12. Okay, so it's still on the clock and time for some cock. I get it. Good. But it's still an old game, relative to games, not human beings. And therefore, there's an established community behind them, and that's why no one's gonna like go out of their way for this. Okay.
Not logged in. Sometimes, for example, this one has 119%. This means that this person has been rated, or something along those lines. And of course, we have other ones that you see that certain percentages are lower because of, you know, embedding.
Oh, look at that. Okay. He's claiming. This guy is claiming that this Twitch extension is able to tell you how many viewers. I want to see if you could point there, if you could see this, right? His claim is that this extension tells you how many people are watching, but how many viewers are logged out, right? So someone needs to explain to me how this guy has 119% of his viewership logged in. Is his mother's ghost watching from heaven? How does this guy have 103% logged in? He got raided. Okay, I need to hear him say it again. Let's see.
Watching the stream or being in the website.
Maybe I missed what he said there.
Passively. So if you are logged in into an account in Twitch and you are in this chat, in this stream, you'll appear as one of the percentage, right? So in this case, in this person, 84% of people are actually unique authorized viewers that are logged in. Now, of course, not everyone's gonna have a number that is like perfect, right? Of course, there's gonna be some people that are actually not logged in. Sometimes, for example, this one has 119%. This means that this person has been rated, or something along those lines.
Okay, so or something along those lines. They've been rated or something along those lines. But isn't it counting live viewers? If it's someone has been rated, that means it's not counting live viewership, which means it's not an API that's tracking exactly what's happening at the point in time. I don't understand the back end of that extension. I don't understand the logic behind what he's saying there, but maybe he's right. I'm going to work on the assumption that he's right.
And of course, we have other ones that you see that certain percentages are lower because of, you know, embedding, for example, or view botting, or so on and so on. Now, the
Jimmy, I'll answer your question just now. I think I know who it is.
threshold is 80 to 100% is pretty okay. Something lower than 80% starts getting a bit suspicious, but still okay. But something like 31%, like what Muggles has, obviously means that we have a big problem. So it's just like essentially 70% of their viewers are actually coming from embedding. Probably, maybe, let's say 60%, just for the sake of argument, just because there might be some margin of error. And you can see here the same thing from Balan. You can actually probably calculate the numbers should be very, very similar in terms of the amount of people that are...
Okay, but if you've got something over-reading because of rating, would you not have something under-reading if you're doing the rating to others? I don't know how the back end of that extension works. He's very reliant on this extension, and that's concerning. But he might be right. He might be wrong. I don't know. I don't know how trustworthy that extension and those numbers are.
The devs of that extension have been asked, and they said that the data can be falsified easily. I'm not talking about legendaries and shiny stuff. I'm talking about build showcases and guys like one build to rule them all shit they do, which is bad for new players. They get lazy. Okay, hold on. Yeah, of course. But you see, that's the content that gets viewers. Super God. I know you were responding to Roxy, but yeah. He isn't rating other streamer while streaming PvP though. I don't know. I need to see the logic behind this.
Going from the embed because they're coming from the same site. Although that is true that Muckluck does have another one from his side, so he might actually have more embedding than Balon. 528 in this case times 31.7 divided by 100. So we know that he has actually 167 viewers compared to the 500.
Okay, I'm going to take this from not a quantitative perspective, but a qualitative one, right? I've been in Muckluck's chat. I've opened his stream while he's live and observed his chat. The speed at which his chat moves doesn't appear to have the behavior of someone who is embedding or botting. If someone's embedding or botting, generally they'll have 500 viewers and 4 people talking.
128 that show here. And for Balon here, we have 441 times 33% divided by 100. We get 145. So if we actually cut this down, we subtract it, right?
Okay.
128 viewers minus the 167. 360 viewers are coming from the embed from Muckluck, and from Balon, it'll be 295. So very, very similar numbers because they actually use the same website. But of course, Muckluck has more because he actually has embed inside of his website as well, not only Gilgen. Now, the big
there are 7.7. Let's assume 10k occurring within a month. The numbers seem off because how can you have 360 people showing up all at once on his website as botters in a small period of time for a few hours in a day just to sit there in a logged out state to view his stream? By that standard, Gilgen should be like getting 50k a month. By that standard, Muckluck's own website should be getting like 7 or 8k to make up those numbers. Something's missing here from this equation.
The thing about this, and you can see it right here, is that, well, if you go into Total Warhammer 3, which is the game that Muckluck is playing, he's on the top of the category. No one is even close to him, even though he would have actually 160 or so viewers. So you have very close to the number one here, person that is actually streaming the game, and he's from this community, I'm guessing. He actually has way, way, way more. And of course, this is gonna make it so the actual stream will be recommended way more. So here we can see the Final Fantasy XIV online category. You can see a lot of people streaming with good amounts of viewers, of course. And most of them are actually doing pretty well. They have correct number.
By his standard then, Valen is botting, and so is Spaghetti Noodles over here.
Over 80%, or sometimes even more because they get rated or stuff like this. But actually, there's another person embedding. You can see there, 55% is very, very suspicious. It's most likely some sort of embedding or view botting. And of course, you have Valen with 20% of their viewers actually being real. 305 total viewers, so that's 305 times 20 divided by 100%. That is 61 viewers total. Now, this seems an okay number, but if he actually wasn't embedding, he would not be in number 3. He would not be even.
You know, I don't know if that's gonna work here. Oh, I don't think the Couch of Shame is gonna work on this camera screen. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't really work, does it? I've got to press buttons when you do that. Otherwise, you get fucked and I get fucked. Yeah, completely off topic. Can anyone guess what the most common words said to the girls who sat on this couch is?
It's the words, so we're not going to pay you today. That's what happens there. We banged you. We did some nasty shit, but you're not getting paid today. Don't worry, we'll send it in the mail.
Close. Here we are around with 61 viewers. Oh my god, it would be like...
You want the extra viewers on your... God damn it, fuck you, dude.
Around here. You wouldn't even be able to see the stream on the bottom, right? Which I think is very, very bad. You actually go to the recommended tab in this. I went into Microsoft Edge, so my streams that I actually use and watch don't get me a better chance of getting banned, of course, and also not by not logging in, we're gonna see where would Twitch recommend me, and of course it's still a number 3, which I think is very, very not good, right? Any of these people here could actually be recommended more than his stream, and instead, because of the amount of viewers they have,
MMOs are doing bad. I'm just looking at this and be like, 1K for Final Fantasy? Man, MMOs are not doing good on Twitch. Fuck. God damn. Anyone doing this as a job has got to fucking jump ship fast. You gotta start playing games where you gotta start playing porn games or some shit to make up the difference. Why do you bang the domestic? I don't. I am the domestic.
Of course, it's at the...
I fuck myself every day.
At the top. I think that really sucks, because at the end of the day, someone that comes into their category and just steal all the viewers and becomes the top 3 of the entire category just because they have people, they have embeds in their website, I think is very unfair. A lot of people here are actually streaming barely with their actual viewers, and they have less viewership. They have less possibilities of people actually...
I'm just saying, look at the degeneracy in Final Fantasy. Look at this shit. VTuber, 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 VTuber. God damn, there's too many of them.
Clicking on their stream. Instead, more people are gonna click to this one. And of course, also, by the fact that they have not 305 viewers, they have the top 3 of the actual entire category. Of course, this means that there's more likely that people are gonna watch the stream. So actually, their real viewers could even go down. It could be way less than 61, but just because of the fact that they are top 3, right now, people are clicking on this more because they think it's a better stream, more popular. This next clip is from another day where Valon is actually streaming Guild Wars 2. We're gonna see that.
Why is he not using the extension all of a sudden? I thought the extension was important. Why is he not using it all of a sudden?
This is one of the top right now, and it's actually being recommended as well for me a lot, right?
Why do you turn the extension off?
Honestly, should be more along the lines of like the stream of Grimjack or something like that, right? Which is a big difference. Regardless, the embed shouldn't be automatically playing and muted. It should ask you at the very least whether you want to watch it or not. And even if it did in Mox's website, he's still being embedded by Gilgen, and he's in some ways endorsing this practice. This affects not only the Guild Wars 2 category.
Is fucking up the same thing as endorsing a practice? I'm more likely to lean towards incompetence rather than maliciousness. But at the same time, I can't sit here and take the side of Mukluk just because I like him if he does nothing about this situation.
But also other ones. And of course, when they move to another game with this kind of viewership, they will completely dominate most of the categories they move to, especially when these games are very small. Many websites on Guild Wars 2 could do this. Snowcross, Meta Battle, Guild Wars 2 Efficiency, Fast, the Wiki, and even Hearthstone all could benefit from embedding streamers on their website. The Hearthstone website, for example, does this very ethically. As you can see here in the website, you have streams that you can click on, but they're not playing. You can
see that's the right way to do it. That right there, that's the right way to do it. I agree with him on this. You should be like, okay, these are the streams you could watch, but it's not an autoplay feature.
Click on it, and it will lead you to the actual stream so you can watch.
He did something about it. He paused the autoplay. Did he pause both autoplays? Or just the one on his personal website?
Be part of the chat and of course the community as well. This was actually discussed back in the day when we were making Hardstock. We knew that we could have just embedded.
Oh, so we got a bias now. We were making Hardstock. So this guy's involved in making Hardstock, so he had a reason for plugging Hardstock specifically there. Okay. I do still think they did the right thing by not making it autoplay.
Any Hearthstone member in here, giving hundreds of viewers to them, making the whole organization more popular, and of course the creators in there, especially when the website was way more popular, but we chose not to, because we knew that it was not good for the community and unfair for the rest of the streamers.
Okay.
There's no reason why these websites that embed on Guild Wars 2 could not inform the viewer that there is a stream in the website and ask them for permission. Now, to be fair, I don't think the people who are actually embedding in Guild Wars 2 are not interesting. I think they're pretty interesting and fun, which is why it's so surprising they choose to do this in the first place. Their streams will grow regardless of them doing this, and sacrificing their integrity and the future of the category for a bunch of viewers is not the right choice in my opinion.
Does the category have a future if every time they log off there's a maximum top stream of 41 people? Is that a beneficial category to run a game in? Is that a beneficial place for a streamer to be? Let's say Asmongold comes back from his cleaning himself up arc and decides, I'm going to play Guild Wars 2. How many of those viewers, when he stops playing Guild Wars 2, are going to stay around and keep watching Guild Wars 2 content? Maybe 2, and that's just because 2 of them forgot to close the tab after refreshing the page. The Guild Wars 2 Twitch streaming environment without those large streamers is near non-existent, which is concerning. So let's say all these big streamers decide to stop, whether they're embedding or not. What does the Guild Wars 2 category have left that's appealing to anyone? Aside from drops. Right, let's exclude drops with every expansion, because people will show up for the drops, not for the streamers. Now that was posted after it made it to the Guild Wars 2 forums and couldn't be hidden that they blocked him. I think the viewers are not from the category themselves, but so this is just copium of people thinking they're stealing. Zero, we've had Preach stream Guild Wars 2, not many people stayed. That's true, actually. Someone as big as Preach shows up, streams the game, plays the game, talks about how wonderful the game is, and then no one stays behind as a viewer on Twitch. How watchable is Guild Wars 2 as a game? Are the people watching Mighty Teapot Muckluck? And this is a debate, because are they watching them for the game, or are they watching them for who they are as streamers?
This is without even considering how bad this could look for an Arena partner to be doing this, especially linking their stream and content that Arena endorses with...
Yeah, Don Morella, I'm not surprised they'd stay as players. That's not the argument here, right? I said this at the beginning, that people stayed and played the game. They've just stayed there completely, right? They've enjoyed the game. They continue to play it. Every time I've logged into Guild Wars 2, regardless of time, I've always seen other players in the world around me. But the viewership on Twitch, how watchable is it? Since the issue here is not the game itself. The game will survive. If Twitch dies tomorrow, if Jeff Bezos decides to print out all of Twitch, shove it up his ass, fly into space in his rocket, and fart it out at the sun, and Twitch is dead forever, that changes nothing about the game. But this is a Twitch issue, not a game issue. The individual, hold on, did I miss something? You both said the individual at the same time, so I need to hear something again. I obviously missed something there. Most people watch the streamers because they are watching the streamers, not the game. Exactly, SuperGod. Most people show up to streams because they're entertaining in some degree or another. They're not showing up just for the game. If it were the case, sure, okay, people love watching Muckluck Mighty Teapot play Guild Wars 2. Muckluck plays a different game. He still ends up with 400 viewers. People are probably showing up for the Guild Wars stuff so they can ask him questions about Guild Wars. These people down here, half the viewership below the peak, are still here when he's playing other stuff. That's a community who's there for the stream and not for the game. And I've watched Muckluck myself. I think he's an entertaining guy. I think he's enjoyable to watch. I think he's very family friendly. He's something I could never do, right? Because I'm a fucking schizophrenic moron on the internet who just gives unsolicited opinions. But he's got like an entire like business built around this. I actually tend to watch Muck on Guild Wars 2 less often than when he plays other games. Yeah, that's probably because you know a lot about Guild Wars 2 and you're probably burnt out on watching him play it. Muck does giveaways on Tuesday nights, so he always gets a spike of view. Aha! So he's baiting him in. That's a good idea, especially if it's a business decision. He asked if people stay for the game or the streamer. Was saying the individual. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what you meant, Death Titan. I thought he said something and I missed it. Guild Wars 2 Tuesdays are also give. Okay, so that's why he sees the spike, is because people are showing up. Okay, hold on. There's something I need to look up quick. So what you're telling me, essentially, what you're telling me, see if I can find it. What you're telling me is that every single Tuesday on Muckluck's stream, this is what's happening. And then, oh shit, what the fuck? Why I got a New Vegas video open? Okay, so that's every Tuesday on Muckluck's stream. Is just wild animals diving in there to try and get something. Okay, cool.
But interesting. I think they're pretty interesting and fun, which is why it's so surprising they choose to do this in the first place. Their streams will grow regardless of them doing this, and sacrificing their integrity and the future of the category for a bunch of viewers is not the right choice in my opinion. This is without even considering how bad this could look for an Arena partner to be doing this, especially linking their stream and content that Arena endorses with essentially fake viewers. Now, I will say, I don't think the creators that embed are completely at fault here. Abusing a system for your own benefit is kind of what is expected in this world.
No. You don't get to make all these accusatory takes and then be like, oh, don't blame the creators. No. That's not how this works. No. Stick to your guns, buddies. No, Spanish boy. That's not how this works. If you're gonna fucking call these people scum of the earth and pieces of shit, you stick to that line. You don't just all of a sudden halfway flip-flop and now it's not their fault. No. Either they're pieces of shit or they're not. And they fucked up out of ignorance, not malice. Pick a lane.
And at the end of the day, it is Twitch's responsibility for allowing embeds being a thing in the first place. But everyone that does it is still contributing to the problem, and 90% of streamers in Guild Wars 2 community do not do this, even if they could. And these streamers, the ones that are
even if they could, 90% of them could. I don't think that's true. What website, unless you own the website itself, wants to embed a 2-viewer streamer? What website would be mentally retarded enough to look at my stream and go like, damn, that guy who talks about dicks and swears every 5 seconds, yeah, we should really put him on our website. That'll help us grow. Nah, that's not how that works.
Using the system, and the viewers are the only ones being affected. Of course, this has happened before in other games. The biggest example is Extra Life. They were getting tens of thousands of viewers every day.
That's disproportionate. You can't compare Muckluck to Extra Life. Like, if Muckluck is embedding, let's take the worst case scenario. Let's say that Muckluck is embedding. Let's say everything this guy has said 100% true, and Muckluck's got 600 extra viewers. Okay. Extra Life by comparison has like 20,000. It's not that's you can't take the worst case. You can't be like shooting a bomb is the same as dropping a nuke. That's disproportionate.
Because they have a very big website that covers multiple games. They will move to the other game categories and become the biggest streamer when funneling all the potential viewers into themselves, even though 90%
Look at
of
this
them
fuck.
were fake.
Look at this motherfucker. 8.6k views. That's not even in the same range. That's like outside of this universe in comparison to anything anyone's embedding for Guild Wars 2. Jesus Christ.
And they use this viewership to get sponsored by multiple games for huge sums of money, even though most of them were fake. ArenaNet and Guild Wars 2 was actually affected by this. ArenaNet sponsored Extra Life to stream and the Dragons, and of course, because they had so many viewers, this could not have been cheap. But those viewers were not indeed real, and the money was most likely not worth the investment.
Hold on. Well, he's right about this, right? Faking views for sponsors is like quite literally a form of fraud. It's just not worth it for people to chase after it from a legal perspective, because if you pay a streamer who's embedding 5k, the lawsuit that the company is gonna go after the guy for fraud for is like gonna be like 100k. It's not worth it. You shrug your shoulders, cut your losses, and leave.
The only
Wait, hold on. I think he's talking about Twitch in general now. Probably, actually. Maybe.
reason they stopped, it was because bigger streamers started calling it out until the Twitch CEO made a specific ban towards Extra Life, and then they removed the embeds. But they have not
eat shit, Extra Life.
banned the entire practice for some reason. As a community, we have agreed upon embeds being bad. Why should we accept it here, when the websites in Guild Wars 2 do the exact same scummy practices? Arguments in favor of embedding.
Okay, let's see. Okay, this is interesting.
I don't hate any of these streamers. I watch Muckluck a lot when I started the game, same as Bone, trying to get some builds and of course guides from Muckluck.
Okay.
I watch them a lot and I really do like them as content creators. Well, until Balon got a partner for reasons. Or very
I don't know the Valen drama.
Specific reasons. But let's try and devil's advocate in favor of embedding. Is there anything good about this? One of the biggest arguments I've seen about this being okay is the fact that, well, if they created their website, they deserve some sort of compensation, right? What's wrong with wanting to get paid with viewers by doing this? Well, just because you put effort into something.
Hold on, he said gamer words and people sneered. That's pussy shit, dude. He said the N-word. That's pussy shit. Right? Oh no. Edgy retard on the internet said a bad word. Fuck. Find a bag of concrete and a spoon, start eating and harden the fuck up. Man. People are soft.
Something without getting paid by your own free will, by the way. We saw this back in the day with the fast drama.
Death Titan, hot take. Let Valen go full Kanye on us. I don't care. It doesn't matter. You know what Twitch's speech TOS should be? It should be the same as the US Constitution, the country they're based in. They shouldn't have the right to take away that shit. Just leave it as whatever people want to fucking say. And you know what? Let the people decide. If Valen is going to be a racist asshole and enough people hate him, then eventually he will be abandoned by his community and it'll sort itself out. But just saying the N-word, come on. Fuck. I hear the white person version of the N-word every single day of my goddamn life in my country. I don't have a fucking stroke.
Does not mean you can do something scummy to get compensated for it. Imagine if I went to a random house and cleaned the house windows, then I knock at the door and demand money for my service. That doesn't make any sense. You did it.
What he just explained right there is exactly what happens at four-way intersections in my country. Is these dudes like run up to your car with like a bottle filled with piss, and then they like pour it all over your window and then wash it off, and then they come to your window like, yo, give me money, I washed your window. That's exactly what happens in my country. I'm not even kidding.
It by your own will. You did the website by your own will, and we can support you, of course, but you can't take that away from us. Well, Darren's, every other category does it too. It is true, Guild Wars 2 does not have that much view.
That's a poor argument in favor of. Everyone else is doing it, so it's fine if I do it too. That's a very poor argument in favor of
viewership on Twitch. And this makes the game look very dead to most people. So wouldn't it be better if we bring more viewership to the category, considering every other game does it too? First of all,
okay, so how do you bring more viewership to the category? Don't tell me we should. Tell me how we do that.
Communities in gaming do not like embedding after the effects life drama. Some people still do it, but if they know, they will be called out for it. Gaming communities do not accept this as something that is good for the community, and when they see it, they call it out. Also, this embed does not give thousands of viewers. It gives like 100 to 200, maybe 300. So it only affects Guild Wars 2 streamers that do not embed, and doesn't really make Guild Wars 2 a competitive category in other games. In order for me to find Guild Wars 2, I'm gonna have to scroll a long time here. And even though here it actually is, and if we get 200 more viewers out of embedding, it's not really gonna make us go into the top of the category. It's gonna be around here, and that's about it.
He's underestimating how valuable those 200 viewers to bumping people to where Star Citizen is. That's a big deal, right? That's 2 less scroll down wheels. That's actually a big deal.
Everything here on the top will be ahead of us. So I don't think this is a very good argument. Now, this could obviously change if everyone in the community started embedding. We would get a lot more viewership and maybe could get to the top levels of Twitch category if everyone in the community started embedding. But honestly, I don't want to have a category full of fake viewers. It would be terrible for the reputation of Guild Wars 2 as a game and as a community. Man, New World's biggest creator got called out for doing this. And, well, I don't think anyone considers New World an actual relevant game anymore, do we? And of course, that didn't help New World's reputation about being a dead game and irrelevant at all.
Yep, that was Baggins.
Well, what about drops? What is the difference between embeds and drops? They also inflate the viewership massively. Honestly, I agree. Drops are cringe, and there are multiple other games where they have permanent drops just to inflate the game's viewership. As you can see, everyone here have drops. Every stream here has them. And if you go to drops in the Twitch dashboard, you're gonna see that
I don't see a problem with drops. Drops are trying to tie the community of people who watch Guild Wars 2 or any given game towards the people who play the game, right? If you're playing the game and you are there for the drops, that means you're interested in this to some degree, so maybe you'll find someone you enjoy watching while you play the game as well. So I don't see drops as a bad thing. I think it's a net positive for Twitch. And if they stop doing drops, they would look much worse than they currently do.
That Albion has drops for every day. September 15th, September 16th, September 17th, September 18th, September 19th, and you just keep going forever. The same thing goes for Black Desert. You can see September 18th, September 19th, 20th, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and just continuously go until the end of the month. And
yeah, but that's because Black Desert survives off of its cash shop. BDO needs to keep pushing drops and stuff like that because they need people to spend more money on it. It's an Asian MMO. What did you expect?
Of course, as soon as the month is ending, they're gonna do it again. They're gonna get drops again. Essentially force the people that are actually watching here, they actually play the game, to watch streams and not really interact with the streamers at all. And just...
Maniacal Metal. There's nothing wrong with drops. They don't help the streamer. They make the streamer have the good fifis inside for a little while, like, wow, I'm succeeding, until the drop ends and then all those people evaporate, which is hilarious because it puts them in like this mode of suicidal thoughts. Drops are good for Twitch. Drops are good for the game. Drops are are arguably pretty bad for the mental state of the guy who thinks he's all of a sudden succeeding. And then the drop stops, and he's like, my life is over.
Just artificially make the whole category more popular, quote unquote, even though these are essentially not real viewers. The big difference, though, is whenever someone once drops, they're deciding to watch the stream. They're not getting tricked into having the stream playing in a small muted window. They are still fake viewers and make categories that shouldn't have as much viewers have a lot of them and go higher in the category. But well, at least they're not tricking you into doing it. But honestly, it should also go. Drops only affect the community. Embeds affect the community and the individual in a negative way.
Drops only affect the community. Drops affect Twitch. Drops affect the people already playing the game and interested in people who are interested in getting something extra for the game that they enjoy playing. It affects more than the community, but I get what he's saying.
Conclusion. Well, what can we do? I want to reiterate, I don't hate any of the streamers, but I do think people should know this is happening and make their own minds about what they believe and what they think. That being said, I do think they shouldn't be embedding in this way, and they should be doing it instead in an ethical way. We already talked about how Hearthstone does it, but Mobalyptic does a very similar thing, and they have an insane amount of different games that they actually cover. I was here checking a build for Deadlock, a very good game, and look at that. There's an embed that is paused, and you can just click on it if you want to watch. Isn't that crazy, guys? What a concept to be able to choose to watch an embed stream. I don't know how they're doing it.
Okay.
The only way this ever changes is if we as a community call it out and let everyone that tries to embed it know that we do not accept this. I don't want to be in a place where everyone in the category is embedding from different websites because nobody tried to stop this when it started. If this ends up being the case, trying to start a stream channel on this category will be insanely difficult, as you will not have the same possibilities as embedders who are already established in the community. The only reason I was able to do this is because I was able to compete with other similar sized streamers by doing community events. If every one of these people would have been embedding, maybe I wouldn't be here. The worst part is that both of these streamers make very good content, and I see no reason why they need to embed to get popular. People will watch them regardless. The only thing they're accomplishing is making their reputation worse by engaging in these bad practices. And I get that they want to get as much as they can to get popular, but I don't think this is the way to do it. I really hope this does not continue to grow and more people do it. But I will also say that if that comes to pass, I'm not gonna judge the people that just want to compete with what everyone else is doing. At the end of the day, if everyone else is doing it, you're just hurting yourself by not taking advantage of it. But I don't think most people actually do this. Not in Guild Wars 2 and not in the whole of Twitch. I don't want to be in a situation eventually where I have to choose between what is right, the community, and what is good for me as a streamer. Tell me what you guys think about this.
He doesn't want to be in the situation where he has to choose what's good for him versus what's good for the community. The paradoxical element of that is that if you as the streamer are willing to eat shit to make things better for your community, that is good for you because it'll get you further than if you try to do things that are good for you and fuck over your community.
And, of course, try and be civil. Don't hate on anyone, not even the streamers that we called out. It's fine, we're just having a conversation. And, I don't hate them or anything, but I do think this is bad. But you guys can tell me if you think I'm wrong. See you guys.
There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Of course there is. You go to the back of the abortion clinic, and it's pretty ethical for you to eat those babies. They're already dead. Simple. Straightforward. Okay. So, there's a simple way to solve this problem. Okay. There's a simple, easy way to solve this. Fundamentally, I agree with this guy. I think the idea of going and embedding and doing all that shit is bad for the community, whether you do it or not. right? Whether you're doing it maliciously, whether it's been done out of ignorance, whether someone along the chain between you and the website that your shit is on lied to you and you thought it was going to be like an active live thing and it's an active live thing, that doesn't matter. There's a simple solution to this, right? All Mukluk needs to do, all Valen needs to do, is they stand up, they unzip their pants, they put their fucking cock on the table, and they say, hey, those embeds, either someone has to click on them for that to play, or you take that shit off your website. And if you can prove that his numbers don't change, then everything that this guy said here about those people is entirely invalid. It's that simple, because then people are going to go back to him and say, okay, now explain to me that extension you used and why it's still showing 30%. Why did that lie exist? What did you do there? What's the manipulation that occurred there? Where did you go wrong? And then people are going to be questioning him now, right? It's that simple. And guess what? If the embeds have been bumping their viewership by that much and they pause them, it'll be immediately obvious. Immediately. I'm willing to bet the extension is BS. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know anything about the extension. Now, I believe there's a comment. The pinned comment. Here's Mukluk's response if you guys want to read it. I'll be going through this and answering him tomorrow, as it's 3 a.m. and sadly his comment got flagged for some reason when he posted this here. The thread got locked for some reason. Wow, he posted a statement and they locked the thread. God damn. They fucked him. You try to defend yourself. Shut the fuck up. This is beautiful. And of course it's Plebit. I love Plebit. Okay. Hey Darren, just finished the video. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. I wish you had approached me with this because there's a lot I would have corrected. So this is what's interesting. This I think is really interesting, is this idea that people will make videos about other people, but they won't reach out to those people and talk to them first. So it's all second-hand information. Do you know how many people came to me personally and told me, hey, never interact with this guy, Swole Benji. He's a piece of shit. Fuck this guy. He's a piece of trash. He's the worst human being imaginable. All it took was me to email Benji once. And I was like, damn, he's actually a pretty cool guy. All I had to do was talk to the fucking guy. Why are we doing this game of fucking broken telephone whenever we're doing this? Last month, Nike, I'm assuming that's Nike, said a lot of similar stuff about me on Twitter, and we talked at length about this, and I also showed my stats. Now, so he did put his cock on the table. Interesting. During this discussion. I feel it's still relevant to your video, and I do not want to script and edit a video response to this, so I'm going to drop it here if you care to see it. Okay. Is this going to be a whole live stream? Or is this a clip? Okay, it's a clip.
Don't like hide anything. Hang on
okay.
A second. Let me go somewhere where I'm just like standing still. Gonna go watch Rose's new video. Wait, new video? Like brand new? Or do you mean the PvP one that I said I'm too scared to watch on stream?
Oh shit, this is the PvP one. I made him and Noxy have a fucking stroke because they looked at that and they're like, I'm not touching that shit with a 10-foot pole. I was so proud of that.
Hold on. The PvP one. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he posted that a few weeks ago. Alright.
Okay,
so,
here we go.
Let's
speed this up.
I got, and I do not mind talking about this. I will say it is a sensitive subject because some people have abused this in the past on Twitch, and so it is something that a lot of people have like a very big knee-jerk reaction about. So yeah, I don't mind talking about it at all because then I can lay it out very carefully. Controversy talk, it's not, it could be depending on who you are. Okay, so let's clear the air here. So Nike, who, first of all, let's talk about who Nike is, okay? Nike was a content, I guess he still is a content creator for Guild Wars 2, all right? This is him. He posted a bunch of bad stuff about me. Now, let's talk about who Nike is. First of all, he recently got kicked out of the ArenaNet Partner Program for basically being a jackass, okay?
Okay, so this is the shit flinging section, right? This is where we smear each other's reputations, which I'm cool with. I think it's entertaining, fantastic drama. Give me a chair and some popcorn to watch this, but that doesn't seem relevant. What I need is evidence in one direction or the other.
He did a lot of mean stuff. I'm not going to go into it, but he got kicked out of the partner program by the people who run the game because they would rather do paperwork than have to be him.
What did Nike do? What did Nike do? Give me a 5-word sentence. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Did he say some gamer words? Did he start saying the Jews control the weather? What did he do? Impersonate an ANET employee. There's one thing I don't know because no one will talk about it. I made a hate video and said Muck looked like a pedo. Nah, Muck's got too much. No. Muck doesn't have enough money to be a pedo. Sorry to tell you. He's gotta get some Ray-Bans, like those sports running glasses, and he needs a red bulletproof vest. Then maybe he's like a level 1 pedo. Like he looked at a 17-year-old once, like that. Maybe that'll be his entry point. But right now, no. Sorry, he's too family friendly. Also, how's he touching down on kids if he's streaming every day? Man, this guy's got to be a god to be getting away with all of that.
After that, he then pretended to be a member of ArenaNet staff and gave people a lot of false information on Twitter.
Okay.
They would ask questions and stuff like that.
Okay.
And spread like fake patch notes and stuff like that.
Okay, so this guy actually went out of his way to be malicious. Okay, cool.
That suddenly stopped one day. It would not surprise me if he was threatened with legal action. Okay? This guy also, recently, one of his most recent projects is he did a tier list video of all Guild Wars 2 streamers, where he spent hours insulting about 2/3 of them.
Okay.
So this guy just basically was just saying...
So I don't think a tier list is such a bad idea. Right? If you want to do like a spicy tier list and you want to dunk on every single person who does Guild Wars 2 content, I don't see myself on this list, thank God, because we all know it would be like a literally who right here at the bottom. But if you're going to do this and have some degree of self-awareness, you got to put yourself in the list as well.
Vile stuff about most of us, okay? So... he, let's see, what else? What else is on his rap sheet? In the past, one day, he made a video on how to farm gold, and the whole thing was a troll. It was centered around onions. You could say it was a meme video, all right? You could give this one a pass, but he has made content before that lies to new players in order to just waste their time because he thinks it's funny, all right?
So this is a difficult one for me because this, Benji's been accused of the same thing, but every single time I've double-checked Benji's work, against other people's and tried other people's techniques and then tried Benji's techniques, Benji has always been right. I've yet to find a point in time where I independently take one of Benji's techniques, apply it, and he's wrong. That is yet to happen. He's right about farming in blue zones when it comes to Albion Online because it's far more consistent than running off into the red zones like a retard. You don't have to spend real world money in order to do that or get lucky and find a corpse to loot. His Baldur's Gate 3 video was fucking long, but goddamn, all that info was, that sets you up for the rest of the game so much. Every single guide he's actually put out has actually been really solid information. Now, I don't know if Nike falls into the same category as that or not. And in the list, you have to be either top alone or bottom alone. No, what you need to do is you need to actually be self-aware enough to be like, I'm at the bottom, I'm a piece of shit because I'm judging everyone else. And then people understand that this is a joke and you didn't mean it to be malicious, right? Or at least that's what I would do. He could do whatever the fuck he wants. Could you turn up the volume a bit? I can barely hear him. Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. Where's this playing through?
So... is this going to be a vid? No.
Is that better?
Because I don't even want ad revenue for talking about this guy. This is trash.
Okay.
Anyway, that is the baseline. I want you to know the kind of person we're talking about, okay? This is not the kind of person that is doing what he does because of morals or because he thinks it's right. He likes stirring the pot. He likes thinking stuff is funny, okay?
I don't think that's such a bad thing.
I don't think that's such a bad thing to have a few shit stirrers, right? But I think it's very different to be a villain in a community, a memorable villain who does cheeky shit that makes for entertaining stuff happening, and someone accusing someone else of pedophilia. Those are two different things. Two very different things.
That's it. Like, if I were ever invited to go to like a Guild Wars 2 thing, like, hey, do you want to co-host these awards or something, and he was one of the other people there, I would say I'm not going to do it if he's there. All right, I'm not comfortable in the same room as him.
Okay.
The guy is he is a huge troll and he creeps me out. Okay, that is the baseline here. Now, what did he say recently that has people messaging me about this? All right, he wrote, "It's beyond embarrassing that one of the top Guild Wars 2 streamers is embedding his stream on a popular fan site to artificially inflate his view count. Not only is this poor taste, I'd argue it's stealing opportunity when newer streamers are pushed further down the category by embedders." Okay, what is he talking about? So first off, my stream is embedded on my own site. Okay, so if you open this up, we have got, here's the Muckle Labs website, and here's me right now. Now, this actually has done me.
So, that there is autoplay. I still think, let's remove everything that this Nike person has said. I still think autoplay is a bad idea. You want to put your cock on the table? Make this a button someone has to click to play the stream.
A lot of good, because people come here to get questions answered. They see I'm live, and then they just pop in here, and they're like, hey, I got a question. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And I just answer it right away. The other thing, hold on a second, I need to open it up, is...
That was before the change.
Now,
hold on.
One, I want to...
Wait, okay, so is Muckluck live right now? He is. He's playing Arab Wife Simulator. Okay, that's cool. Let's then go back to his website. That was a joke, by the way. It says he's live on Twitch. It autoplayed. There was no pause. It autoplayed. You saw that. You think the Guild Gen one? Okay, so we know that Guild Gen gets way more traffic, right? His personal site gets such low traffic it doesn't even matter. So I think no embed personally, this is personal opinion, I don't think any embed should be auto-playing ever. But that is a personal opinion of mine. I think that's bad form. So if we go to the bottom, it's auto-playing. Wait, okay, so hold on. Okay, let's go to thing Twitch. Maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way. Maybe he's not live. No, Muckluck's live. He's live right now. This is not paused. Right now, as we speak, this is not paused. And on his site, it's not paused either. So currently, those are on autoplay. If Muckluck wants a really, really easy way, yes, two sites are autoplaying, both of them. So if Muckluck wants a really, really, really easy way to beat the allegations, all he needs to do is put his cock on the table and say, yo, I want a button. I want people to press a button for them to see my stream. You can warn them that I'm live. You can tell them that I'm live. Put a fucking button in, please. I am willing to attribute what I'm seeing currently to, what's the word? Ignorance, not maliciousness. Because if he's embedding, and he's embedding on such low traffic sites, man, you gotta up your game. You can do better than that. But I genuinely think, look at knowing some HTML code, having programmed websites myself in the past from scratch, what's probably happened is someone's gone to GitHub or taken one of those packages and just copy pasted it in, thrown the embed code in,
and just left it as is stock standard, and that's going to be autoplay embed. So I'm willing to attribute this to ignorance, not malice, currently. So stop the autoplay, leave it there, and say there I changed it. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Let's say benefit of the doubt, he asked for autoplay to be disabled, they didn't comply out of incompetence. That's fine, Don Morelio. But then his response to that should be, you either take me off the site, or you pause the shit. You don't get to use me without my consent. But let's see, maybe he's got another argument here that reinforces his point. This is not everything he's had to say.
To say is very recent, okay? This is Gil Jin, who anyone who's been here for a while knows I have been recommending Gil Jin as a resource for years, but not like the only resource. I'll be like, yeah, Gil Jin has a huge assortment of guides. Snowcrows has got some of the best math nerds figuring out raid builds. Meta Battle has got more if you don't find what you need. Hardstuck.gg has got more. That's my usual shtick, right?
Okay.
Recently, as in a couple of months ago, I think, Gil Jin asked me, they're like, hey, can I embed you on our site? Valen's already here. And
so recently, a couple of months ago, so 4 months ago.
Like, I mean, that might give me a few extra views or something like that. Is it following Twitch's rules? Twitch has very strict rules. To be clear, Twitch does...
That's fine. That's fine. So he asked the right question. I'm going to take what he says at face value. I haven't seen anyone except Fextra Life being banned for embedding. And I wonder if Twitch is worried that if they ban embedding, half the site disappears.
Does allow embeds, but they have a very strict set of rules that you have to follow in order to do it. And I double-checked everything, because I don't want to get in trouble. I do this for my livelihood. I double-checked everything, and it does. And what's the benefit of this? What is the benefit of this? The benefit of this is, like, if there are some people that are on the Gilgen website, and I start my stream, and there are 10 people on that website, it immediately says my viewer count is 10 higher. And it gives me a few extra views at the start of the stream, and it just gets my numbers up to where they normally are faster. Now, is it changing my income at all?
So based on what we saw coming off of Gilgen, 7.7k viewers over a month, divided 256 is what the number we got. Divide that by 24. 10 viewers an hour. He said the number 10 viewers an hour, which makes sense. Right? It seems a little bit more than coincidence currently after doing the math, that if he said 10 and we calculated 10, that it wouldn't be somewhere around that range.
No, you don't get ad revenue through embeds. I can't stress that enough. You don't, okay? You don't get ad revenue through embeds. There's no ads. It doesn't play a tiny Red Bull commercial on there or anything like that.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. So the argument he's saying is I don't get any monetary compensation for that. But you get attention compensation for that. You get the attention of more viewers bumping you to the top of the Twitch viewership layer that makes you look better than everyone else.
Is it crushing people down the category? Like, hold on,
no.
What's his exact words again? Stealing opportunity from newer streamers. Okay. I could see that being thrown around if I was some 6-piece chicken McNobody and I was getting some extra views from this or something, and I was like suddenly shooting up the category. However, I've been...
hold on. If people actually want to be discovered through embeds, why do they stick them at the very bottom of the page? You're right. Because I do think it's very manipulative. I don't like the idea. If you're going to do an embed, I think Muckluck's site here did it the best. Where this site seems to be about him. It's not at the bottom of the page hiding away. It's not 1 pixel in the fucking corner. It's right here. Right? It's right here. Which means he's probably looking to be discovered through some form of embed. I still think that he should have a button here. This should not be autoplay. That's what I think. That's personal opinion. Right? This whole site, though, to me, personally, looks like it is about Muckluck. It is about his content. It's quite literally got his fucking name on it. So that makes sense to me. This, though... This, though, is not so cash money. That it's all the way at the bottom and it's still autoplay. Right? I don't think Muckluck losing this embed does anything to him at all. I don't think this drops him anywhere lower than position number 1 in the category. at all. Potentially, what you could say is that it harms the Twitch environment because it makes every other streamer by comparison look disproportionately worse. If you wanted to make that argument. But it doesn't change shit for him. Or at least that's the way I see it. People agree in general that Guildgen's embeds are placed horribly. This shit, no cash money. Put that shit over here. Put that shit right over here. Somewhere up here. If you're going to use the long schlong mobile website design, cool. Chop out a chunk, put it here. Somewhere up here. If you really want to do it. But I don't like autoplay. I don't like the idea that it just autoplays.
Streaming every single day for 6 years. I've made almost 170 guides for Guild Wars 2. This is going to sound cocky, but it's true. I'm usually at the top or near the top already. I don't think 10 extra views is going to change anything. Okay?
He's right about that. And this is why I say I'm more willing to attribute what he said to maliciousness. I mean, to ignorance rather than maliciousness. Because if he's streaming every single fucking day and he's working on his content every single day and this is his job and this is what he does, where the fuck do you find the time to go out of your way to make sure that you're this manipulative? Embeds or aids, they inflate numbers and they just cause other people to embed. Yes, they do. I don't like embeds at all, Sawman, but I have to remove my own personal opinion from them and look at it objectively and say, if you're going to do an embed, if you want to be discovered through a website, don't make the fucking thing autoplay.
Additionally, I often raid those newer streamers after my streams, making their accounts go from like 30 to 500 at the end of the thing. All right, so
yeah, but raids do nothing.
Yeah, like I'm open to the idea that like, okay, this is kind of, but at the same time, it's just like, I was doing collaborations with Jen. For example, let me give you an example of a collab I did. The Obsidian armor. I made a video guide on how to get Obsidian armor. Jen made a written guide on how to make Obsidian armor. In my video guide, I'm like, hey, if you prefer a written version, check here. In her written guide, she said, hey, if you prefer a video version, check here. It's just cross-promoting? I don't know the correct term for it. Maybe someone here will know it. But essentially, I plug her stuff, she plugs my stuff, we help each other out. We each find more viewers that like our stuff. That's the whole thing. So we try to help each other out, and the whole thing with her putting me on her site was she offered that to help me out after we had been doing collaborations for like a year. And I thought about it.
So then this is on Guildgen's shoulders. And like I said, I think this is ignorance, not maliciousness.
For a long time. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. Maybe, and again, the biggest change that it has on me is it slightly boosts my visibility at the start of the stream until it catches up. I'm not like doubling or tripling my numbers or anything like that. It's nowhere near that big. And you know what? Just to show that I'm not full of script, I can show that too. Hang on just a minute.
Good morning, Muck.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here's the thing that other guy didn't show. He showed like second-hand projected percentage via add-on of logged in versus logged out viewers. Now we're going to see some actual stats.
At Obsidian Guide Dimension, you can now get Rift Essence through the Hunter board.
Oh, yeah. I might do that after they make the... first of all, thank you for the sub. I might do that after they...
this is what I need. I need evidence.
So that you can just buy it on its own. Because I want to do a video on it, but I'm waiting for them to make it to where the Hunter board is sold on its own, and you don't have to get it in that pack that's like 4,000 gems or whatever.
Show me, Muckluck.
I'm trying to remember how to use this website. This is Sully Gnome. It has a mountain of statistics on each streamers.
Yeah,
let's see.
does.
Activity. No. Wait, yes. 365. Let's see.
Show me how this works. Big boy.
April, June. Okay, so it was like earlier this year. Okay, so just to show, this right here, this is average viewers, all right? Is there a way to open just this chart? Expand. All right.
Expand,
this is my average viewers.
like my penis.
Okay. Look right here, okay? So average. Now, what are these big spikes? These are essentially...
drops.
When I was doing a massive giveaway.
Drops and giveaways.
2 drops were active. All right, you guys know what drops are. We just had drops. Drops bring in a ton of new people. Some of them like what they see here, and they stay. So usually it's like...
Wait, hold on. You see that big jump between April and June? So there has... Okay, so there's a notable bump that looks a little bit unnatural to me. That looks a little bit unnatural. Not this. This is called outlier statistics up here. This here. When did the embeds start happening? That's what I need to know. Did the embed on the Guildgen site start happening here? That's when he supposedly started embedding. So here, between April and May, this period right here. Because this appears to me to be rather unnatural. Right. Fuck all these big spikes. That's going to happen. Monkey's going to come into your stream and want some free shit. That's just how it be sometimes. But this is pretty stable. Maybe a mild downwards trend. And then this occurs, and then it just stays there. This is what I need explained to me. Not the rest of this.
Like, here's my average. Drops! And then my average is a little bit higher. Drops! Average is a little bit higher. Drops! Average is a little bit higher. Drops! This is when I was on the front page recently. By the way, Twitch does embeds too. When Twitch puts you on their front page...
Okay, so I skipped over that, so maybe he didn't even see that.
They're embedding themselves and duplicating their own numbers. So these are my numbers over time, okay? I believe around January to February was when Jen made that offer for me. And I want you to look right here.
Roxy, out of respect for his content and the fact that he wants to be family friendly, I'm more than happy to tone down who I am. That's fine. I already dial up the worst parts of my personality on stream, right? So, I mean, like, the worst I would probably do is, like, try and maybe troll him a little bit. By, like, trying to pretend there's some homosexual tension between us. Just to make him mildly uncomfortable. Something. I don't know. I'd figure it out. I'd have to plan it ahead of time. But I'd do it in a subtle way that doesn't break him being a PG streamer. Right, I've already broken him once because he won't touch my PvP video because he knows it'll destroy him. But I'd be happy to dial it down just for him.
Here. Do you see a big change? It's helpful. It's helpful, which is why I accepted the offer. Because I could tell her, like, hey, no, thank you. But I was like, yeah, sure, that'd be nice, thank you. After I made sure it was fine. What offer was this? That she has me embedded on her website. That's it. So it was right around there. There's not some massive spike. It's not making me crush the competition or anything like that. It didn't change my spot on the board or anything like that. But that's just how it is. She offered to help me out. I made sure it was in line with Twitch's terms of service. I said on my Discord that, hey, I was doing more collabs with Jen. You might see my face when you're on her website.
I don't like that. I'm sorry. There is something he's saying that I don't like. This again is a personal gripe. Remember when I was watching that Dr. Disrespect video? And I said, I don't like the fact that he starts going legalese. And Dr. Disrespect was like, technically speaking, the conversation I had with the underage girl that I wanted to show the Dr. D to, it wasn't sexting, right? Where he did that whole legalese dance. I don't like that he's saying it doesn't break Twitch TOS, right? Because that's a fallback. If something doesn't break Twitch TOS, it can still be a shitty thing to do. In fact, it could be the other way around as well. There's something that could break Twitch TOS. That's not a shitty thing to do, because we've seen people get banned for doing the right thing on Twitch. We've seen that happen. Save someone's life in a car accident and your Twitch stream is running, guess what? Your life's over. Fuck you. No more streaming. The only reason it doesn't break TOS is because you can't prove who put the embeds on. It can be done in a malicious way. Yeah, it can absolutely be done in a malicious way. I dislike embeds entirely. But I can understand from a business perspective that there is a more ethical way to run an embed than just yes embeds or no embeds. Just don't make it fucking autoplay, that's all.
I didn't put it on blast because it's easy to, twist it around, I felt like. But that's it. And honestly, if it becomes too much trouble, I can politely ask her to take it down. Right now, it's just a nice thing that helps out a little bit when I start the stream. That's it. You have loads of helpful guides? Thank you. I have 170 guides. I hope they're helpful.
See, this is the thing, is what he's got backing him up is years and years of content. Years and years of fucking grind, right? I genuinely think if tomorrow he said, yo, take that shit down and removed all those embeds, I don't think it does anything. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't move him from the top of the category. It doesn't alter where he is. So I see, with that in mind, from my perspective, I see no reason to not take them down. And Twitch doesn't turn embeds off and YouTube does. They should. But I think Twitch does that because... You want to know my conspiracy theory, Sawman? Let me give you my conspiracy theory. Also, you know we had that call? Sawman, I'm really sad that I didn't have my camera set up. Because we could have had that entire interview, that entire talk, like this. How you doing, big boy? So, what I think, this is the introspective cam. This is the take it seriously cam. I think, seriously, Twitch could have paused embeds, but my conspiracy theory is they won't, because if they do, half of the viewership that currently exists on Twitch evaporates. It's gone. It's gone, and it never comes back. So I think they know how much worse their site will look if they lose half of their viewers from embeds. I think it's that bad of a problem. Aya? Where? Aya? I don't see an Aya. The fuck are you talking about? Devilish, goddammit.
But yeah, that's it. That's it. It was basically a collaboration between me and her. And now Nike, fortunately, he doesn't have a very huge following, but Nike is on Twitter, and he is just blasting negative stuff. So that's what kind of brought us to this. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Catch you with chat. Sister Cool with Teapot, maybe have him moderate a conversation between you and Nike so that you guys can clear the air. Besides the way he treats you, Nike seems pretty cool and just seems like he tries to troll now and then. I have had 2 conversations with Nike ever, and they both ended with him name-calling me, and then I just stopped responding. That was in...
Name-calling him. I want to know what the names are. I want to know what the names are. Is this like, fuck you? Or is this like, we talking like, called him an oven dodger or something? I need to know more than that. I need to know more. I need more context of what's going on.
In the partner Discord, before he got kicked out of the partner program, before he started impersonating ArenaNet staff, and before they told him he needs to stop that. And maybe, I would not surprise me if he was threatened with legal action for that one. Like, this is not a guy that I want to have a moderated conversation with. This is a guy that I want him over there, and I want to go over here until we both die of old age. Like, I just don't want to be anywhere near this person, okay? Like, I live my life pretty drama-free, pretty stress-free, and this guy farms stress and drama.
Oh, Muckluck. If only you knew how bad of a person I was on the inside. I love when people like that fuck with me. It's my favorite. It's my favorite pastime.
He promotes it because he likes that. I don't really want to be anywhere near him. That stuff I'm glad I try to be mature about. Now, again, I don't mind talking about this because this isn't like something I'm trying to hide. You know, I could have easily just been like, oh no, Wrath, I won't talk about that on stream, and then just try to keep this on the down low. But it's not anything worth hiding. It's a collaboration that I've been collabing with like video stuff. Just to be clear, I've collabed with Teapot too. I've also collabed with Snowcrows and many other people. If I go to, give me just a second here. Okay, so right here.
Technically speaking, he's collabed with me despite the fact that I've never had an upright conversation with this guy. I've never had like a Discord to Discord penises touching conversation where he dresses like a femboy and I dress like a bear daddy. We haven't had that conversation yet. One day we'll get there, but not today. And yes, we're still talking about embeds. I'm just getting Muckluck's side of the story.
These are collab videos I've done with others in the past. There's like 3 right here in a row that I did, where I was, there's 4 with Teapot. These are all ones that I do with other people. I recently did that talk.
Well, okay, Super God, I've got a question for you. How much time do you have? Because there's a few I want to get through, but if you don't have that much time, I will open up Guild Wars 2 after this right now and get the clips I need from you and your filthy Asura.
Talk with Snowcrows. Like, I try to stay on good terms with virtually everyone I can in the Guild Wars 2 community. There is 2 people that I am aware of in the Guild Wars 2 community that basically hate me. I don't really know how or why that started. And that's Nike and Mela. So I try not to talk to them. You know, Mela, I believe, is still in the partner program. But I just don't talk to him, and he doesn't talk to me anymore. Nike is still, doing his thing. Please don't stop Guild Wars 2 content. You're the biggest NA streamer and YouTuber for the game. I benefit immensely from you. No, you don't have to worry. First of all, thank you for the kind words. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not planning on stopping Guild Wars 2 content. It would be stupid of me to do so. I love this game. I love this game. I've got more videos that are currently being edited. They're coming down the pipeline. But no, I'm not going anywhere. But I will say this: the stuff about like the embed thing. Am I getting a few views from that? Yeah. Is it a like massive amount? No. Is it following every single rule and regulation Twitch has? Yes.
Is that mine or is that his? Okay, that's his. I have all the time, but my guilds are basically all. That's all good, Super God. Yeah, keep in mind, I'm editing together like an hour-long video here. So like, if I have to do it on another day, I can do it on another day. It doesn't change anything. It's for literally like 2 seconds of the video.
This poses an interesting question. How much of a problem is embeds on Twitch compared to something like YouTube or Kick? YouTube pauses them. I don't know about Kick. I don't think anyone cares about Kick. I think Kick is probably so poisonous based on the way it's behaved that touching it with a 10-foot pole for any advertiser who's trying to be family friendly or safe in any regard is probably a very poor idea. I'm just looking at this from a business perspective, not a personal one. Twitch, it's autoplay. It's just automatically autoplay.
Yes. Yes, and if they ask us to change anything, we will. If they ask us, if they say, hey, turn that off, we will instantly. But that hasn't happened. That has not happened. So, if that, right now, we're following that, and that's what it is. Again, I don't believe it changes my position in the category at all. I showed you the stats before and after it. It's just, it's helpful a tiny bit some days. Didn't Ellie get kicked out of the program because he was exploiting a bug on Ellie years ago? Yeah, I think he did. I think he ended up getting back in later on. I'm obviously not a partner recruiter or anything. It's more like I'm just there in the break room and I see people come and go. But, yeah. There's a saying my dad uses, just because you don't want someone to get at your table doesn't mean you want them to starve. You can want to not interact with someone without wanting misfortune with them. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, I don't wish misfortune on, like, Nike or anything. I just don't want to be anywhere near the guy. I'm that way with family in my life. I've had family before that it's like, I really don't want to be anywhere near you. And my life is way more stress-free just by not having them included in it.
That's fair. I know what that's like. I've had some piece of shit family members who tried to ruin my life. Fuck them. I've told the story about my step-grandma before. I don't think now's the time to tell it. But yeah, fuck them. Some of them are real pieces of shit.
Amok, why do you not have a guide for the KOCM strike? I've actually never done it. I tried it a few times back when it first came out. And keep in mind, I do not have a team of, like, ace players for that content, right? I pug. Everything I do, I pug. If I can't pug it, then I'm like, okay, I can't make a guide for this. So I have not made a guide for KO, Canine Overlook Challenge Mode, Harvest Temple Challenge Mode, or, what was the other one? Old Lion's Court Challenge Mode. Embeds have a bad rep for a bunch of good reasons, personally. I'd probably steer clear than saber. Yes, I'll give you guys an example of bad ones, because, this has come up. Okay, there is a guy in the Escape from Tarkov category, or at least he used to be there, right? And he would have, like, no one talking in his chat, and he would have 3,000 viewers on the viewer count. And when people came in and tried...
Was his name Fextra Life?
I had to talk to him, he would not respond, because he never read chat. And so what did they do? They go, wow, Twitch sucks, and they would leave. It would hurt the platform if people came in and found that guy as their first streamer. What am I doing right now? I'm talking with chat. Usually if people come in to here, even if it's because I have 10 higher view count because of an embed or something, I answer them. I have questions, welcome, and ask me anything in the title and the tags every single day. So morally, I don't think there's anything wrong with this, because I'm trying my best to give them a good experience on the Twitch platform so that they stay. Of course I want them to stay. It helps me out too if they stay. But
I think he's being mildly naive about this. Are you watching this? I'm watching him on 1.5 because I don't want to spend like 2 years on a 22-minute video. I think he's being fairly naive about this. He's taking this from the altruistic, I want people to have a good time, as many people as possible. It's likely it's also a business decision on his end. But at the same time, I personally disagree with embeds.
Yeah, that's it.
We'll talk about the whole embed story and the whole drama in Guild Wars 2 with embeds.
That's basically it. Fextra Life drama. Fextra Life is, I don't have any ill will toward Fextra Life either. Fextra Life is a gaming wiki.
I do. Fuck that guy. His guides suck and they don't make sense.
I'm sure if any of you have ever Googled, like, where's this thing in Elden Ring, you probably found Fextra Life's website.
Yes, and you found it, and then you went there, and it wasn't the thing you were looking for wasn't there because you had the wrong location, because you shit out a guide in 10 seconds that didn't make sense.
On their own wiki, and that puts them higher on whatever.
Literal misinformation on Fextra Life. Have to disagree on that shit.
Category they're on Twitch. Now I want to be again really clear here. Twitch could say stop or we'll ban you, and that would be over instantly. The thing is, Twitch doesn't do that. Like they're okay with it under certain conditions. Now again, some people abuse it, and when those people get caught, they get banned. But others, follow the rules. That's why. Hang on just a second. If you follow these rules, you're allowed to do it. This is it.
Embedding Twitch in your website explains how they need a no autoplay. That's what they need, but they won't do that. Like I said, my conspiracy theory is that Twitch knows that their site dies, or half the viewership disappears tomorrow, and that looks bad because Daddy Amazon's coming down the pipeline wearing no pants. If they see those viewers half.
embedding Twitch in your website. So I have it on my website at the top, and when people see I'm live, they can ask questions. And I'm listed as a collaborator.
Also says there's a size limit. What do you mean a size limit? Also, that's what she said. Couldn't help myself. Sorry.
On Guild Gen's website, because I'm a contributor toward it, with my guides and stuff, and so she put me there. But if it becomes too big of a problem, you know, we can change that in the future. But that's it. I just like Extra Life because people have actually confused Extra Life with Extra Life with charity. I feel like that's just unfortunate naming convention, but I understand that. I only know the BG3 stuff. Yeah, I heard about the BG3, sorry, the Baldur's Gate 3 stuff kind of like on the grapevine. I don't know as much about that, but yeah. Muck will have to collab with him if Nike brand starts releasing Muck looks. Yeah, we are both named after shoes, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah, like, anyway. It's absolutely hilarious because seriously, it's two people named after footwear going at each other. Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? No. I mean, honestly, the biggest thing I fear right now is that, you know, he'll take some small snippet of this conversation and, like, make a clip or something and then, like, put that on blast and use it as some kind of stupid gotcha moment or something. But no, I don't have a problem talking about this because we are following all of their rules and stuff like that. And if they want us to change anything, I will happily change it. Again, this whole thing stemmed from me collabing with Guild Gen for like a year and then her saying, hey, you know, can I offer this, you know, thing to you? You know, she was trying to help me out just like I've been trying to help her out as a content creator. And I was like, you know, after I looked it up and made sure everything was fine because I don't want to get in trouble, I was like, yeah, that'd be nice, thank you. And that's it. You talk about the embed thing.
Yeah, that sounds like what this all sounds like is he had one conversation with this Guild Gen person who runs the website and embedded his stuff. And then he shrugged and walked away. Guild Gen did her thing, and then he had now the conspiracy theory is that Mukluk is the secret controller of Kamala Harris's campaign. And he's got his fingers inside her brain, and he went out of his way to purposefully make sure that those embeds boosted his channel to the top of the website. Want to be embedded on my website? No. No, Sawman. The only thing I want embedded is you. In me.
Yeah, just if you want to see the whole talk, just rewind the stream a little bit. It's already been responded to me on Twitter too. Probably just block, move on. Oh, were you? Sorry. So keep in mind, your Twitter names are different from Twitch names often. So I probably saw you in that conversation and didn't realize it was you. Yeah, someone was like, have you contacted him and asked if he's aware of what this is? And he says, I don't care how he tries to defend it, I judge the actions. Okay, well, you know what? You got kicked out of the partner program for being a jackass to people, and you impersonated ArenaNet staff and lied to a bunch of people, and you made a tier list where you insulted like every single male Guild Wars 2 streamer, and you also made a guide on onion farming and lied to new players because you thought it was funny. So should I judge you by those actions, I wonder? I mean...
I don't know, you see, all these things that he's saying, these sound like hearsay, and I've heard this all before said about Swole Benji. So I'm not going to make a judgment call on Nike. I'm not going to do that because I know nothing about the situation. I got told a ton of shit about Swole Benji that all of it turned out to be wrong when I just had a conversation with the fucking guy. So that I'm not going to get into.
Like, he's acting like he's got the moral high ground, and he's like in a pit with a shovel. So I do not for a second think that he's doing this out of the kindness of his heart to help the little people. That's not the case at all. Like, I've been here a while. I've seen what he's done.
Okay, sure. If there's a response video, we can keep going. We can keep digging. We can keep digging this grave. I'm here for a long time. I'm here for a good time and a long time, so I don't mind. I've got to catch up on like 3 weeks of streaming shit that I haven't done. So I'm more than willing to dig into any hole. I'm willing to dive into all of your holes. All you have to do is ask. Can we watch the weird Fallout vid before? Sure, we'll watch that first. Whatever weird Fallout vid. You mean the one in the Discord? Thank you for that, Plague Doctor. If you're in the stream to hear that. Where is it? The one I sent here. Okay. Man, I've got so much to catch up on. Holy shit. Alright. We'll watch this. Oh, this is the New Vegas intro, but it's brain rot. That's what started randomly playing. Okay. You mean this one? Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. This might get me in trouble. I don't see a copyright claim. Good news.
Without a simp in my heart, without a yacht of my
Oh, Christ. Does anyone else smell burnt toast? Because I feel like I'm having a fucking stroke. I've heard kids talk like this in shopping centers. I'm not kidding. And it sounds 10 times worse with a South African accent.
Deadass. War stays the same. On God. You were grinding as a phantom tax collector, domed by the Mommy Express to deliver an Uber Eats order. What seemed like an easy grind has ended.
Oh, give me a second. Oh, let me brace myself. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Oh. I hear people talk like that and it like activates my fight or flight response. And like I can feel like myself beginning to like shake as the adrenaline like gets through my system and like my asshole tightens like it's preparing for a fight. I want to fight someone when I hear this shit.
Your mewing streak.
Chat, this thing's made out of paper.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It doesn't taste like blue raspberry at all. Chat, is this thing even real? What a weird...
You know, it's real fucked up. Go back and look at the sun. I will just now. You know, it's real fucked up. You know what this looks like? This to me used to look like one of the most iconic, memorable intros to any Fallout game ever. You know what this looks like to me now? It's a Mr. Beast thumbnail. I buried 1,000 children in graves in the Mojave Desert, so that my friend Chris Tyson doesn't get accused of anything anymore. Let's see how long the living ones take to get their way out. I'm gonna drop a Tesla on the first 5 that make it out of the grave. Now, where was that fucking sign? Gyats from Ohio, for fuck's sakes. No, fuck you, dude.
What a weird vape.
Will you feed this simp a grimace shake?
Maybe artists riz people without looking them in the face.
Not that sign. You're telling me there's another one of these motherfuckers. Rule 34. That one you mean.
But I ain't a gooner. Deadass. You've made your last L-take, kid. Effing chat for getting caught in 4K.
Oh, fuck's sake.
From where you're look-maxing, it must seem like a baby Gronk-sized hit of copium.
Fuck. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Okay, at least I know my IQ is definitely in the double digits now.
But the skibba deal is, the Gyat was rizzed from the start.
Oh, fuck. Just shoot me. Fucking shoot. No, there was a toilet there. No. Whoever did this, whoever made this video, I want them to understand that they are. So, this is how the afterlife works for anyone who doesn't understand, right? There are all these. This is the way it's described by Dante Alighieri. There are. There are 9 circles of hell. Right? And at the very bottom of hell, as described in Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, is Judas chained in the middle of a circle, whipped every single day, and the devil takes shits on his open wounds. Now, just below that is the mental state of the guy who made this video.
Whoa, easy there, easy. You've been edging for a couple of days now, for real.
Fuck me.
I tried to remove as much of your brain rot as I could, but the 6 hours you spent on TikTok instead of sleeping really did a number on you.
I mean, that's fair. Oh no, oh no! Is nothing sacred to these fucking people. Just desecrate a church like a normal human being. Bomb a mosque, something. Do something less egregious than this.
You know, it took me 17 hours with a drill to get through that thick skull of yours. And frankly, your skull is the only thing that's thick.
Did that just say "and frankly"? I don't know why I'm surprised at this point.
Thick about you. I've never seen someone with so much fat have no ass before. Hurry up and peel your flat ass off that sticky mattress so you can get the hell out of my house. You're starting to stink up the joint. Just because you say no cap, that don't mean you ain't gotta pay. I still want your caps. I don't do this doctor stuff for free.
Is this a mod? Is this a fucking mod to this game? Christ.
Let's see how bad your brain rot is. Can you tell me what this is? No, you fucking idiot. It's grass. What the hell is wrong with you? Forget your brain, that's...
Of course, he doesn't recognize grass.
Simp should have shot you through the dick.
Hey everyone.
Was that quest, did that quest just say, "Ain't that a dick in the head"? Did that just say that? Wait. Hold on. Okay, no, he didn't do that. He's just affected me on a subconscious level. That was just the normal writing. Okay.
Hey everyone, it's CJ Mattis.
What the hell are you doing in my broadcast studio, Rizzler?
Oh,
sorry,
for fuck's
Mr.
sakes.
Vegas. I just needed to borrow it real quick. I wanted to ask people to subscribe and maybe check out my other videos. You know,
That's what you call a self-promo? That was El Riz, Mr. Mattis.
Okay, fair enough. How would you do it?
Hey kids, would you be a doll and subscribe to my home invader here? I'm sure it would mean the world.
Okay, that was better. You're definitely better at this.
Thank you. Now should we keep yapping, or should we get back to the music?
Yeah, let's play Blue Goon by Frank Sinatra.
Blue Goon, you saw me mewing alone, without a simp in my heart, without a yacht of my own. Blue Goon, you knew what I pulled up for. You heard me bussin' out prayers for someone I could edge for.
You know, I think that did it. I think I'm ready. I'm ready for the asteroid now. I thought I had so much to live for, but I don't anymore. I want a quick, clean death. Actually, I take that back. Kill me and make it painful. Because the more it hurts, the less I'm going to remember what the fuck I just saw. Take that, man. God damn it. Christ. Is nothing sacred anymore? Why couldn't you just be a normal-ass human being? Oh, holy shit, dude. This guy's response is 41 minutes long. Christ, I'm wiping that shit from my mind. I feel like if I got drunk on stream, like dangerously liver failure drunk on stream, I feel like I would have done less brain damage to myself. Now, do I want to go through this entire thing? Or not? And I swear to God, if I hear Small Benji's voice, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Let's see what he had to say.
Hey guys,
we'll speed through this one.
It's kind of a strange video. It's kind of a bit different than the stuff that I normally do, but I felt it was necessary. So, if you guys haven't been...
Wait, hold on.
Hey guys, Nike here. It's kind of a strange video. It's kind of a bit different than the stuff that...
Do you want free stuff in albino?
No, the voice is too different.
Just making sure. But I felt it was necessary. So, if you guys haven't been keeping up, and I feel I'm jealous of you that you have been able to not keep up with this, but Darren's made a great video, which I will link below in the pinned comment, about how certain streamers, I'll just say Valen and Muckluck, are embedding their streams at the bottom of every page on GuildGen's website. And it's set to auto.
At the bottom of every page, yeah, that's because that's how HTML works. You throw it in and you just like leave it there for each page. You copy paste it across.
Play, and so what that essentially means is that every person who goes to GuildGen's website counts as a Twitch viewer in their chat, and it's artificially inflating their Twitch viewer numbers. You can watch his whole video where he explains everything and he talks about the harms and all of that. And I don't need to get. I'm not going to rehash. I'm not going to rehash and relitigate why it's necessarily a problem in this little preamble. But anyway, I thought it was a worthwhile video, and to say it's an unsavory and unethical practice is being a bit generous, I would say. I think it's a bit below unsavory and unethical. I think, me personally, I consider it stealing. But again, I'm not going to spend this video laying out necessarily my case for that. Anyway, I posted the video, Darren's video, to the Guild Wars 2 subreddit, and of course.
So he's taking a hard line against this. He's saying this is worse than unsavory. He sees this as thievery.
In the Guild Wars 2 subreddit does not like me, as some of you may know, and so a lot of the comments are focused on me being a hypocrite of some kind because I've done something bad in the past, according to them. So that means I can't ever comment.
To the pen to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring, since we already went through all cancerous Gen Z terms.
What you said is nowhere near as damaging as the brain rot I watched in that New Vegas video. I'm invincible after that video. Nothing can hurt me. Nothing. Zofrost, this is the whole embedding drama with Muckluck and that other guy I don't know whose name starts with a V. I can't remember. I've had like a fucking stroke. So like I can't remember the other guy's name. I'm just trying to understand all of this. I think there's a much better way to do embedding. Honestly, it shouldn't be autoplay. That's all you got to change.
On anyone ever doing bad in the current, as if that is some sort of defense of the behavior in question. Whatever. I have thick skin. They can. I know what the Reddit's biases towards me are, and I'm not offended by that. I know it comes with the territory. But what really sort of did annoy me was that it was quite obvious that that Muckluck, rather than the simple solution to this whole drama is for Muckluck to go, I see the issue. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I agree it's not a great thing that was happening, so I'm going to have GuildGen immediately remove me from the embed on her website. I totally agree.
He doesn't have to go that far. Just make it not autoplay.
And that would have been it, and I would have praised him for taking that step. But instead, he sort of attacked me, and he tried to defend his unethical actions with what I would call lies. I will say intentionally misleading his viewers and his fans about what he was doing and how it was going. And so he did post a video, and I believe I was called out in particular in the video. I haven't actually watched it, so there's going to be no pre-watching. But I'm going to play the video, the VOD for you of him, and I'm going to pause it and go through when he says something that I want to react to. And again, the only reason I'm doing this is because I was mentioned directly. Even though, I didn't make the video. I just reposted it to Reddit. I don't know what that has to do with me. Obviously, this is an issue that I've been following for a while. So when Darren's made the video, that interests me since I've been following this issue for a while. So I posted it to the Reddit. Why that necessitates attacking me? I don't know. Why attacking me is a defense of your actions? I also don't know. Presumably your actions should stand or fall on their own merit. And the name of the person who posted it to the subreddit really should be irrelevant to that discussion. But anyway, let's get into it. I want to hear what Muckluck has to say.
Yeah, I did see that. No, I don't mind talking.
Oh, god damn it, we watched Muckluck's response for nothing. It was right here. Fuck.
About that because I'm not trying to like hide anything.
Well, we'll see about
that. Wait, is this a new one?
Let me go somewhere where I'm just like standing still. Gonna go watch Rose's new video. Wait, new video? Like brand new? Or
fuck! God damn it, I'm gonna be watching the same thing again.
Or do you mean the PvP one that I said I'm too scared to watch on stream? Hold on. The PvP one. Gotcha. Yeah, okay, yeah, he posted that a few weeks ago. Alright. So, the question I got, and I do not mind talking about this. I will say it is a sensitive subject because some people have abused this in the past on Twitch.
So what he's talking about is Fextra Life. Now, Fextra Life, if you guys aren't aware, was a business organization that ran wikis, essentially, of every 30,000, 40,000.
Don't care. Everyone knows about Fextra Life.
To stream their games, sponsorship was
Skibbity toilet no cap mogging you with your no riz. Broke boy can afford hair. 100 fire react content. Chat am I cooked?
Where's that fucking ban button? Where is it? How do I do this? Fuck. I'm so stroked out I don't know how to... I fuck it. God damn it. Fuck you.
That stream probably, I will say, conservatively cost ANET $10,000. That's $10,000 of ANET's EOD marketing budget that was stolen by a streamer who was lying and fake inflating their viewer counts. So that is why it's an important thing to bring up.
Wait. Hold on.
Organically watching it. No one. But certain game studios and marketing companies aren't that savvy enough to realize they're being taken advantage of.
They're a bunch of retards. Most game studios contact a third-party marketing company. Marketing company has no idea how the space works. They look at some numbers. They decide a number big. We like number. Give money to a person with big number. That's how they work.
And they were hiring Fextra Life to stream their games in paid sponsorships for thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yes.
The typical Fextra Life sponsorship was well over $10,000 for a few hours of gameplay. And why that's relevant is ArenaNet sponsored Fextra Life to stream End of Dragons. End of Dragon, that stream probably, I will say, conservative.
Okay, so he's not accusing Muck of stealing thousands of dollars. He's accusing Fextra Life, which is fair because those would have had to gone to like those sponsorships or that money, that ad revenue delegated money would have gone to someone else who wasn't embedding if Fextra Life didn't exist.
Cost ANET $10,000. That's $10,000 of ANET's EOD marketing budget that was stolen by a streamer who was lying and fake inflating their viewer counts. So that is why it's an important thing to bring up, in that it directly affected the Guild Wars 2 community.
Okay, and how many sponsorships has Muckluck gotten for embedding views? How many sponsorships has he taken since the embeds went live? How many people have given him thousands of dollars that they would have otherwise given to someone else in the Guild Wars 2 space? 0? And yeah, Zofrost, I've reduced ads as much as possible on Twitch, but if you want to stay on YouTube, hey, there's no ads there. So, if Muckluck has stolen $0, has Muckluck committed thievery? If a foreskin is circumcised in a forest, was it really removed? Don't worry about it.
That Fextra Life essentially stole 5 figures worth of money from ANET. So yes, the Twitch community is very sensitive about this subject because they don't like thieves.
And so it is something that a lot of people have like a very big knee-jerk reaction about.
It's not a knee-jerk reaction. It's literally wrong and unethical. That's not. You don't need to have a knee-jerk.
No, it is a knee-jerk reaction because something is wrong and unethical. And because something is wrong and unethical, they have the knee-jerk reaction to everyone else doing it to some degree or another. We lose varying degrees of wrong and unethical. How much money has Muckluck made off of embedding? That's what I need to know.
knee-jerk reaction. That's like saying, well, listen, murder is, a lot of people have knee-jerk reactions to hearing about murder. No, it's wrong. It's unethical. That's all there is to it. It's immoral. There's no need, you don't need to have a knee-jerk reaction. Wrong is wrong, my friend.
Well, yeah, I don't mind talking about it at all because then I can lay it out very carefully. Controversy talk, it's not, it could be depending on who.
Embedding would be wrong if he was stealing or if he wasn't top of the category. How is this embedding assisting him? I don't think it is, actually. And like I said, if Mukluk wants to put his cock on the table and get rid of the embedding, or at least ask for non-autoplay features, that would be great. Fantastic. What if you're murdering a murderer? Why did you murder him? That's the real question. Why did you murder him?
Okay, so let's clear the air here. So Nike, who, first of all, let's talk about who Nike is.
Okay, no, we don't need to talk about who I am. Why is that relevant, dude? What does it have to do with your actions? Defend yourself. Don't attack me. Oh, that is really low class. It doesn't. What I
so this is what I said. I don't care about the shit flinging. I don't care about the chimpanzees throwing shit at each other to make that. Like, I don't care about that part. I want to see facts.
Spend this video defending like everything I've ever done. But listen, if you're gonna attack me and in some way to save your bacon, come on, man. That's low class. Aren't you better than that? Well, I guess you're not.
Okay. Nike was a content. I guess he's.
Why the fuck are we listening to this mouth breather? He even sounds like a whiny bitch. I don't care what he sounds like, Ashura. And I want to get the full context of this, right? It doesn't matter what he sounds like. I want to see some stats. I want to see some figures. I want to see some arguments backed up by shit. That's what I want to see.
Still is a content creator for Guild Wars 2. All right? This is him. He posted a bunch of bad stuff about me. Now, let's talk about who Nike.
I didn't post anything bad about him. You can go to my Twitter and control F for Mugluck, and you won't see a single tweet where I call you.
Okay. That's what we'll do. Okay. Let's see. Let's do it. All right. That's his claim. Okay, that should be far enough down. Control F. I don't see Mukluk's name anyway. Let's see. Subreddit got some new mods. Reply guy crying, boo-hoo. Asman going full Nazi is sad but expected. That's sad. It's very soft. First signs he was drifting far right, incel adjacent content. People did try to step in, blah, blah, blah. Everybody plays games for fun, so when Toxic Casual tells you they play for fun, the implication is that you don't. Which shows it's their crowd. Okay, blah, blah, blah. I see nothing here. Oh, cool. Okay, we're talking about Florida. Spellbreaker Hammerbolt. Yeah, I see nothing of value here. One way or another, I see nothing of value.
Called him out. I called out people who were embedding and stealing. I didn't name anyone. Did you feel threatened by that? Why are you insecure about that? What's the problem? Did you feel personally attacked when I called out people who were cheating? Maybe you have a guilty conscience. I don't know.
He is. First of all, he recently got kicked out of the ArenaNet Partner Program for basically being a jackass.
No, that's...
The question is, what if you say one of the top 2 Guild Wars streamers who keeps it family friendly? Yeah, okay, then obviously he's referring to him, right? So that might be manipulative. I need to bring up that fucking thing again now to see what Mukluk. God damn it! Now we're fucking playing detective here. It's fine. This is all cleansing. So he brings it up here. Come on, Twitch. I believe in your ability to load.
He recently got kicked out of the ArenaNet partner program.
Okay, there's the chimpanzee shit flinging.
He got kicked out of the partner.
Show me the tweets. Show me the tweets. Show me the fucking tweets!
Of ArenaNet staff and gave people a lot of false information on Twitter.
Oh, God damn it!
They would ask questions and stuff like that.
Show me the fucking... Oh, my God. Christ.
For Guild Wars 2. Alright? This is him.
Okay.
He posted a bunch of bad stuff.
Okay, it's beyond embarrassing that one of the top Guild Wars 2 streamers. That's what we're looking for.
Now, let's talk about who Nike is.
Okay. Now we can get somewhere. The fuck is this? Beyond. God damn, I can't even fucking spell off. You know, this fucking Fallout New Vegas video has fucked me up. God damn it. Here we go. It's beyond embarrassing that one of the top Guild Wars 2 streamers. So this to me means he's talking about Muckluck, or he's talking about Teapot, or he's talking about Loranity, or he's talking about that Valen guy. Right? This right here, sorry to say this, is pussy shit. This is pussy shit. You're gonna accuse someone, call them out by name, stop being a bitch. Don't be a little pussy-ass bitch. Say their fucking name. Put your cock and balls on the table and say the goddamn name. Instead of these little weasel word bullshit. I don't fucking like that. He's definitely not talking about Teapot or Loranity. Okay, fine. Sure, but I have to work under the assumption of being vague like this is not only pussy shit, but he may be talking about anyone. Say the fucking name. Is embedding his stream on a popular fan site to artificially inflate his view count. So this could... Okay, so popular fan site. What constitutes popular? How many views? Let's say he is talking about Muckluck. Or he's talking about that other guy, that Valen guy or whatever. Okay, not only is it poor taste, I'd argue it's stealing opportunity when newer streamers are pushed further down the category by embedders. If you're at the top of the category and your viewer count goes higher, are you not still in the same position? Nothing's changed. Just stop it with this pussy shit right here. Say the name. I'd argue it's stealing opportunity, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Nothing else of value was said. Don't pussyfoot around this shit. If you're gonna accuse people, you fucking say their name.
Bad stuff about me. Now, let's talk about who Nike...
I didn't post anything bad about him. You can go to my Twitter and control F for Muckluck, and you won't see a single tweet where I called him out.
Okay, so he's saying, okay, so it can't be Muckluck. He's not talking about Muckluck then. This is, fuck me. Okay, this is the behavior of a fucking high school girl, right? I'm sorry to say this, right? But this is the behavior of a gigantic fucking pussy, right? This is a little high school girl who does that shit where they poke at some other bitch in the class, and then one day that bitch turns around and wants to smack her in the face, and when she does, then the bitch who's been poking the other chick for months sits there and cries and goes, oh, but I didn't do anything. That's what this is, right? Fuck me. I've seen a larger pair of testicles on a fucking worm, dude. Say the name. Call people out by name. Don't be a little pussy bitch. God. Fucking irritates me. There's nothing that irritates me more than all these fucking weasel word pieces of shit.
I called out people who are embedding and stealing. I didn't name anyone. Did you feel threatened by that? Why are you insecure about that? What's the problem? Did you feel personally attacked when I called out people who were cheating?
See that right there? That's high school girl behavior. That's psychotic high school girl behavior. Right? Is to behave like that. If you weren't talking about him, you say, I wasn't talking about you. If you were talking about him, say, I was talking about you.
Guilty conscience, I don't know.
He is. First of all, he recently got kicked out of the ArenaNet Partner Program for basically being a jackass.
No, that's sort of not why I got kicked out of the ArenaNet Partner Program. Long story short, I made a video, which some of you guys might have known, the onion farming guide. And the video was sort of a test, a practical joke of sorts, to see if I could make a farcical video and see if people would take it seriously. And guess what? People did take it seriously. And one of the people who took it seriously was a woman named Stephanie, who ran the ArenaNet Partner Program.
I don't care. I don't care who took it seriously, if it was a joke, what your intention was. I don't give a fuck. None of this backstory matters to me.
And she took it as a very legitimate video. And when everyone rightly pointed out that it was a joke video, she had a little bit of egg on her face, and she was a little bit embarrassed. So essentially, what happened was she was waiting for the moment, and essentially someone, a former member or a fanboy, I'm not sure what his relationship is, with Snowcrows, took the time to.
I don't care. I don't care about Muckluck's personal story in this. I don't care about your personal story. I don't care about your backstory. Let's keep to the issue on topic here, please. Fucking Jesus God.
Links to various VODs where, you know, I said something like, oh, we're going to criticize the game today, or that balance patch was dog shit, or this and that. Just and also like really random tweets, like where I was like very critical of Republican politicians. And they compiled this list in an email and sent it to her, and she used that information. She used that, and she's like, hey, are all these things that you said legitimate? And I go, yeah, those are obviously all things I said because that's my Twitter, and it's clips that someone took out of context. Yeah, those are all things I said. And she goes, okay, good, then you're out of the partner program. So that's what happened. I embarrassed Stephanie publicly by getting her to retweet the Onion video, and she basically looked for anything that she could to unpartner me, and that's fine. I don't really care. I'm not salty about it. If ArenaNet asked me to be back in the partner program tomorrow, I don't think I would accept because I just am not interested in that anymore. I don't really care.
Okay, jerk yourself off about your past some other time, please. Please, God, stay on topic.
It is what it is, and I got the last laugh because I'm still here, and Stephanie lost her very cushy 6-figure job. So anyway, let's see what Muckluck has to say about me.
Okay, he did a lot of mean stuff. I'm not going to go into it.
No, I didn't.
He got kicked out of the partner program by the people who run the game because they would rather do paperwork than have him be anywhere near them anymore.
Paperwork? What paperwork?
After that, he then pretended to be a member of ArenaNet staff and gave people a lot of false information on Twitter when they would ask questions and stuff like that. And
okay, so if you guys aren't aware of this,
who cares? Who cares? Who gives a shit? Honestly, who gives a shit? One way or the other, who gives a shit? Who cares? Who cares if he was pretending to be someone on Twitter? Who honestly gives a fucking flying shit? Honestly. Who cares? If you did a little bit of trolling. None of that is valid or relevant to the fucking issue of embedding. God and fucking hell. Ugh. I could put a spine dildo up my ass and it would hurt less than this whole argument. This entire fucking thing. I don't like this shit-flinging chimpanzee shit. Where it's, oh, he said, she said, oh, but he did this, and I'm going to interpret his intentions like this. And no, but that wasn't my intentions. Stop being fucking pussies, look each other in the eye, and accuse each other like goddamn men.
This gag. ArenaNet didn't have a community manager. They still don't, as far as I'm concerned. So I wanted to show how silly it was that they don't have a forward-facing community manager. So I just said, yeah, now I'm the community manager. And I just pretended like I was a community manager. And the fact is, people believe it. You know why people believe it? Because ArenaNet's doing such a bad job at community management that it seems somehow plausible that I would be the community manager. The fact that it was even possible for people to believe
legitimately, though, that seems pretty funny. I would, you know what? I gotta respect that. I pretended to be the community manager and acting like a dick bucket. That seems objectively funny to me. I think that's funny.
Shows that how it shows the bad job that ArenaNet was doing. Anyway, The long story short is no one could have possibly taken it seriously who was paying any attention. And when he says wrong information, here's the information that I was tweeting. I mentioned that Guild Wars 3 beta involves spaceships. That's it. That's the misinformation he's talking about. I tweeted out saying that the Guild Wars 3 beta is going to be set in a futuristic setting, a sci-fi setting, and that we're going to have ship battles. That's the
That's low tier. He could have said they're putting in a sex patch. He could have done anything. Spaceships. If that's true, and I'm going to take him as his word, that's low tier. You could have done better.
misinformation. If you can hear that and take it seriously, I'm not even going to comment on what that says about your intelligence. Any reasonable person would have taken that as a joke, and how that colors my reputation is somehow negative. Whatever, dude.
Spread like fake patch notes and stuff like that.
No, I didn't.
That suddenly stopped.
I never spread fake patch notes.
It would not surprise me if he was threatened with legal action.
No, actually, I wasn't threatened with legal action. ANET had nothing to say about it to me. But what did happen, and what Mucklock's very well aware of, and what he's not telling you, is that all the ANET partners were told that they were not allowed to associate with me and talk to me or have me in their content as long as I was maintaining.
So you see, this is the he said, she said shit I don't care about. I don't care about your little in groups. I don't care about your little fucking out groups. None of that matters to me. None of that matters.
Joke that I was a CM. He knew that because they made a big deal about it in the partner program. When I heard about that, not because they talked to me directly, but because they talked to people who were in the partner program, I said, okay, this has run its course. I don't want my friends to get punished because I'm making a joke. So now I will end it. No, that's why.
Okay. This guy also, recently, where he spent hours insulting about 2/3 of them. Okay? So this guy just basically was just saying vile stuff.
What did I say that was wrong? What did I say that was wrong?
So
I didn't say vile things about anyone. If anyone said, if I said anything factually wrong about anyone, feel free to let me know what it is in the comments below. I think I was quite truthful and honest.
This is just a shit flinging competition right now. That, like, fuck me. This is two chimpanzees at the zoo just flinging shit at each other.
And it was all done in jest. I put myself in the washed up category.
Oh, he did? Did he? Did he actually put himself there? I didn't see his thing. My initial viewing of his tier list was I didn't see his thing, his avatar, so I thought he didn't put himself in. Am I wrong? Hold on, let me go to his fucking thing. Okay, he did a tier list somewhere. Apparently. Okay. He put himself in the washed up category. I don't see his fucking thing here. Is it this? Is that? Is that it? Yes. Okay, it's not the axolotl. I was looking for the fucking axolotl. That's why. Okay, so he was self-aware enough to put himself in the washed up category. Fair enough.
I think that should let you know. I put myself in the washed up category. That should kind of let you know the tone of that video in case you haven't watched it.
He, let's see, what else? What else is on his rap sheet? In the past, one day, he made a video on how to farm gold, and the whole thing was a troll. It was, centered around onions. You could say it was a meme video, all right? You could give this one a pass, but
it was a meme.
He has made content before that lies to new players in order to just waste their time because he thinks it's funny.
I've never done that. That is 100% bullshit. If you can tell me what he's referencing there, I would love to know. I've never done that. I've never misled anyone in a malicious way. The onion video was one thing, because that was a joke, and everyone should have realized it was a joke. And quite frankly, the onion thing paid off. The price of onions went up like 1,000%, and it's still high. If you'd invested in onions when I told you to in that video, you'd be rich. But anyway, he's lying. This is a 100% lie. I've never made a video intended to mislead any new player about Guild Wars 2.
All right. So
you fucking liar.
Is this gonna be a vid? No, because I don't even want ad revenue for talking about this.
Oh, good. You're not getting any.
Anyway, that is the baseline. I want you to know the kind of person we're talking about. Okay. This is not the kind of person.
I just. Let's get some context on this situation. Let's get some context. Let's put this all into perspective. Right? Let's just like, you know, put all of this into some fucking degree of perspective. We are sitting here crying, bitching, pissing, shitting, and moaning about a he said, she said situation. So I think it's incredibly important that before we continue with the rest of this video, that you watch this.
Rose MMO. Do you want screenshots of any all messages by Nike in Mighty Teapot's Discord, where he mentions the word embed or a direct link, so you can see yourself?
Supergod, at this point, I don't care. But I just want you to have some context about what we're bitching about. Cool. Cool. Just needed you to have some of that context. Let's go back to crying, shitting, pissing, and moaning about a fucking Guild Wars 2 drama.
Person that is doing what he does because of morals or because he thinks it's right. He likes stirring the pot.
No. So here, this is a two birds with one stone situation. I do like stirring the pot. I like to see.
That's fine.
I like to mix.
So do I.
I like to see what's going on in the community. I like people being called out for their bad behavior, and I like people calling out other people for their bad behavior. I enjoy it. I think it is fun. Drama's fun. I wouldn't even call it drama. But when you say
that's fine. Every single space needs a good fucking villain behind it. But if you're gonna be a villain, be good at your job. Don't be the henchman of Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where it's a retarded pig and a donkey thing. Don't be that. Be something memorable.
it's not about morals. Oh, it 100% is about morals. If you weren't doing anything wrong, I wouldn't have anything to call out, buddy. So get your house in order. This is 100% about morals and ethics. Something you don't know about because you're an unethical scumbag. How about that? You can't say the same about me.
Thinking
here we go.
Okay,
more shit flinging.
It's not funny.
Like if I were ever invited to go to like a
if you're going to be a bitch, be the whole bitch, Louis Rossman.
Yeah. Yeah, don't half-ass it. Be a full cunt. No one wants half a cunt. You can't even get all the way in half a cunt. Be the full cunt.
Thing like, hey, do you want to co-host these awards or something? And he was one of the other people there. I would say I'm not going to do it if he's there. All right, I'm not comfortable in the same room as him. This guy is.
Okay, so he's not comfortable in the same room as me, but he is comfortable having his stream embedded on Guildgen's website. Why did Guildgen get kicked out of the partner?
Fucking hell, that's how a woman argues. Sorry, I just had a flashback of my ex. I just had a flashback of my, like, being in a relationship with my ex where she would do something wrong and then I would call her out for it and she'd be like, oh, this is wrong. But remember that time you forgot to get me 2 birthday cakes? Like something completely unrelated. I love that. Just listen to this again. This is how like some women argue, like the psychos, the real fucking psychos. And if you ever hear a woman argue like this, you get the fuck away because they're not rational, right? This goes for anyone who's a woman who's a friend with one of these women, and anyone who's a guy who like thinks that they might have a relationship. Stay the fuck away from these people. Just listen to this again.
Scumbag. How about that? You can't say the same about me.
Just thinking this stuff is funny. Okay, that's it.
It's not funny.
Like if I were ever invited to go to like a Guild Wars 2 thing, like, hey, do you want to co-host these awards or something? And he was one of the other people there. I would say I'm not going to do it if he's there. All right, I'm not comfortable in the same room as him. This guy is.
Okay, so he's not comfortable in the same room as me, but he is comfortable having his stream embedded on Guildgen.
You see? Do you see that? Do you see? This is why women win arguments, right? This is exactly how women win arguments, right? It's they just go at a fucking right angle to what you're talking about. You're like, babe, it was your turn to do the dishes. Oh, it's not okay if I do the dishes. But remember that time you called me fat in jeans, bitch? It just goes off at a right angle and it makes no fucking sense. This is how women argue. This is like the worst, most psycho woman in the world. This is how they argue.
Website. Why did Guildgen get kicked out of the partner program? You're happy to associate with Guildgen, but you're not happy to. You wouldn't even be in the same room as me. What did Guildgen get unpartnered for? Muckluck. Oh, you're happy with your stream being embedded right next to Valen's stream? What did Valen get unpartnered for? How about you're happy being associated with those people? Well, in case you guys watching this video aren't aware of what those guys got unpartnered for, Valen and Gilgen, they got unpartnered for using racial epithets on stream and in in-game chat. Yeah, they're happy. They're happy throwing around the N-word.
More chimpanzee shit flinging.
And other slurs. And that's who Muckluck's happy. But he doesn't want to be associated.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? This is all whataboutisms. I don't care what Muckluck has to say about you. I don't care about what you have to say about Muckluck. That doesn't matter. This is all irrelevant. You made a 41-minute video saying that he's wrong about the embedding, and then just flung shit like a chimpanzee, and you didn't even have the nutsack to call him out on Twitter.
With me because I made an Onion video. But he's happy to be associated with Valen and Gilgen, who are unrepentant racists.
He's a huge troll and he creeps me out.
Unrepentant racists. I know nothing about these people, so I cannot comment one way or another. I don't know who owns a Ku Klux Klan hood in this. I don't know.
That is the baseline here.
Your facial hair creeps me out. Let's be honest about who's a creep.
Now, what did he say recently?
That's exactly what women do. That was another woman argument right there. Hey, miss, you stole my order from the top of the front. Your face hair creeps me out. Your facial hair creeps me out. Get away from me. Bitch, you took my fries. I've seen this shit go down. This is top tier psycho woman arguing here.
That has people messaging me about this. All right. He wrote, "It's beyond embarrassing that one of the top Guild Wars 2 streamers is embedded."
Yeah, it is. It is embarrassing.
His stream on a popular fan site to artificially inflate his view count.
That's true.
Not only is this poor taste, I'd argue it's stealing opportunity when newer streamers are pushed further down the category by embedders.
What's wrong with that?
What is he talking about?
Is that
so
wrong?
First off, my stream.
Did I say anything wrong?
Shut the fuck up and let him just finish the sentence and then bitch. Jesus Christ.
Did I call you out by name? No, I didn't.
Is embedded on my own site.
Your site's small potatoes.
If you open this up, we have got, here's Muckluck's website, and here's me right now. Now,
yeah,
this has done me a lot of good
this.
because people come here to get questions answered. They see I'm live, and then they just pop in here, and they're like, hey, I got a question. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And I just
no one cares about that.
The other thing.
I didn't mention your site at all because it's irrelevant. The data exists, guys. His website, the embeds on his website, they add like 10.
The data exists. If the data exists, then show me. Show it to me. Present it to me. Whip it out, baby. If it's that long and dangerous, show it to me. Don't just talk about the length and the girth. Whip it out right now.
Viewers to his stream. It's totally irrelevant. Gilgen's adding hundreds of viewers to his stream. That's relevant.
Is Gilgen. Now, this one, I want to say, is very recent, okay? This is Gilgen, who...
it's actually not recent. Let me look it up when the embedding started on at Gilgen. Let's see here. Let's see. It was April of 2024. Yep. So that's one man's interpretation of recent.
Who's been here for a while knows I have been recommending Gilgen as a resource.
April 2024. That matches up with the timeline of that small bump of consistent viewership that I saw.
For years, but not like the only resource. I'll be like, yeah, Gilgen has a huge.
I don't care about this.
Snowcrows has got some of the best math nerds figuring out raid builds. MetaBattle has got.
I would have loved him to go into the Wayback Machine and show that to me, but he hasn't done that.
Or if you don't find what you need, hardstuck.gg has got more. That's my usual shtick.
Who cares?
Right? Recently, as in a couple of months ago, I think. Gilgen
you don't know?
Asked me, they're like, hey, can I embed you on our site?
Again, Gilgen and Valen were kicked out of the partner program for being racists. What are we talking about here? He doesn't want to be associated.
Prove it. Prove they're racists. Prove it. If you can't prove outright, directly, that they are racists, that they hate other people of other races, is it then okay that I call you a pedophile? Does that make that cool? Does that work out?
With me, fine. I don't want to be associated with him. We're mutual on that. But he's happy to be associated with these people? Holy fuck.
Already here. And I was like, that might...
Wait, hold on. Muckluck is being a bit dishonest about his viewers from the embed, but holy hell. Look, I don't know if Muckluck is being dishonest or ignorant, right? Devilus, I don't know if he is or isn't. I still think it's a fucking stupid idea to have autoplay embeds on any site at all. I still think if you want to do it to some level of ethical degree, you don't have it autoplay. You have a thing that they have to click a button to make the fucking stream play. I don't see what the issue is there. Just do that shit.
A few extra views or something like that.
Just a few. No, it's more than a few. It's more than a few. Listen, you knew before you were embedded on there that it's more than a few. Everyone in the community who's paying attention knows that Valen was like a 30 viewer streamer.
Okay.
That was it.
Who cares?
Valen on his best day was like 70 viewers. And then as soon as he started embedding on GuildGen, he went up to like 350, 400 viewers. Everyone knows
Okay, cool. I thought this was about Muckluck.
this. No one was in the dark about this. Certainly not Muckluck, who, Muckluck, let me say, he's a very shrewd businessman. He knows content creation. He's made it his business. He knows the ins and the outs of it. He's playing dumb here. He's pretending he doesn't know what's going on. Oh, it's just a couple of views. He knew exactly what he was getting when he said when he's being embedded. He knows what it did for Valen's views, and he knows what it does for his views, but he's going to lie to you and pretend like he doesn't.
Is Muckluck still at the top of the category if he's streaming Guild Wars 2 and he's not embedding? Yes or no? If Muckluck tomorrow had both of those sites taken down, eliminated from the earth, is he still at the top of the category, yes or no? Okay, cool. If yes, now you need to decide if those extra viewers coming from that embed, and if he's a thief as you claim him to be, is he making some degree of money off of it? Where's the sponsorship money? Show me receipts. I need to see receipts. If you're going to accuse someone of theft, show proof. Show tits. He can't control how many come from the embed. Definitely more than 50 from me checking using the Stream Charts plugin. He's always had 75% real viewers. Valen had 30. Unreal Engine, I don't care. I don't care about that. I honestly don't give a fuck at this point, because it's like, sure, embeds are dog shit. Fucking stupid. If you're going to do them ethically from a business standpoint and promote yourself as a streamer that maybe people want to watch instead of foisting it on them, make it pause. Make the fucking thing not autoplay. That's all you have to do to fix this whole problem. If Muckluck wants to make these people look like stupid bitches, all he has to do is put his fucking cock on the table and make those two embeds, which currently autoplay, make them not autoplay. That's it.
Going Twitch's rules. Twitch has very strict rules. To be clear, Twitch does allow embeds, but they have a very strict set of rules that you have to follow.
It's not actually that strict.
To do it. And I double-checked everything, because I don't want to get in trouble. I do this for my livelihood. I double-checked everything, and it does. And what's the benefit of this? What is the benefit of this? The benefit of this is, like, if there are some people that are on the GuildGen website, and I start my stream, and there are 10 people on that website, it immediately says my viewer count is 10 high.
No. That's a lie. GuildGen is giving you hundreds of viewers. You start your stream, and it says you have 3...
Hundreds, prove it. GuildGen's giving you hundreds, prove it. Show it to me. I will 100% change sides and believe you 100% if you can prove it to me.
300 viewers, instantly. That's what it's doing. And those 300 viewers don't go away. You just...
Trust me, bro. Hundreds of viewers. Prove it.
Have an extra...
Cool, be a cunt. I don't care. Be a spicy little whataboutism, woman psycho arguing nutcase. Prove it. Prove it to me. Show me evidence. Whip it out. What's up, Ilgi? How you doing? Oh, Ilgi, that reminds me. I didn't want you to miss this, but like, I just felt like I needed to tell you that we have a connection. I don't want this to be a one-time thing, that you show up late and you just never here. It hurts me inside that I haven't been here for you for the last 3 weeks. But I feel like I can do better for you. You like my new camera angle?
300 viewers more than you would organically have. That's what's happening. He's lying to you. Anyone watching this video, he is absolutely lying to you about how many viewers it's giving. He's minimizing it and trying to make it sound like it's 10 viewers. It's hundreds of viewers.
And it gives me a few extra views at the start of the stream.
It's hundreds of viewers.
It just gets my numbers.
Prove it. Prove it. Both of you. Both of you fucks. Prove it. If it's 10 viewers, show me 10 viewers, Muck. If it's hundreds, show me hundreds. Nike. Show me. Whip it out. Come on, whip out the data points.
Up to where they normally are faster.
No. We can look at your historical numbers. As soon as you started embedding, you started consistently getting like 150 to 300 viewers more than you normally did. And it's patently obvious.
April 2024. Go for the 80 days. April 2024. June, July, February, March, April. Is this chart not long enough? It's never long enough, is it? Okay. April 2024. This month. Embeds go live. I need an explanation of this from Muckluck. And I just realized you can't see what I'm looking at. I need an explanation of this. This bump here that stayed up. I don't care about the spike. I don't care about this spike. I don't care about that. Giveaways, drops, who cares? Over here, average viewership, 360, like 190 to 330. Over here, 400 to 505, 530, 461. A 150 viewer bump, just about. So he's not wrong about that. So he's not lying there. This bump here is what's suspicious. Now, I like Muckluck, but I'm not going to sit here just because I like someone and take their fucking side on something. I need an explanation as to that. Why does this exist? Maybe a game came out. No. That streaming Guild Wars 2. That's when the embeds went live. If it was a game, why is it not a slow, consistent upward trend? Why is it just a sharp bump and then a stabilization? Maybe there's an explanation, Ilgi. Benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's an explanation. That's why I'd need to hear one. Maybe Muckluck is 100% willing to admit this over here came from embedding. Maybe he's more than willing to admit that. 100%. If he's fine with admitting that, cool. But maybe that's still done out of ignorance, not malice. And if it is done out of ignorance and not malice, then I would expect that if you're going to do the right thing, you go out of your fucking way to say, hey, it's not the right thing. Please either remove my embeds or, basic case, just fucking don't make it autoplay. That's simple. Move your mouse. There. Can you see it now? Is that better? That bump right there. But fuck. I'm trying to make my hand show up, but it's not. That one right there. Pleading ignorant isn't a valid excuse. Pleading ignorant is a valid excuse if you go out of your way to correct your mistake when you have been ignorant. I'm a dumbass. I fuck up all the time. I was ignorant of who, what's her face was? Iron Mouse. I was saying she was at the fucking gym. That she wasn't there during her sleep stream. And she's fucking disabled and can't leave her house. I was ignorant. And you know what I did? I made sure that there was a video correcting that mistake. Saying that I'm a fucking moron because I had no idea who that was. Now, if Muckluck was ignorant to that fact and wants to do the right thing, cool. Make this not autoplay. Make this not autoplay. This here, make it not autoplay. You put your cock on the table like that, that means you're willing to admit that you fucked up out of ignorance. Proves you weren't doing anything malicious. Shows that you were in the right the whole time. Nice and simple, straightforward. This isn't even about being a good person. This is straight up about you can use this as style on people if you want to be a prick. but it's the right thing to do. End of story.
When you compare, especially compare your streams from other games from then to now. When Muckluck used to stream other games, he would get like 50 to 75 to 100 viewers, which is whatever.
He's still at fault for not educating himself. It's not, this is the thing, Melangel Amethyst. It's not Muckluck's, well, I suppose it is part of his job to spread himself out as much as possible into as many places as possible and get as wide an audience as possible, right? So potentially you could actually argue that yes, him not educating himself on the topic is not good enough. But if he can admit fault to that and move forward, that's perfectly fine. I see no issue with being like, well, I fucked up. I should have known better and I changed it. I made a mistake and I changed it. What I don't like that Muckluck has said is he said that it's in accordance with Twitch TOS. I'll pay X videos to embed your stream. X videos will pay you money for that not to happen, Yogi. You could quite literally use my embedding on websites as a threat. So simple. I don't like that Muckluck said the words, it's in accordance with Twitch TOS. I don't like that. The same way I didn't like it when Dr. Disrespect said, the legal definition of sexting is not what I was doing with that underage kid. Muckluck hasn't done anything about it, and it's been months now. That's fair. That's fair. Now, Muckluck can't change Guildgen's behavior. He can change his personal website's behavior, assuming he has control over that. Or he could just reach out to this Guildgen person and be like, yo, make sure it doesn't autoplay, please. So I'm just seeing a shit flinging contest here. And the thing is, I do like Muckluck. He's been nice, he's been friendly. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm a mushroom and sit in the dark and be shoveled shit and pretend that it's not. It's not how I work. That's not how I operate.
Now, when he streams something like Total War Warhammer 3, he's getting hundreds of viewers. They're all, and you can look at the stats. We have the stats. Darren showed the stats in his video. Only 30% of his viewers, when he streams other games, are real viewers. 70% are fake viewers. He's getting hundreds of viewers.
Again, I said I don't know if I trust that site. If that bump that we saw of Muckluck's stats are real, then it should say 50% maximum of fake viewers, not 70%. I'm not here to shit, but a discussion about this needs to be had. And, definitely, absolutely. That's why I'm doing this. I'm all for the discussion of this. Also, I know, Ashura. I know. But there's nothing you can say to me that I haven't said 10 times worse. You can't hurt me. As a creator, I don't know why you'd mud your metrics with fake viewers unless you only care about trying to grow on Twitch, which is quite dumb since there's no discovery on Twitch anyway. The way to grow on Twitch is to suck toes and get rated. Yes. Yes, Benji. You're 100% right. Potentially, theoretically, what I see as a reason for doing this is that sponsors are retarded, don't care about what you're doing. All they want to see is big, nice green number go up. Because quite literally, any sponsorship you get on Twitch that's a personal interaction between you and a company, they're too fucking stupid to actually watch 2 hours of your content to figure out who you are. All they see is number go up. Quite literally, I'm not kidding. I have an email from a guy saying, hey, I'm thinking about putting this on your Twitch stream. And it's a shitty product. It's trash. I quite literally wrote back to him and said, if you do this, I'm going to go out of my way to make this the most offensive ad possible. Leave me alone. You know what I got back? I got a generic out-of-the-box response. It wasn't even worthwhile. It wasn't even a fucking AI response because the AI wouldn't have been that retarded. It was quite literally a copy-paste from a Word document. It's fucking stupid. So you know what I'm going to get on here? If I get one of those ads again, I'll say, sure, I'll take your money. And then I'll get on Twitch. And I'll start giving you some spicy opinions. It doesn't matter if they're real or not. I'll start talking, I'll fucking go off the hinges. I'll just go fucking nuts. Wooden doors on gas chambers. Fucking Nanking never happened. Xi Jinping, Winnie the Pooh, Tank Man. I'll fucking go nuts. Everything under the sun is what I will go for. If someone offers me money, and I'll take their money. I'll take their fucking money next time. Yeah, but honestly, so that's the reason I see people doing that, is the higher the number is, the better it looks when a sponsor approaches you. And the more money you could potentially leverage out of them. That's the only reason I can see to do it.
From Guild Gen. This is not in dispute. He is lying to you right here.
It's changing my income at all. No, you don't get ad revenue through embeds.
It doesn't matter. That's not what it's for. We're not talking. No one accused you of getting. No one accused you of getting ad revenue from embeds. Nobody. Darren's laid out.
Nobody accused him. Someone in a comment section probably did.
The case. Watch Darren's video again, Muck. Maybe you aren't paying attention. Maybe you didn't pay attention to it. The issue is that you would organically say have 300 viewers, and let's say there was another channel that also organically had 300 viewers.
Okay.
Well, now with your fake viewers, you go to 500, and now you're at the top of the category.
See if that point is moot or not. So Muckluck streams. Let's halve his viewer count to 200. I'll look at the stream chart site now, the video. English is the biggest segment. Not too surprising. None of this is helpful. None of this is helpful. I want to see a breakdown. Oh, there we go. Most watched. Cool. Teapot. Fucking killing it. Peak viewers, 10K. Peak viewers, 17K. Average viewers, 1.3. I don't know if I believe these stats based on what I saw on the 90-day chart. Oh, wait, that's the outliers bumping it up to make it look like a higher average than it actually is. Okay, this is not a data set. This is not a data point to be believed. So we've got Teapot at the top. We've got Muckluck below that. Then Loranity. I don't even know who Cellofrag is. But once you get to that, it drops off fucking dramatically. So what Muckluck's got to compete against is 4 people in the same position as him. No one else. Hey, Snap's doing pretty well. He's number 9. Not bad. Good for him. He's a French world versus worlder. That Super God. Hylek's not a playable race.
Category, which means when new people come to check out Guild Wars 2, they see your stream first. Most people, not saying all, there are exceptions, most people, when they come to check out a game they've never checked out the category for, they either actively sort it by highest to lowest viewer, or they just look for streams with a lot of viewers because those streams are alive and they can ask their questions, and typically more viewers equals a better stream is how people perceive it. And generally, I would agree with that.
Yes, okay.
The more entertaining streamers are just going to have more viewers. So when you artificially push yourself up to the top of the category, that means you're pushing other people down. To push yourself up, you must push other people down.
Are you pushing people down if you're already at the top? You could argue that you're pulling up the ladder behind you. But I don't know if you're suppressing others if you're always going to be at the top, whether you view bot or not. Or embed.
That's what you're doing. That's the problem. You are artificially hurting the other streamers in the category for your own benefit. No one's accusing you of stealing ad revenue from Twitch. So what he's doing is he's throwing a red herring at his viewers. He's like, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. No one accused you of doing that.
There's no ads. It doesn't play a tiny Red Bull commercial on there or anything like that. Is it crushing people down the category?
Yes.
Like, hold on, what was his exact words again? Stealing opportunity from newer streamers.
Yeah, that's true.
I could see that being thrown.
If you're a newer streamer, you're streaming to your mom and your dog. How are you stealing opportunity from anyone? They need to stream for at least like 2 to 5 years, depending on how good their content is, to get anywhere.
Around if I was some 6-piece chicken McNobody and I was getting some extra views from this or something, and I was like suddenly shooting up the category. However, I've been streaming every single day for 6 years. I've made almost 170 guides for Guild Wars 2.
So what?
This is going to sound cocky, but it's true. I'm usually...
So what? That put him at the top of the category. That's what. So what? Nike sees every single resource as a zero-sum game. Yeah, I can see that. He's assuming it's zero-sum. Yeah, he's assuming that the pie is limited in size. And he's not getting cream pied right now, and that's a problem. Fair.
Usually at the top or near the top already.
So what?
I don't think 10 extra views is going to change.
It's not 10 extra views. You're a liar. It's hundreds of extra views, and it does make a difference. It 100% makes a difference. And let's not talk about Guild Wars 2 for a second. You stream other games. You're a variety streamer. And when you stream other games, you crush those categories. I saw you streaming Total War Warhammer 3. You were skipping over. You were pushing down at least 4 or 5 of the streamers that normally stream that game. You were crushing.
See that's a valid point. That what he said there is a valid point. If he hops into other categories with lower viewership and is viewbotting, now he's suddenly suppressing other people. In Guild Wars, he's built up a reputation. He's probably always going to be at the top of the category. Unless Teapot streaming or someone of a similar size, the other 3. But if you hop into a newer category with a low viewership and everyone else has a viewership of 40 to 50, and you come in and you've got 100 embeds, you immediately suppress everyone else. That is a valid point.
The other streamers in that category with your fake viewers, you're a liar, and you're lying to your audience.
Okay. Additionally, I often raid those newer streamers after my streams, making their accounts go from like 30 to 500 at the end of the
That's another annoying point that Muckluck made. Rating, not that valuable. Really not that valuable.
That's irrelevant.
All right. So
giving charity, that's like saying I steal from my employees' paychecks, but I'm really generous with giving to charity at the end of the year. So what? You're not Robin Hood, buddy. You don't get to say, oh, well, I get to harm everybody in the category, but I'm very generous with my raids. Well, guess what? Well, here's another fun fact for you. All those embedded viewers, they don't go with the raid. They get left behind. So you're only passing on your organic viewers. All the fake viewers you had that were watching on a Guild Gen tab, but they weren't even aware that they were watching.
That explains some raids I've had. If someone had like 1,000 and like 100 people come across during a raid, that explains some stuff. But I don't know if that's a true statement or not.
Those viewers, they just disappear into the ether. So you're not helping people in any sense by viewbotting.
So I'm open to the idea that like, okay, this is kind of, but at the same time, it's just like, I was doing collaborations with Jen. For example, let me give you an example.
So he's admitting he's collaborating with her. So again, just so we're all on the same page, me kicked out of the partner program for an Onion video, he wouldn't be in the same room as me. Gilgen kicked out of the partner program for using racial slurs on stream and in game. That's who he
Is that true? Did Gilgen use racial slurs? Did Gilgen put on the Ku Klux Klan hat? Is that true, or is that just I'm now throwing accusations because I'm mad? How many tiki torches were they carrying at the time? And most importantly, to the Twitch staff, were they going after white people? Because we all know that if you go after whites, it's fine. You're good. But if you go after darker shades, that's when you get in trouble. It's true the embed doesn't follow the raid, usually it just closes. Okay, so it does just close. That explains a lot. Not necessarily, I usually leave streams before the raids. Yes, that's true, but there's going to be a disproportionate amount, right? But that is true, there's always going to be a bounce rate of people leaving, and you're like, I'm not going to watch some other guy that's getting raided. From what I've heard, yes, but I haven't done any factual research. Yeah, I need evidence. I need to see Gilgen in a fucking Ku Klux Klan helmet here. I need to see Gilgen audio of this person talking about I don't know how I don't know, they miss the days when plantation owners could whip people or something. I need fucking evidence here. As far as I know, it's one of those out of context moments. You see that? I need evidence. I need to see this, not out of context. I need to see the entire context. You could take me out of context every 25 seconds and make me out to be fucking Hitler if you wanted to be. So, like, out of context means nothing to me. It's also a pussy bitch move to do that. You have my blessing. Use the black race card now. If people criticize you, just play the trans racial card. I'll back you. No, it's all good. I don't need to do that because I identify as always being correct. And you're a bigot if you disagree. She was apparently being spawn camped in PvP by someone that was watching Valum's stream and was being taunted, and she responded, "Back in your cage, monkey." That was taken as a racial slur. Now, you see, that's fucking sad. That's sad to me. Good fellow. I'll tell you why that's sad to me. I really like calling people a fucking monkey, but I can't go out there and do it because of the racial connotation behind it. Calling anyone of any race a monkey is such a great fucking insult because it's calling them an unevolved ape. And that's been taken away because of the racial connotation. That pisses me off. Yeah, that's the point. I believe Gilgen got taken out of context and that got ANET all touchy. Well, yeah, ANET has to respond because ANET's a business. Super God. ANET needs to, whenever there's like, okay, put it this way, all right? Let's say tomorrow, Mukluk, who's been streaming every single day of his life, is accused of sexual assault. Let's just theoretically say that. And the victim, the so-called victim, says that he sexually assaulted her at X time, and his stream was quite literally live, and he was streaming at the moment she's accusing him. It doesn't fucking matter. ANET will get rid of Mukluk so fucking quickly because the accusation is poisonous enough to fuck up their business. It doesn't matter if there's an alibi. It doesn't matter where you were. It doesn't matter what you were doing. The second you get accused, you're fucked. End of story. That's just how it works. Any business sees you as radioactive and will get rid of you. That's why false rape accusations are so fucking dangerous.
He's happy to collaborate with. So he started his thing by saying, let's look at the kind of guy Nike is. Well, let's look at the kind of guy that you are. I think that kind of cut and dry really kind of elaborates the difference. Me, I'm the type of guy who makes farcical onion guide videos. You're the guy who collaborates with racists. Let the comments be the judge of
here again with the fucking shit flinging.
Kind of guy each of us is.
The lab I did. The obsidian armor. I made a video guide on how to get obsidian armor. Jen made a written guide on how to make obsidian armor. In my video guide, I'm like, hey, if you prefer a written version, check here. In her written guide, she said, hey, if you prefer a video version, check here. It's just cross-promoting? I don't know the correct term.
So I'm going to connect some dots for you guys watching. Gilgen is using his video content on her site.
Cool.
To help increase traffic. It benefits Gilgen to have his videos on her site.
Yes.
Because one, he directs his stream viewers and his audience to her website and recommends.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Recommends it as a resource. She gets the page views. She gets the ad revenue from that. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. What's he getting from it? Yes, he's getting some YouTube views that he wouldn't otherwise get, and maybe somehow that would organically come back to his Twitch. But what he's really getting in exchange for this collab is the embed at the bottom. She's not paying him money for his content. She can't. There's no way the economics make sense. She's not paying him money. What she's paying him with is viewbots. She says...
Why can't she pay him money? Why can't she? Why does the economics not make sense? Explain why the economics doesn't make sense. Don't just say the economics don't make sense. Explain it to me. You can do a lump sum payment. You can do a percentage payment of profit, which means if you make 0% profit, then 0% payout. You can alter the system so that there's an automatic payout each month. You can fucking do a bunch of different payments that make economic sense. So explain it to me. Explain exactly why all of those different payment methods are irrelevant and don't make sense. We saw earlier that her traffic is apparently worth like 1.3k USD monthly. So she has a pie to share here. Okay, cool. So then take it as a percentage of profit. This is a commonly done thing in any startup or small business where you can't pay someone a stable salary or something consistent. And so instead, anything that is generated profit, you take a percentage of that after your expenses and pay it out. If that's $1, it's $1. If it's $1,000, it's $1,000. Cool. Definitely sounds like there's something to share.
I will use your content y'all use your videos for content on my site, and in exchange for that, I'm going to embed your stream on my site and give you a couple hundred viewers. And if you want proof of how effective that's going to be, look at Valen, who I turned into a Valen, who I turned into a 200, 300, 400 viewer streamer when he was a 30 viewer Andy. So you can see how effective it is, and that is the exchange. He makes content for her, she sends copious amount of fake traffic to him and pushes him up the Guild Wars 2 category for discoverability purposes. That's what's going on.
Okay, but why does he need to be pushed up if he's at the top already?
Maybe someone here will know.
Aside from the potential of a sponsor looking at a higher number and therefore giving him more money. I need something more consistent. How many sponsorships does Mukluk do? How many ad reads has he done on his stream talking about shaving his balls with the new razor or whatever the fuck? Has he ever even done a sponsorship? And if he has, can you show me?
Essentially, I plug her stuff, she plugs my stuff, we help each other out.
Quid pro quo.
You know, we each find more viewers that like our stuff. That's the whole thing.
She helps you find 200 viewers.
Try to help each other out, and the whole thing with her putting me on her site was she offered that to help me out after we had been doing collaborations for like a year. And I thought about it for a long time, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll take it.
Yeah, you'll take it. You'll take some free views. You'll take a couple hundred free viewers. So he knew about this. He knew what numbers Valen was doing as a result of this. He's not an idiot. Mukluk is a shrewd businessman, you guys. This is something I have to stress. He's pretending he's naive, like, oh yeah, I'll do it, whatever, you know, a handful of viewers. No, he is shrewd. He knows how valuable being embedded on her site is. Anyone with eyes can look at Valen's stream and see that no one talks in the chat for 30 minutes at a time because it's completely dead. And yet he has 300 viewers. Mukluk is shrewd. He knows, and GuildGen knows, how much traffic this generates. You think GuildGen doesn't tell him how many viewers that it's going to...
But doesn't the website not get enough traction to get 200 plus viewers? Yes, in a video. Basic calculation tells me that over a 24-hour period, there would be an average of 10 viewers an hour on GuildGen. So if we balance that out to cyclical timing, where there's a downtime and an uptime, you could potentially say that during an uptime, he's getting 25 viewers. That's what the calculation shows me, based on website traffic.
To give him? He knew. They all knew. This is not. He's playing dumb here. But the fact is, he knows exactly how much traffic he's getting from her because it was part of the deal.
You know, maybe. And again, the biggest change that it has on me is it slightly boosts my visibility at the start of the stream.
Then again, okay, so there's still a discrepancy, right? Calculation based on website traffic tells me maybe plus 25 viewers, but I need to have an explanation for why this bump occurred, and then it just flatlines and it's the same. But this bump exists. I need to understand exactly why that exists. So there's discrepancy on both sides here.
It's not the start of the stream. When it catches up, that's not how it works. Those viewers don't go away. You permanently have 200 to 300 extra viewers. Darren's can show that in his video. Anytime you go to the Twitch directory for Guild Wars 2 and Mukluk is streaming, there is a plugin that will show you how many of his viewers are real and how many are fake. And at the best of times, when he's streaming Guild Wars 2, 80% of his viewers are real and 20% are fake. But most of the time, it's worse than that. So no matter how long you've been streaming, this catch up, this is nonsense. This is not how it works. Most of the time, he has 100 or 200 fake viewers concurrently.
Prove it.
At any given time in a stream, he has a couple hundred fake viewers.
He has 100 or 200. Prove it. Show me the numbers. Show me the embeds. Not a percentage off of some fucking app. Show me the numbers. Show me the traffic. Show me source traffic. Can you do that?
So he's again lying to you and misleading his audience.
Doubling or tripling my numbers or anything like that. It's nowhere near that big.
No one said it's doubling or tripling your numbers. I just said it's giving you 20% more. And that is impactful. You can play it off and act like that. He's the one lying about it. He's saying it's only 10 viewers. I'm giving you specifics. When he streams Guild Wars 2, it gives him between 40 and 20% more viewers. When he streams another game, it gives him 70% more viewers. Those are the real numbers. He's giving you fake numbers. Oh, 10 to 15 viewers. He knows exactly how many it is. He knows because he looks at his own analytics. He's a smart guy. GuildGen knows because she knows her own site's analytics, and she knows from experience of her racist boyfriend Valen exactly how many views it gives. Why is he playing dumb? Who is he trying to mislead? Oh, he's trying to mislead his Twitch chat because he knows that this whole scandal compromises him and it makes him look bad, and he's trying to cover his ass.
And you know what? Just to show that I'm not full of script, I can show that too. Hang on just a minute.
Good morning, Muck.
Good morning.
You should update that Obsidian guide to mention you can now get Rift Essence through the Hunter board.
After they changed the Hunter board, so that you can just buy it on its own, because I want to do a video on it, but I'm waiting for them to make it to where the Hunter board is sold on its own, and you don't have to get it in that pack that's like 4,000 gems or whatever.
What is this?
Hang on, I'm trying to remember how to use this website. This is Sully Gnome. It has a mountain of statistics on each streamers. Let's see, activity, no. Wait, yes. 365.
None of this is relevant.
Summary?
Okay.
Oh, look at that bump! What is that bump?
June.
Pause, look, right here.
Yeah, you see, he's spotting it too.
This is when he started embedding.
I dislike Nike and all his bitch talk, but I personally think he's kind of right on this. So he has made some valid points. Unreal. I think he's made some solid valid points of when Mukluk leaves the Guild Wars 2 category to stream in another category, right? And then there's something I want to do to double check this, right? Because let's assume 100 embedded viewers. right? I want to see something related to the games he would otherwise play if not playing Guild Wars 2.
See this bump? He's consistently here. He's consistently here. And then, boom, he starts embedding. Consistently higher. This is ridiculous. His own stats are showing. How dare he show you this graph and try to make it sound like it has nothing to do with the embedding. You can see the exact moment when he started embedding. It was the end of March, beginning of April 2024. Right there. That's when she flipped the switch. Right there. That's a permanent boost. Immediately, he goes from this number, permanently boosted, and it has stayed consistent since then. What are we talking about here? The own website that he brings up to demonstrate, to show this fact. Look at, he zooms in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how consistent his viewer count was. What happened here in April of 2024? What happened here where it suddenly went in April 2024 up to here and has just stayed level the whole time?
This is his most valid point. I spotted this as well before he's spoken about it. This is the most valid point. Explain that bump. Fuck the outliers. What's that bump?
What happened there, Muck? Do you think this number? Do you think this makes you look good? Do you think that this graph where you can clearly see when she started embedding you makes your case? I don't think I need to. This video is 40 minutes already. I'm gonna cut.
I don't know, video. I don't know if the embedding actually started in April. That's the problem. I'm taking it on word of mouth here that it did.
Cut this off because this. Thank you, Muck, for posting this graph. I'm gonna zoom this in so you guys can all see. Thanks, Muck. You did my job for me. It took 40 minutes of attacking me and personal insults before we got there. But thank you for posting this graph that shows clearly when she started embedding you and the benefits that you've gotten from that. Anyway, guys, that's it for me. I'm sure there'll be some interesting comments below on this. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to ask you. I will answer all good faith questions and comments.
Okay. Some valid points. A lot of bitch flinging. A lot of shitty chimpanzee chuck the caca at each other. He had some good points. About 95% of that video was fucking just acting like a teenage girl, a psychopathic teenage girl with a vendetta. That could have been a 5-minute video. But he's losing his goddamn mind. And he showed nothing, he just spoke. So, let's take a look at this. I pray to God that the site is still back up. He claims April 2024. January, February, March, April. So if I go to March, there should be no embedded stream there. There should be no Muckluck embedded stream. Muckluck claims January. He did actually say January. You're right about that in the video. Nike claims April. Now, is this just because it's the Wayback Machine? And it's not going to show embeds? Because this is April. Maybe the Wayback Machine's not going to show. It is still loading. Oh, there we go. It's loading. Failed to determine content classification. There is only one embed here that I'm seeing. And this is April. This is March. This is March 27th. Muckluck claims January. Okay, so let's be generous and say then Feb. Take a look at Feb. Oh, it just took a while to load. Ooh, look at that. There's two of them. This is March 27th, 2 embeds. We're just waiting for this to load. Okay, now we've got 2 embeds, and it's February. So his embed was here since February. How do I... Let's see. Inject layout. Player controls, blah, 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 blah. Are we seeing any links? Archive. Twitch TV. Channel. Guildgen.com parent. Yes, Valen. So this is Valen. Channel Valen. Cool. I don't see a muckluck here. I do see a Valen. So check the left one. Guildgen. Parent channel Guildgen, blah, blah, blah. Comment true, parent. Yeah, I'm just going to control F. One of one. Discord members. So what date was this? So there's no muckluck here. It's showing 2 embeds, but there's no muckluck there. That's Guildgen's own channel. Okay, so there was a Guildgen and there was a Valen embed. Fuck, I'm getting confused. Okay, let's start this from scratch, right? We will start with January 5th. We will look at February 5th. We will look at March 27th. And Nike is claiming April, so we'll look at May 1st. So we have a progressive timeline. This will settle this fucking shit. Because then we know who's bullshitting. This... Okay, that's not... Okay, that's still loading. Jesus Christ, the Wayback Machine takes for fucking ever, man. Important to note that Guildgen may have agreed with Mukluk.
Guildgen may have agreed with Mukluk January and only pushed the changes live on April.
That is true. Right? So that's still up in the air. She may have had a conversation with Mukluk during January and then bumped it live during April. But here's the thing. If she bumped it live during April, that unequivocally proves that the embed is giving viewers to Mukluk significantly and matches up with that spike in viewership that happened in April. If that little bump does not align correctly with when the thing went correct, when the thing went live. So here, you see this here, March, April 21st. This bump occurred here, end of April. If Mukluk's thing went live at any time before April, that means the embed is not giving him hundreds of viewers. and it disproves what Nike is saying. If the embed went live here, it disproves what Mukluk is saying about it being 10 viewers. Right? Now, it's all circumcisional evidence, but it does give us a better idea of what the hell's going on. So, February. We have 2 embeds. We're looking for Mukluk. Where's inspect element? Discord member, 1 of 1. Not here in February. Just to double check. 1 of 1, Discord. This, keep in mind, this inspect is going through the whole page, but I'm doing both just to double check that to make sure. Okay? So we know it wasn't live in February. Next one, March. There's only one Mukluk, and it's here in the Discord. Are you ready for the dangerous one? Are you ready for the one that's going to match up with the timeline? Because now we can start to narrow it down via the bisection method. The claim is April 22nd. The closest we can get to April 22nd is the 26th. I'm going to reopen this just to double check. I'm double checking by making sure this is April the 26th. Every point in time before this, actually, we can also double check this by going to April 18th. So 26th, 18th. I see one embed here. This is the 26th. I'm seeing a Twitch TV channel on the 26th of April. Now it's time for the final check. On the 18th of April, 2024. Was Mukluk's embed live? There is a 1 of 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You got some explaining to do, Muck. You got some explaining to do, buddy. That's 100 viewers. I'm sorry. Nike's right. I don't give a fuck about his personal vendetta against you. I don't care about the shit flinging between you two. But why the fuck does the timeline of your embed showing up show us a boot? Yeah, fuck off, Yoki. Why does that line up with exactly when the embed went live? I'm sorry I like you, Muck, but that's 100 viewers, buddy. That's going from peak 307 to peak 505. Peak 426. So, let's go through the peaks. 308, 380, 288, 259, 265, 320, 256. It hits April 21st, 307. April 22nd, 426. Peak, 505, 426, 487. Removing every single element of Nike being a little bitch, throwing a temper tantrum, having a personal vendetta against you. The timeline matches, buddy. That's 100 viewers. If you average, excluding peaks, excluding outliers, excluding giveaways, drops, whatever else, if your average was 300, why does the timeline of a 300 bump match up to a 400? I don't care about the emotional side of this. I require an explanation. That's all. Maybe you've got something else that you want to explain. Maybe you know something about the stats that I don't. But what I'm seeing, it's not pretty. It's not looking pretty. Next. Oh, damn it. What the fuck? There we go. Why are you putting that on me? There's no copium here. These are just facts. The gray line is slightly slanted. That's the running average. Yeah, okay, the gray line's the running average. Right? But this doesn't give us a good idea because this is a linear this is like linear regression. Right? That doesn't help. Because it's showing a rapid increase. Now, if this bump never happened, would this linear regression be straight? Now comes the last part of this, which is the truly concerning part of this. Is Muckluck ignorant or malicious? And there's one way to tell this. Because if you look at the Guild Wars 2 category, he's at the top. We go to Twitch right now. We go to Guild Wars 2. There are 515 people. The top streamer currently in Guild Wars 2 is 83 viewers. What that means is pre-embed, Muck's still at the top of that category. 100 viewers doesn't mean shit because he's at the top before and after. But what happens when we go to games? Total War Warhammer. I like Total War Warhammer. Top tier game. Play as Castelton. Don't be a pussy. Fight on hard mode. If I go to this category, it's Warhammer 3, right? Yes. If I go to this category, The top streamer is 155. Mukluk would dominate this. He now suppresses everyone else beneath him. This guy would be right next to Mukluk without a 100 viewer bump. Next game. Maybe it's one game. This is circumstantial. One game doesn't prove a trend. 2, line. 3, trend. Keep that in mind. So now we go to Mukluk's games again. Next one. V Rising. When did he play V Rising? I can close all this other shit. I don't care about them. So, he's currently playing at dead of night. Okay? This is not looking good for Mukluk. He's fucking devastating this category. But okay, cool. At dead of night, maybe it's a niche game. I mean, fuck it. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 people playing this. 6 people streaming here. Isn't this just a dead fucking game? That's my point, Ashura. Okay, cool. Just a dead game. Cool. We can make an excuse for that one. What's another one he's been playing? Warhammer 3. Fits the trend. The Binding of Isaac. Rebirth. The Binding of One Sack. Rebirth. Mukluk dominates the category. Another game. Cool. Binding of Isaac. Cool. Maybe he just wanted to play that. Fran Bow. Mukluk dominates the category. Diablo 4. Now there's an interesting one. Mukluk does not dominate the category. That breaks the trend. That's one game that breaks the trend. Franbo, that keeps with it. Lost, Eidolon's Veil of the Witch. Mukluk dominates the category. There's only one against the trend. There's only one against the trend. This is not looking good. What's this other game here? Guild Wars 2. Fran Bow. Warhammer. Diablo 4. Keep talking and nobody explodes.
That is bitch behavior devilish 90.
Don't pick fights now, Jimmy. This is important. Keep talking and nobody explodes is exactly the game I play with my wife every night. Mukluk dominates the category. Nobody saves the world. Mukluk dominates the category. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. This is just between Friday the 20th and Sunday the 20th. This is September. Let's bump it out a little bit.
Luke would do if I went to his stream and just said, Nike was right. Chato mandit binas ada setin boniti de boite tea. Bonnie Moselles Mon.
Honestly, I think it would be better if he did own up to it. August. Warhammer Domekeeper. That's what my wife calls me. Muckluck dominates the category. Let's pick random games here. Five Nights at Freddy's, Into the Pit. Muckluck dominates the category. Guild Wars 2, Warhammer, Last Epoch. Muckluck dominates the category.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I'm just saying. Muckluck, you got some explaining to do, buddy. You gotta explain this one to me. Maybe there's a rational explanation. Maybe he just likes niche indie games. That's entirely possible. But this is not looking good. Wayback Machine proves 100% that this right here is a trend. That on embedded viewers alone, he dominates all of those categories. The only outlier I've seen so far, Black Myth Wukong will be an outlier as well. Is Black Myth Ding Dong and Diablo 4. That's it. Those are the only two. Every other single game, all the way until August, every one of these small little games here, he dominates. He absolutely dominates based on embeds alone.
Can we see what games he played before and after the embed?
We're getting to that. Now, the last part of this analysis is if I extend the timeline prior to that, what do we have? Stranded, Alan Dawn. No embed. Mucklight dominates. Dead game. Or at least dead on Twitch. I don't know if it's dead or not. Lies of P. At the time, what was the viewership on the Lies of P? That's a single player game, so you got to go back in time for this one. Viewership. Seal a lifetime. Actually, 180 days is perfectly fine. No, it's not. It's not. We need to go to... When is... Okay, Armored Core definitely wouldn't dominate. Baldur's Gate definitely wouldn't dominate. Baldur's Gate 3, not dominating. Don't know about Riftbreaker. Stranded, Dragon Age Inquisition would probably dominate because it's a single player game that's old. Starfield wouldn't dominate. This is not looking good because most of these games here that are single player games don't appear to be games he would dominate in a category. But the closer we get to this date, the more games we're looking at where he would absolutely dominate the shit out of the category. World of Warcraft wouldn't dominate the category. Helldivers 2 wouldn't dominate. Evil Genius 2 would dominate. Horizon Forbidden West probably wouldn't dominate. It's not looking good. That's all I'm saying. Prior to April, he's playing games that he doesn't dominate the category in. After April, he's playing games that he does dominate the category in. Aside from Diablo 4. Now, I'm not going to sit here and accuse Muckluck of doing this intentionally. That would be so easy to do. It would be fucking so fucking easy to just take a side right now and be a prick about it. But what I need to understand, why the change? Why the alteration? This is looking very suspicious, right? Now, to be fair, this is why I'm saying it would be so easy to suddenly accuse him of something. Right? Immediately just jump on the bandwagon and say he's to blame. And I'm leaning towards that. But the reason I'm not going to do that yet is because if I look at this picture, an American police officer sees this as highly suspicious as well. Incredibly suspicious. I think he's got a weapon on him. Can't believe this guy would kidnap 3 women. But that embedding, I need an explanation. And maybe I'll never get one. And I'm gonna be honest, I think the way Nike was arguing there, he was going bitch mode. Stop being a fucking pussy and accuse him like a man. But what Nike is saying, the points he made, the embeds after April matched with him dominating each and every single category of game that he played, aside from Diablo 4. One of my Asura friends says, your mom's gay. I don't know why he would say such a thing. That's fine. I don't know how my mom can be a lesbian in a box of ashes, but cool. Good for her. I hope she scissors her way into heaven. This is not looking good. Even Diablo 4, he put... Okay, let's see. Diablo 4. Let's do a comparison right now. Right now, let's do the comparison. Because if this is true, and he's still relatively near the top, we got an issue. Hold on, I'm looking for something. So, we're looking at Diablo 4. Muckluck, embeds are live. He's got 500 average viewers. Where does the embed put him? 1, 2, 3, 4. It puts him in the top row. just saying that's suspicious. I'm just saying that's fucking suspicious, dude.
Get to the elevator as quickly as you can.
I'm not going to knock on his channel and collaborate while he's playing a game. That's very rude. I don't understand how the knock system works. I think that would be dickheaded of me.
I wonder if there's ever a version where you send the friend out and you don't hear the friend scream.
But I do want to message him.
Or if they just always do that.
Now, I'm not going to be a fucking cunt. I'm not going to be a prick. There's a knock system, yeah, to collaborate. I'm not going to be a dick knuckle and go to Muckluck right now, call him out in front of all of his viewers, and be a tool. That's what a tool does. But what I am going to do is I'm going to go out my way to message him and ask if he's okay with having a conversation. Because I'm going to do the fucking thing that none of these assholes are doing, and that's talking to each other. I am going to go message him, willing to ask him if he's willing to have a conversation with me on stream. Maybe he can show me some stats. Maybe he can explain to me what the fuck is going on here. Because right now it's not looking good. And I think that Nike guy, he argues like a psychotic woman in high school. He argues like the girl in school that every other girl knows to stay the fuck away from and never have a conversation with. But that doesn't mean you don't have some explaining to do, my man. I like you. And I need to understand. I need you to show me evidence of where those extra 100 viewers are coming from. Because maybe they're coming from an outside source. Maybe you did a bump on advertising or something. Maybe there's some of the piece of this puzzle I'm missing. But right now, it's not looking very cash money, dude. God damn. I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say. So, okay, Yogi actually put a poll in the chat right now. Guilty or not guilty? Muckluck guilty? Muckluck not guilty? Currently, what the information I have has made me aware that the large majority of games that he's playing after April line up with him being at the top of the categories. What is guilty? Is Muckluck 100% guilty of malicious behavior in dominating small game categories using embeds? Is he doing this on purpose? Is he doing this maliciously? And is he doing this to very specifically get ahead of everyone else using embeds? Not guilty. He's not doing this maliciously. This is a factor of ignorance. And if that's the case, I'd like to get a promise out of him to either get those embeds altered into non-continuals, into something you have to click on to make it a part of his channel. So I have to do it instead. Okay, I'll do it. Is he guilty of malicious behavior? Fuck, how do I do this? How do I set up a poll? God damn it, I need to like fucking have a button somewhere. So you're gonna tell me, chat, whether you think he's actually being malicious or whether there has to be some other explanation to what's going on, because it's not looking very cash money right now. as much as a dick knuckle, pussy bitch I think Nike is, he still might be right. And that's what matters in my autistic world. I'm pressing /poll, I'm not getting anything. It's really annoying. Thanks, Twitch, for having such a functional system. God damn, I love you so much, Twitch. I definitely hope that most of your mods who waste everyone's time and don't do anything of value, I definitely hope you don't get hit by a car. That would be cool. That would be really, really cool if that didn't happen to you. Oh shit, am I doing it on his channel? Is that why? How the fuck do I do this? Set a setup menu to create a poll. Fuck me. Okay, I'm fucking retarded. This is why I say I'm a retard and I don't know how streaming works, because I can't figure out how to fucking do this. Poll. I click on the poll. It doesn't do anything. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's your poll. There we go. If you're gonna abstain, press 3. Just put 3 in the chat. Abstaining as in waiting for more information? Put 3 in the chat. Remove your emotions from the situation. Remove any personal like or dislike you might have for Nika or Nike, or any like you might have from Mukluk. Do you think that this is a guilty verdict or not? Currently, based on the information you know. I'm personally going to go for a 3. You know what? You say it's pussy behavior? Metal, then I'll be a pussy. Because I want an explanation. Maybe there's some statistic or some stat that he can show me of people going from the embed to his stream that aren't actual viewers. Maybe there's something else going on here. But right now, it's looking suspicious. So 44. So 4 guilty, 5 against. As of this moment, I think guilty verdict. Now, if more information comes out that shows I'm not willing to admit I was wrong. Okay, this is the thing. I am more than happy to have a conversation with him, to have a talk with Muck, to hear what he has to say, memes aside, dunking on people aside, and maybe he can show me evidence, and maybe he doesn't want to reveal this, that's fine. I'm happy to have an offline chat with him. But right now we're at a 50-50 split. I don't think intentional malicious, either ignorant or I can prove I got more legit viewers in some way. So, SuperGod, here's the thing, right? What makes this suspicious to me is that he started playing more games in which he can dominate the category after April. Right? But maybe he decided that he needs to play indie games because that's where he feels like even if he wasn't embedding, he would still dominate the category, which is called being a smart streamer. That's called being having a fucking brain between your ears. But the problem is, by doing so, he is damaging the environment of the people who are actually streaming those games, removing any people's want to go to their channel because they see his big number versus everyone's small number, and they go for the 5-inch penis instead of the 0.12-inch penis. For perspective, currently I'm running a 0.34 inch penis. Feels good. I'm above the average of the average white male. So, we're split. We're split on this. So more information required. I am happy to get more information. I don't want to be a dick bucket and go interrupt him halfway through a game. I think that's douche knuckle behavior. Do you think I message him now? Once he talked about moving towards indie games after playing Diablo 4. But he was playing indie games before Diablo 4. That's the problem. That's the issue. Okay, my dogs need a shit. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to leave you to decide this while I go out of my way to take a shit. Well, to take my dogs for a shit. I'll be right back. You can decide. But I'm going to need to have a conversation with him because I really like Muckluck and I hope it's not real. I'll be right back. All right. Messaging him afterwards. Yeah, that's probably the right way to go about this, right? Okay. To end this off, before we move on, I think the only right way to do this, right? This'll tell me. Do I reveal this? Do I reveal this? This is negotiation tactics. My mother, put it this way, my mother was a fucking brilliant person at negotiation tactics. She didn't take any shit. Also, thanks for the follow, Centrocall. Centrocall. Sorry. Said your name wrong. Do I reveal how I might catch him out, assuming he is lying? No, I'm getting to that now, Ilgi. We stumbled across a fucking conspiracy here, okay? I'll reveal it, fuck it. I'm gonna message Muckluck. If he wants to have a private conversation, I'm more than happy to just have a private conversation with him. Maybe he has some info and information that I'm not aware of. I can understand that Nike sounds like a high school girl throwing a temper tantrum. And so I can completely understand that Mukluk doesn't want to deal with that shit because he thinks he's just going to be called a racist and a bunch of racial slurs. And it doesn't matter if it's true or not, but that kind of label sticks. So they're not going to talk to each other. But what is going to tell me the difference between whether this was intentional or not is knowing all the information I now have. Is Mukluk going to lie to me? I'm not going to reveal exactly what kind of lie it is. I'm not going to reveal the top indicator, because there's a difference between someone thinking something's true and it's pure ignorance versus it being an active and direct lie. But there's a very specific, hard indication lie that I am looking for, that I have stored in the back of my head right now, that if he says it to me, I know it's a lie. I know for a singular fact that it's a lie. And that'll tell me the truth. Yes, I'm still going, Filter. I'm going to keep going. So I'm not going to reveal what the lie is, because there's a difference between him telling me misinformation because he's ignorant of something and him telling me an outright lie that I know he has the information and stats of. If Nike saw this and wanted to speak to you, would you talk to him? Yes. If he's not going to sit there and bitch out, accuse me of racism, or throw a temper tantrum and stay on topic, yes. It would be unfair of me if I sat here and said I'm willing to talk to Mukluk and not talk to him, regardless of what I think of him. Easiest way to put it to bed would be to show the website's traffic data. If it's not enough, I already showed the website's traffic data. NVIDIA. The website's traffic data tells me 256 people on average over the span of a month, each and every single day. But you're not going to have 256 people continuously, constantly on a website for the entire fucking day. You're going to have ups and downs where there's going to be a per hourly average rate. And that data I can't get a hold of. I think that would be maybe hard of it. I don't care if it's hard of him. I don't give a shit if it's hard for him. I want him to emotionally detach himself, be a little bit of a fucking autist, and rely on the facts. Are any of them far leftists? I would assume Nike's a far leftist if he's going around accusing people of racism. But he may have a personal vendetta against other people within the Guild Wars 2 space because he's been thrown out into the cold by them. Like I said, him impersonating a Guild Wars 2 office or something, I don't give a shit. Doesn't make sense. Like, doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? Right? Maybe he was doing it as a meme. Maybe he was doing it as a joke. I'm more than willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on that because I kind of think it's funny. Actually, you might have people on the website for far longer than the average. I do for snow crows frequently. Maybe there's 100 people average on that site between a 24-hour period. It's difficult to tell. All I know is that based on averages, based on the traffic that we see over the space of a month, 7.7 thousand people visit that site a month. Divide that by 30 days. That means on your average month, you've got about 256 people going there every single day. But this is all napkin math. This all doesn't make sense because I'm not seeing a fucking chart of this many people were there on this day. This many people were there on this day. That's what makes this hard. He calls himself a socialist unironically. Oh, well, who cares? Who gives a shit? I'm here for facts, not fifis. I don't care. Cool. He wants to be a socialist? That's his imperative. I don't care. If Nike can have a conversation with me and show evidence that backs up beyond a shadow of a doubt of what I've already got, and Mukluk has no ability to refute that whatsoever, that's going to get concerning. But what this has convinced me of is that whether this is malicious or not, whether Mukluk did this on purpose or whether he did this out of ignorance, he's damaging the Twitch ecosystem and he's damaging smaller streamers than himself by going into tiny categories, dominating the top spot, getting suggested about particular games that are very niche that people might want to watch, where people would otherwise watch a 12-viewer streamer. They go and watch the guy with 200 to 500 like viewers. That's what's concerning to me. Right. Now we're gonna fucking move on, okay? That was a deep dive I didn't expect to be fucking doing tonight. God damn. Holy shit. That was impressive. I never knew that this rabbit hole went that deep. Is this fucking high school? Is this just Christ, is this fucking high school? Where we have to cheat to get ahead? Where we have to throw shade at everyone? God damn it, I swear to fucking God. You know, I went to an all-boys school, right? And we had a sister school that was an all-girls school. And I gotta tell you this. The day we spent at that school traumatized about 90% of the classmates I had who didn't have a sister. All of them were like, these fucking psychos are crazy. To put it into perspective, I'm not gonna say the name of the school. But we used to say, if our sister school was an airport, if pigs could fly, our sister school would be an airport. That's what we used to say. And this is some real pig behavior I'm seeing right now. All over the goddamn place. Last message in the reaction request. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Fuck it, why not? Let's see what we're working with. Oh yes, this video. Yeah, I watched this off stream.
Michael, I have a problem.
You've sent this to me before. I know you've sent this to me before.
Yes.
I'm sure I've watched this.
Yes. Lorry, start, no problem. Drive, 1, 2, 3.
Jesus Christ. That was a fucking hard cut between that.
Would have been like 7 seconds cool.
Yeah, okay. That doesn't even count as a kill, so...
7 seconds doesn't count as a kill. You heard it here first.
Yes.
Fucking Nike. He's been turned... Wait, is that actually Nike and someone turned him into a pig? Or is that just someone named their pet? I can't tell. Fucking what the fuck? This looks like premium tier trolling. Oh, never mind. This is just this is 0 to 100 on a boss. This is okay. I remember this one. Yeah, this is premium tier trolling. This is just dropping a boss like it's fucking nothing. Some funny shit you can do in this game. Man, that's weird. That's fucking odd. I'm sorry. I'm still like thinking about this whole fucking drama that I feel like I'm back in high school, that I just learned that one guy's sister shoved a Vienna up her pussy and it broke off, and then she left it there for 3 months, and instead of telling her parents while the thing rotted away, she blamed her best friend for having stank pussy, and this poor girl was called, I'm not going to say it, her name of the stank for like 2 months before it was revealed by her brother at our school that it was actually her and not her best friend that had stank pussy. There's some good Sawman vids. So there was one Sawman video I did want to watch. We're going to leave this behind, okay? We're going to stop here. We are going to stop here with this fucking drama. I'm going to message Muckluck at some point. This is the first time I'm going to have a conversation with him. So did she have stank pussy? She didn't, but the girl with the rotten Vienna up her vagina did. Waited 3 weeks before she got that thing removed. She just left it up there. Pretended it wasn't there. We're going to move on now. If you were here for the drama, congratulations. You saw the most horrendous shit imaginable. We're back in high school, pretending we're all special little snowflakes and that everyone else is wrong and we're right. So we'll start off with Sawman's video. Yes, I have watched this before. This was 0 to 100 on a boss. You did post this before, Super. I did see that. I watched that offline. We're gonna look at Sawman's video. This is one that I've been wanting to watch for a while. I've been trying not to watch it because I love his thumbnail on this one. I just saw a cat fight between a mistress and the legal wife, both of which decided... Hold on. Fuck, I missed that message. Let me pull up Twitch here so I can see what the fuck's going on. Now, what I need you to do, what I need all of you to do is not be a fucking dick bucket and go harass Muckluck about this. Okay? I need you to not be a bag of dicks. Can you do that for me? Because that's not going to help the situation. That's just going to make things worse. Okay? We're going to handle this like fucking adults. Adults who don't touch children. What was that message? Cat fight between a mistress and a legal wife, both of which decided to visit their man earlier this day. Mistress, upon seeing the legal, oh, finally you're here. Moments before SmackDown. Very nice. Always good. Did you discuss how you're going to change your content? Or did the drama take over? So I discussed that in the very beginning, Ilgi, about how I'm going to be integrating like financial content and shit, because that's where my expertise lies. I accidentally drew a dick in the diagrams I was doing. I feel like I can add some value to people's lives outside of video games. I love video games. I love MMOs. I'm never going to leave them behind, but I'd like to add in more stuff as well. I'm quite literally planning on integrating my stream into my job. Right? So, yeah, let me give you some perspective, Ilgi, because you were asleep. Or you were masturbating. I'm not sure which. Right? This is the nightmare I was looking at, right? So, I have 4 fields of expertise that I feel comfortable in. MMORPGs, engineering, investment, and martial arts. Not going to integrate martial arts, not going to integrate engineering. I explained why, because those were my specialties, so on and so forth. I didn't get my degree, but I still worked within the field, and I just had other engineers then sign off on my work, which meant they could pay me less, and they could... let's not get into it. I'm going to be taking a lot of my investment stuff. I'm going to be doing it live on stream. I'm going to be spending my own money to do this. I've done this before, but I think I can help other people. I'm also going to be doing a lot more MMORPG content, and I'm going to be trying my best to be consistent with it. This is now something I consider to be part of my job, and at some point, I need to stop self-sabotaging and actually talk to the people in the fucking Patreon, because I just don't feel like I do enough to justify them giving me money, and it feels like shit doing that to them. Right? Okay. There, that's a quick rundown. That's your QRD on that situation. So we're going to watch Sawman's video that I've been looking forward to watching, and I've been holding off on watching for like a good week or two. The most disturbing MMO ever made.
The internet is a scary place.
Yes, it is.
Those who have grown up on
we just discovered it's a fucking scary place.
it have seen some terrifying stuff over the years.
Oh, yeah.
So when you combine some of the darkest places on the internet with the most sociable...
Do you remember the one where the glass broke inside of him. I remember. Yeah, I remember.
Form of gaming, you end up with some of the most creepy and disturbing MMOs ever created. That's right. In today's video, I want to take a look at some of the most concerning, massively multiplayer online games to have ever existed and which are still playable in some capacity today.
I remember this.
So, if you enjoy hearing about MMOs that no one ever plays or have heard of, then maybe you'll also enjoy...
I see Sawman stealing ideas from Josh Strife Hayes. Well done. Well done. As we've learned, ABC, always be cheating. It works, apparently. Why did you remind me of the Pain Olympics? Super God, I can remind you of very many horrific things. I can even show you some of them.
My YouTube
but not
channel,
on stream.
Where I go out my way to play dead and unpopular titles, which I then do.
I miss that beanie. I need to wear it again. Man, look how shitty my stream quality is.
Video essays for, which nobody...
He actually does a very, very good job as a VTuber. I still think that if he really wants to hit that 100k sub mark, he needs to get some big, gigantic tits on this dog, but, you know, to each their own.
Like and subscribe?
I stand by that statement.
So the intro out the way, and a quick warning to say you might be shocked at what you see. Let's begin with our delighter, and let's...
I stand by that. Big, fat, juicy, jiggly titties. Come on. You know the internet's full of men. You know how lonely they are. Just a little bit of cloth over some gigantic honkers. The little nipple impression that pushes through that. You're off to the big leagues.
Disturbing games that I'll be playing in today's video.
I'm gonna give him a like just for that. Endless Forest, never heard of it.
So the first game to kick off the list is The Endless Forest, which I would describe as a social MMO released back in 2005. I was able to download the game directly from the Endless Forest website, which by itself could be considered disturbing simply because of the layout and the color scheme.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That's stylized, old school websites that look like trash. I miss these days. This was when the internet was new and shiny and people did wild shit online. Tell me right now, how many websites exist that you frequent on a daily basis? Fucking Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, nothing else out there. Dead internet theory holds true.
My PC had high enough specs to actually download this game. Also, to anyone interested, I'll have an article on my website with instructions and links to all the games that will be mentioned today.
Shit, this man has a whole website. He's got a whole website now. Everyone's got a website. Well, let's hope that Sawman at least starts embedding. Because then he can pop off as a streamer as well.
Today. Anyway, enough shameless plugs. After a quick install, I loaded up the Endless Forest, which...
Oh, do you want to know where my website is? Sure. I'll show you my website. I've been working on it for a while. That's my website. It's not up yet, but it will be at some point. We'll get there. Sunday.
Which starts with a cinematic sort of title opening. The premises of the game is pretty simple. It's a social MMO where you are a deer in a forest and surrounded by other deers within the forest. And oh yeah, there's no text chat.
Wasn't this the entire premise of that one Twitch mod a while back who was deer self and kept on banning people and dancing about it?
But what good is a MMO if you're not connected to the internet? Which was my first mistake. A trend throughout this video is that to actually get some of these games to work, I had to disable my antivirus. I put this down to the game being old as opposed to malicious, although if in the next couple of days my PC starts acting funny, I'll most likely look back at this video and say, yeah, that was the root cause.
He doesn't have to worry about that. Chinese companies have all your data anyway. What's a few more dick pics in the database? It don't do nothing. You know, over there in Asia, they see dick pics all the time because they've got all your info. If they see some dog dick, they just think it's a kebab.
Right there. Anyway, I'd installed Direct Play, I'd allowed this through my firewall, and I was ready to go back into the endless forest. And to my surprise, there were 52 other people playing.
52 other fucking people playing this game. Impressive. Gotta go. Have fun. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Barando. You were just here for the drama, I know you were. You bastard. I don't blame you.
Playing this game. 52! That's a lot. That's more than New World. The game starts with you waking up from a long sleep, I guess, and you discover that something weird has happened to your face.
Yo, what the fuck?
It looks like grandma, the fucking thing.
What the Well, I know what I'm having nightmares about tonight.
Hey, get the fuck out of here. I don't even know if that's a fucking cat.
Yes, truly disturbing, I know. But not only that, you do have a bunch of actions at the bottom of your screen, which also expands when you reach something which is interactable. And that big yellow thing around me, I haven't got a clue what that is. That could be some satanic symbol for all I know.
Oh, cool. This game has a better UI than Life is Feudal.
I then went exploring for a bit when I think I bumped into another player. This deer looked more grown up than mine and without the weird face. I then proceeded to push all the actions at the bottom of my screen, and honestly, they didn't seem to respond to anything I was doing, so I just assumed they were AFK. Either that or they died at their keyboard. I don't know, I'm just trying to...
Yeah, that's like a 95-year-old man who had a stroke 2 years ago, and no one realized he died, and he's just like rotting in a chair. And his family never checked on him, and that's just where his character was when he died. I'm not even joking. Fuck you, Yogi. God damn it.
This game seemed more disturbing than it actually is.
You motherfucker.
As luck would have it, I then ran into two other deers, who also seemed to be AFK, and then I started to question that player count. I was slowly losing hope for this game. I'd hoped to find some underground cult community, but instead it was just AFK players. And that was until I met...
This could have been such a banger of an MMO, you know? All this game actually needed to be a banger of an MMO is everyone is assigned a deer, and one character by RNG is a hunter with a fucking rifle. And his job is to take out as many of Bambi's moms as he can and leave that little shit an orphan.
Someone else. I couldn't believe my little beady deer eyes. Someone else was playing the game. What transpired next for the next couple of minutes was me simply pushing all the buttons, hoping something interesting would happen.
Please don't make the deer have sex. Please don't tell me that's in the game. Fuck, that's disturbing. Oh no, no, I'm out. No, thank you. What's the next one?
Apparently that scared them off and was the wrong move. Note for next time, I guess.
Chase after them.
I carried...
It's like women, they don't get attracted to you unless you chase them all the way home. You can't just leave it like that. That's unresolved. You're going to be wondering what if for the rest of your life.
On exploring and came across more and more haunting deer-like figures. I used the radar on the outside of the screen to find some landmarks, hoping to find people or a player hub, but I was just met with more loneliness. It felt more like a haunted forest as opposed to a endless one. I came here expecting some sort of quirky social MMO, but what I got in... Oh look, it's my friend from earlier. At least I think it is. I can't be sure because there are no name tags in this game, which just adds to...
Well, yeah, you're a fucking deer. You're a goddamn deer. You just think deer can read?
...the fun. I then proceeded to follow them, and they took me to some sort of well sort of thing. We ended up frolicking around for a bit when the strangest, most disturbing thing happened. We were joined by a third player.
Oh,
like,
Christ.
honestly, what are the chances that there'd be three of us playing this game this late at night It's just random, right? We then found out if you drink the water, you turn into a frog. So guess what we did?
This is genuinely disturbing. Due to blacklisted just chatting. Well, they don't have an autism stream section, so yeah. That's probably why for now.
We all drank the water. Of course we did. Although for some reason, Steve here, yes, I named him Steve, turned into a squirrel. I just want to point out for the next 30 seconds, the music that plays is actually in-game music. Truly,
yeah, I understand that,
fucking
dog.
Disturbing.
This is some fever dream shit. Who designed this?
Apparently, this was a real bonding moment for me, Steve, and I'm going to call him Kevin. Kevin here. And we just proceeded to do the dance of my people. So how disturbing is this game? Well, let's rate it. The player models are definitely from someone with a disturbed mind, because that stuff haunts me still to this day.
Fair.
In terms of the music, I felt like it had a good ambience around it, bit haunting, some might say. The premises of the game is somewhat disturbing. I mean, imagine talking to other players online.
Is that Piper play? You don't recognize the new Billie Eilish song? Come on. It's top of the charts these days.
I think there's a high chance some evil cult does their bidding from this game. You know, by doing deer signals and stuff. And the player base, well, you gotta be batshit crazy to play this.
Oh yeah.
Overall, I'd say it's pretty tame, 1 out of 5 in terms of being disturbed by this game. I promise you, the next one will be a lot more disturbing.
Great. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, now I know some stuff about this game. Just a little bit. There are 2 people playing this game. There are 2 types of people playing Hello Kitty online. Can you guess the 2 categories? I'll show them to you now. So, who plays Hello Kitty online? Group 1. Oh, thanks. Great. Wonderful. I love it when my PC does that. I love it when there's dog shit limitations on this stuff. Man, it's great. Let's try that again. Group number 1. Who plays Hello Kitty online? Not surprising, right? Cute little cat. Not such a big deal. Group number 2. Playing Hello Kitty online. That's it. That's the player base.
I don't play World of Warcraft.
Butters, you said you're on your computer all the time.
Yeah, but I'm playing Hello Kitty Island.
I just gotta say, World of War, like this WoW episode made me really fucking mad. Because none of it was accurate to the actual game. It was so surface level that it upset my autism.
Adventure.
Welcome to Hello Kitty's massively multiplayer online game.
A lot of you might be wondering, how the hell did Hello Kitty Online make the list?
Oh, there we go. You hear that music? That's the TikTok music of, this building has been abandoned for 2 weeks. And inside is something really disturbing. Unpaid taxes. Fucking all the time. I hate those fucking TikTok shorts. It drives me insane.
Well, there is a story to it. It was originally released back in 2009 and was a free-to-play MMO where you helped Hello Kitty do Hello Kitty stuff. Fun fact, did you know Hello Kitty isn't actually a cat? Weird, huh?
What?
In 2012, the game started to decline when it unofficially...
Wait, what the fuck? No, you can't just say that and move on. What the fuck is Hello Kitty if it's not a cat? What? Not a cat. I don't want to watch the YouTube video. Just tell me what the fuck it is. The mouth. What's it, a fucking amoeba? It's a little girl. Hello Kitty is a little girl. What the fuck are the stripes on the side of her face? The whip marks from her dad's, like, nailing her in the face with a belt? What the hell? I didn't need to know that.
Supported, and naturally, the player popularity also started to plummet. Download links to the game were also removed from the official website, and then in 2017, the servers were closed down. It would then be another couple of years before an official declaration that the actual developers behind Hello Kitty Online had officially shut down. And it actually took me a while to hunt down a working version of Hello Kitty Online, which is hosted on a private server. So of course, I went and played.
They're dragging kids into the private server.
This disturbing Hello Kitty utopia full of cowy kitty stuff. But anyway, through the power of private servers, I managed to create an account, log on, and get to see the character select menu. It was pretty simple in design, there wasn't too much to brag about.
Oh, it's very
but there is one thing I do find quite disturbing, and that was selecting your blood type. Why on earth?
Well, I mean, Epstein has to know he's getting the right blood type into his body along with all the other politicians. I mean, look, if you're a 500-year-old eldritch creature ruling the world through politics, you don't, and your blood type, you don't want a different blood type, you gotta get the right one. You gotta know which kids you're gonna kidnap.
Was a game aimed at teenagers asking for their blood type, even though the game is supposed to be wholesome and fun. Hold up, there's a perfectly good explanation for this. For starters, in Japanese culture, sometimes your blood type can help determine your personality. When it comes to the game...
That's true. You know how like in the West, the easiest way to get laid is to find the dumbest woman out there who like deeply believes in astrological signs and just bullshit your way through to the other side. Yeah, it's the same with blood types for them. So a good example of this is Iconic told me a story about this, about how he went on a rampage with his cock through his neighborhood, and he figured out a strategy for how to get laid was to figure out astrology, study the ancient runes that women believe in. And he said the problem was that he accidentally Pavlov dogged himself, where whenever a really, really dumb girl started talking about astrology, he would get an erection because he almost automatically knew he could get laid. He said he had to stop. It was becoming a real problem.
Games industry, the Japanese do not push boundaries, okay? Except for when they just push past the boundaries.
That's
perhaps
better.
a video for another day. But listen, I made my character and I was ready to start my adventure. You can really tell who
That's
this game
very
is
cutesy.
aimed at, and I'm pretty confident.
This is super cutesy. This is definitely a honeypot for pedophiles.
I'm not the intended audience, but we'll get to that in a second. The game starts off by teaching you the basics of questing. It also teaches you the basics of your inventory. There are even materials for you to harvest and craft with, so it does have that all-round MMO feel about it. It's a very harmless MMO, and there's nothing really predatory about it.
Tell that to the cops.
Apart from the actual predators who played it.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll be honest, I'm not a Hello Kitty fan, so I don't really know the lore, but I'm pretty sure it's not aimed at anyone above the age of 20. I mean, just look at this minigame that I'm playing. It's not exactly Elden Ring, is it? And this is when it takes a turn for...
Hey. You give this to someone under the age of 25 and you see if they can get this right. I guarantee you 1 in 5 fail this.
For the worst, because what if I was to tell you the game was targeted by hackers, which resulted in 3.3 million user accounts being leaked. Personal details.
Doing God's work, putting all of them on a list, that's brilliant, that's beautiful. Sometimes hackers can be a force for good. Exposing these motherfuckers, brilliant.
Details such as first name, last name, age, gender, country of origin, email address,
there you go,
and even their forgotten password.
Oh yeah, there you go. Put them on the list. Steven's 35 years old. Yo, Steven, what the fuck you doing on Hello Kitty, huh? We saw those messages. You sent to little girl 22.
Were all leaked, but don't panic. The credit card details were safe and they weren't leaked.
Wait, didn't the hackers also show that? Well, he just said that they weren't leaked.
This information was freely available for a month, which in internet terms means it's probably out there forever.
Yeah.
It's not exactly a new concept, a MMO aimed at kids. There have been plenty over the years. However, to my knowledge, they haven't been hacked and had all their player details leaked to the dark web.
Yeah,
okay,
that is actually a little bit terrifying. So it was out there for a month, and like you said, that means it's out there forever. That is actually super disturbing.
How disturbing is Hello Kitty Online? I think as a game, it's perfectly fine, but the fact that they had such a big data breach, it really does make me question how much they actually protected the players who actually played the game. So it's probably a good thing the game got shut down, but let's be honest, it's still quite disturbing.
Y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife.
Oh, and apparently Hello...
Damn, that's some old ass memeage there. He went into the archives for that one.
Kitty is demonic and used to spread satanic messages or something. So I'm gonna give...
Oh yeah, that's the whole fucking boomer thing where everything they don't understand is Satan. Yeah, that was even down here. That was such a common thing back in the day in the 90s. Everything that boomers didn't understand was automatically Satan. Phone rings a little bit too loud and they can't change the ringtone? Satan. Video game has rock music in it? Satan. Literal game where you're Jesus fighting demons? Satan.
Give this a 2 out of 5 on the Disturbed score, simply because it seems like a game that Dr. Disrespect might send you whispers on.
Hey, there you go. He understands the player base just as well as I do. Are you implying Skibidi Toilet isn't satanic? I'm talking about a time metal when it was accused of Satanism, not when it actually was Satanism.
That's downright creepy and disturbing.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
Yeah, there you go. That song was a banger, by the way.
Worlds.com was the first internet-based virtual chat. It was created back in 1995 and allowed players from all around the globe to interact with one another across...
Why does this just look like a reskin of Doom?
...the web. It's safe to say that VR chat has evolved over the years. Worlds.com still remains one of the most notable...
There is nothing better or funnier than finding children in a video game that's online and making them have a mental breakdown. It's like music to my ears. Seeing them have a breakdown, you hear the mom through the mic bust down the back door. Little Billy's about to get the thrashing of his life. There's nothing more magical than those moments. I miss them. I miss them.
notorious VR chats out there,
God damn it,
and it's
sure.
for several good reasons. There have been rumours of online cults, general creepiness, and some truly bizarre player-created worlds that you can go and visit. Sadly though, at the time of making this video, I have some bad news. When I went to play worlds.com, there was a slight issue with connecting to the servers.
Oh no.
I did all my usual troubleshooting steps, but I was still unable to connect. So I went to the worlds.com Reddit, and what I saw was not great.
Oh no. Not working.
The servers are down, and no one knows when they'll be back up again. There's even a Worlds offline subreddit. That's devotion for you right there. Now,
Damn.
The good news is you can play it offline, but what that means is that you can't go to any custom worlds.
It means you can't harass children. You can't traumatize 5-year-olds into believing that Satan lives under their bed. You can't go out of your way to ensure that the next generation is raised with some fear in their hearts. It's really disturbing. Really, really sad.
Which is pretty much the highlight of this game, and where you can find all the depravity. It's been over a month, and there's no official reason as to why it's been taken down either. But
I swear to God. You know what this just made me think of? I swear to God, I'd be real disappointed if he doesn't mention Club Penguin.
in the interest of science, I did play it offline quite a bit, and there was still some disturbing stuff to be found. So, you know, don't panic. I still have some footage to show you. So one of the first things to hit you is just how retro these graphics are. If anything, it reminds me of Duke Nukem 3D, if you're old enough to know what that is, and cool enough to know what that is.
Hail to the king, baby.
Duke Nukem 3D, Wolfenstein, Doom. That's what this reminds me of.
As you saw, I was a grey blob, so I need to change my avatar. Now, unfortunately, because the server is down, this ain't gonna happen.
Ooh, those some disturbing ass models.
But I do get to see the types of avatars you can pick from. And I just want to point out, these are in the base game. These aren't custom ones. These are ones the developer thought would be appropriate. I think I've just shown my age here, but they remind me of like 90s rave music videos. You know, like the one that Jason Statham was in?
Well, I didn't need to know that about this guy's life.
But anyway, I digress. Now, one of the cool things about this game was that it was trying to create a
No. Realistic models like that? No, bad idea. No.
Verse that pretty much anyone could invest in, and it actually managed to draw in some big celebrities. So the first world we're going to visit is Bowie World. You know, David Bowie. The idea is simple.
You're fucking kidding me, right? David Bowie is in this game?
You and other David Bowie fans could meet up in this virtual world, talk about David Bowie, discuss his music, and there's also a virtual store which has band tees and other cool stuff which you can actually buy in real life. Watch.
This is the kind of game where like super fans go meet up to talk about David Bowie, and the one guy's too much of a little ultra fan, and he's telling everyone about how he's worked out a plan, exactly how he's gonna murder David Bowie and wear his skin. This is the kind of shit that people use to like coordinate like the murder of famous celebrities and like how they would do it. This is oh no.
As I click on this poster, and look, a web link opens to a merch store. It's like the year 3000 or something.
God damn.
But before I could exit through the gift store, I had to go through what I could only describe as a David Bowie induced acid trip. You've been warned.
Fuck. Oh, cool. This is just like in the basement of the White House. What do you mean, David Bowie? This is just, you know. You go down the stairs, you ask Biden for the keys, and he's like, and you take the keys, and this is underneath. Yeah, this is right there. Like, come on.
I assume this is supposed to be like the Church of Bowie or something. I'm not too sure what the...
I mean, look, there's Kamala Harris right there. Come on. It's obvious.
Devil creature thing is in reference to. I made my way down a corridor and it actually led me to an indoor stage. I assume that's what it's supposed to be. I can imagine it's 1995 and everyone's come to the Bowie concert on wells.com. And there's no voice chat, so it's just a bunch of people typing out lyrics at the same time, maybe coordinating when to push play on the tape recorder at the exact same time. Man, what a time to be alive. I truly missed out. Take that Travis Scott Fortnite concert, nobody cares. We got Bowie.
Man, Fortnite stole every idea they had, and they went real deep into the past. If that's Kamala Harris, where's the coconut tree? Based on what she said, the nuts are in her mouth, and they're gonna stay there for a while. But who knows?
I then found a bunch of rooms which were themed after David Bowie throughout the years, and honestly, nothing in this was really disturbing. It just reminded me of a really bad MySpace fan page, if you know the sort. But as much as I was loving Bowie,
He calls it bad. I call it a time of adventure. MySpace was a beautiful kaleidoscope of disasters.
I will coconut in her face.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Trump did bang her at some point. And then lie about it, and then pay her to shut up. And then pretend he didn't do it. And then say he did do it. And then say he doesn't know who Kamala Harris is. I wouldn't be surprised.
land by myself at like 11 o'clock at night. There was somewhere else I needed to be. And that was, of course...
It's Britney, bitch.
Oh my god. This is when Britney Spears was still somewhat of a human fucking being. Before she went off the deep end and became an eldritch creature. My god. To think once upon a time before her soul and mind were sacrificed for a good harvest that year, that she was a person. It's really impressive.
Okay. I swiftly went to a place called the Black Hill Forest, which I assume was supposed to be a horror chat room. But the initial first impressions is it's an American
well,
diner.
I'm gonna lay
which
into that bitch in 2 weeks. Just you wait and see.
Pegging doesn't count.
I'm sure is a horror to anyone with high cholesterol. There wasn't much to do inside the diner, so of course I went outside, which is where the horror bit started to kick in.
There we go.
Now, I'm sure this would be scary to most people, but they don't realize how much time I put in the endless forest, so this is child's play, really.
True.
And in case you haven't figured it out yet, the theme that they were going for on this world was the Blair Witch Project, so there you go. That's why it's supposed to be spooky and scary. However, if I wasn't scared by the Blair Witch Project, then I'm not going to be scared by the VR chat room designed around the same movie. Oh god, what's that noise?
Whee! There we go. You still wanna fuck that? She's dancing with knives. That fucking psycho is dancing with knives. You still wanna bang that? You sure? Are we gonna do NG leveling? I'm probably gonna have to do it tomorrow. Tabe, I wanna keep to a schedule of how did I know someone was gonna say wood? How did I know that was still coming? Well, I'm gonna have to do that tomorrow because my schedule is I want to be super consistent. Tuesdays and Thursday streams, right? This one was just a catch-up stream. I didn't realize I was gonna spend 6 fucking hours going to a conspiracy theory.
Yes, I can fix her.
About Muckluck. Fucking fix her. You know, fucking delete her. That's how you fix her. Thanks for the follow, Cora. I didn't realize I was going to go into a conspiracy theory for 6 hours, discovering that Muckluck may or may not be purposefully using embedding to dominate small categories. Who knows?
I think it's time to go to Hanson World. To clarify, Hanson the band, not Hanson the Predator cat.
Also, thanks for the follow, Docman.
Sure. If I'm being completely honest, the vanilla game just isn't that disturbing. The most disturbing thing about it is probably all the big corporations and celebrities that bought into it. When we get down to brass tacks,
this was the time. Okay, so keep this in mind. This is the time of the .com bubble, right? This is where anything online anywhere was seen as the most appealing shit for every company in the world. They all thought that they just need to spooge money at anything that had the internet or .com attached to it, and they would just make a huge amount of bank. It didn't work. That's why we have the .com bubble burst. Most of it was a scam. Millions of dollars were lost.
The game just wasn't meant to be some sort of scary, creepy dystopia. It just accidentally comes across that way. And where the true infamous content actually comes from is the custom worlds that other players made. And even then, the truth was very much stretched as to what some of these worlds were all about. For instance, the world's mugshots was seen as a place where people's pictures were stolen and posted on the internet. But in actual fact, these pictures were submitted by the players themselves in a way to sort of have a profile picture and to show themselves off in the different galleries. And one of the biggest rumors to hit Worlds.com was the existence of cults hiding within the custom world.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely cults hiding in this game. Alright, good night tape. Yeah, I'm probably on the Tuesday stream, I'm going to focus primarily on clips. I'm going to try and get it all done in one shot so that it's out the way. I do still have to do my job today, unfortunately. So, like, after I stop, I'm going to go to bed, wake up, work my ass off, and then hopefully by tomorrow, after I'm done with my job, then I can stream. Because I just streamed today because I was fucking burned out from working my ass off.
Because, you know, if you're some satanic cult, of course you're going to hide out in a 1995 VR chat room. And what these rumors essentially boiled down to was that some users from 4chan and other like-minded sites would explore Worlds.com, troll a little bit, and scare people a little bit. One of the most
the good old days
infamous ones being Nexalist, who's had several YouTube videos made about them, and I think anyone with a reasonable IQ can tell within minutes of the interactions that it's just some light-hearted trolling. However, the internet being the internet, people ran with the story, which is where most of the notoriety comes from. And if you still think...
You gotta remember, keep this in mind, right? Just woke up. Can you give me a summary of what you found out about the Mukluk embed drama? He may or may not be doing it on purpose, and he's going into smaller games, boosting himself to the top of the category with nothing but embeds. The embeds match up with a timing boost of about 100 viewers on his channel, but I don't have all the information, and I need to have a conversation with him to see if there's any extra information or not. That's why. That's the basic summary, Lloyd. It's 6 hours of me digging through shit. What people need to realize is people were scared of these models and what was happening here. Understand how caveman we all were back then. We quite literally thought before the year 2000 that the Y2K apocalypse was going to happen. Where what was going to happen was everything that read 19999, like anything that was like 99999, they thought it was going to tick over to 0, reset, and the world was going to fucking end, and then the digital age was going to collapse. That's how fucking stupid people were. They were scared of a 1. They were literally scared of a single digit. So that is unsurprising that people were terrified of this back in the day.
This game has some sort of dark past to it. Well, just think about this. It was released in 1995. It is now the year 2024. You don't make it that long if you have some sort of dodgy, shady, illegal activities going on. Especially when you consider what...
I don't know why he's saying dodgy, shady, illegal activity and he's standing in that fucking Andrew Tate bedroom.
This thing actually runs
God
on,
damn it.
which is a very basic form of Java. It's not exactly going to be hard to, you know, go through the logs, the chat logs, and see what sort of dodgy stuff was going on. I'll guarantee you right now that more degeneracy has taken place in VR chat.
Oh gosh. I mean, come on, do you want this burnt thing served to you? I mean, here, taste this.
The only disturbing
That's better.
thing about this title is the amount of corporate entities who bought into it. So how disturbing is Worlds.com?
To put it into perspective, corporate entities were so desperate to be online that there was a university student who opened up a web page with something like 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, and he charged companies $1 per pixel, or something fucking stupid like that. Or was it 100,000 by 100,000? I can't remember. But all I know is that by the time the page was filled with pixels of different colors, that university student had made $1 million. That's how desperate all these companies were, and how retarded they all were at the birth of the internet. A student quite literally just had a website that was just pixels, and he charged companies $1 for them to put their logo, and it had all their logos, and he filled the space, and he made $1 million for a bunch of dumbass companies who were so desperate and so FOMOing to get in on the space that they would do anything in the world. So it doesn't surprise me that they invested a fuck ton of money into some stupid shit like this back in the day.
I'm going to say inconclusive for now, and if the servers do come back up, I will come back to the game and continue my investigation, because right now the game is pretty tame, which can't...
Wait, I have to rewatch this. Is this what NFT bros think that the metaverse would be? No, this is way too advanced and too functional to be NFTs. This works too well for it to be anything to do with NFTs in the metaverse. You'd need to drop the quality by about 5x. You'd have to increase the price by about 300x. And then you're starting to approach a metaverse.
Can't be said for the next title on this list.
Hey, Second Life. This is when I recognized there were documentaries in my country on this shit. There was a woman in my country making fucking bank, having online sex with lonely men with her avatar. And the woman in real life was hideous. She was a disaster. She looked like if a thumb got mutated with a blueberry. And she might not have been the prettiest woman on the planet, but fuck, she had a brain between her ears because she knew exactly what to do to get all these fucking simps. So you know what? Everyone thinks that this whole simp epidemic started recently. This shit's been going on forever. Since men and women's ancestors crawled out of the primordial soup, since we were amoeboids, there have been simps. They've been there forever. They're never going away.
Second Life is usually overlooked by the wider MMO community. It is indeed a social MMO, and it has over 68 million...
God damn, look at the fucking wagons on these women. Jesus Christ.
...registered users. Launching back in 2003, it is by no means the oldest on the list, but it's certainly seen its fair share of players. What makes the game so unique is the ability to create your own avatars, as well as player content.
Again, you know what I said about simps? The same holds true for furries. They've been there since the beginning. They've just gotten increasingly more efficient at being degenerate over time.
And essentially, when it comes down to the gameplay, it's what I like to call a role player's wet dream. But despite all this, it's probably by far the most disturbing game on today's list. But before I tell you why, let's see if I can figure it out for myself by, playing the actual game. Now the good news is it is free to play and fairly simple to set up. So let's start with the first disturbing feature, which is of course...
I can't believe this is still alive.
...the character creator. The first thing that Second Life does is that...
You see, now that was a bad decision. He started a character on hard... Oh, wait, no, never mind. He changed it to easy mode.
Lures you into a false sense of security. It makes you think this is the actual character creator, and it looks something similar to The Sims. But this is just a placeholder until you get into the actual game. But anyway, I created my character, I then got some advertisement for a subscription, and then the game loaded.
Yeah, there you go.
It's worth pointing out that the actual client seems to be web-based, but there was still a config file you had to install. As far as first impressions go, I did notice that my character didn't seem to be quite there. And there's also someone drowning in the water. I don't know if you caught that. But eventually, I did load in, and yeah, I looked glorious. The game starts with a tutorial, and it's basically...
You know, looking back at all these older models, they all look like you're wearing someone else's skin. We've come real far with graphics. And then we went backwards when we made things like Concord, but we did come real far in the first place. I have bad news. A lot of men were caught pretending to be women with AI. Filter, I've pretended to be a woman online when I was a young man. When I played Ion, I made a female character. I made her hot as shit. Me and my buddy did that. We played Ion, and guess what? It was the easiest gaming experience I've ever had in my life. We were given everything. Everything. And all we had to do was act like we were girls over the age of 16 who were too shy to talk most of the time. It was my easiest leveling up experience of any MMORPG I've ever played.
Signpost you read, it tells you, the basic controls. And to my surprise, there were other players doing the same tutorial as me. And what can I say? So far, nothing Okay, that's slightly disturbing. Now, you might be wondering, why is that disturbing? Well, the main reason is because this game has a lot of adult themes, which I'll get to a bit later. So to portray yourself as the baddest princess and be of a questionable look, height, and everything else, you know exactly where I'm going with this.
Yep.
I'm getting the word nonce.
So yeah, only a couple minutes in, and I've already witnessed someone trying to roleplay as a small child. What is this, Black Desert Online?
No, it's Final Fantasy. Black Desert Online at least has the courtesy of allowing you to pretend that this is not a child but some form of midget race. But what's really, really cool about Black Desert Online is I learned that on the back end, they have like a tracking system for the characters. And if you make the small child race, you get put on a list automatically. It's brilliant.
Now, part of the tutorial is actually the character creator screen, which is pretty complex. I'll be completely honest with you, I messed around with this character creator for quite some time, and even then, I still don't get my character to look the way I wanted it to. It's a very complex system, and that's a good thing in some sense, because it means you can look exactly...
This is just the Oblivion character creator.
...how you want. Which is also a bad thing, because as we saw earlier, some people take it to the extreme. Interestingly enough though, you can buy outfits and costumes and all that jazz, and you can even morph yourself into other unhuman stuff. It's at this point, it's probably worth mentioning the first bit of controversy, which was that certain players were posing as much younger players using the character creator screen, and then charging other players to do certain acts.
The fat, hideous goblin in my country. And they made a whole documentary about this woman in my country. And she was making bank. This was back in like the early 2000s. She bought like 7 different homes with the amount of money she earned by getting people to bang her fucking online character. And she like literally, like in the documentary, she showed her process, and she's like literally sitting there in a chair, leaning back, eating fucking cheese curls with one hand and typing with the other. Oh yeah, baby, do that to me. And then she's just like fucking stuffing her face. It was so disturbing. It stressed me out. It changed me as a young man. I never trusted what was behind a model ever again.
To them, whilst their avatar was taken on a much younger look. I know this is the worst description ever of the events that took place, but this is YouTube and you have to play by their rules.
You do.
It's actually quite rife for...
Keep in mind, YouTube systems, if you want to touch down on little kids, you're allowed to exist on their platform, as long as you don't say any bad words.
Second Life apparently, and it's known as something called age play. And the
Oh,
devs
no.
of Second Life have been accused on multiple occasions of not doing enough to combat it. But we'll get to that a bit later.
You know, I'm not against them doing this. I'm actually not against age play. And I'll tell you why, right? I think they should have leaned more into the age play stuff, like as much as possible. But I think they should have had a system where in order to do age play, you would have to reveal your full address so that other people could in real life hunt you down with a hammer. That would have been cool. They should have leaned further into it.
But anyway, moving on swiftly, in the end I picked a preset character simply because I was just getting bored and frustrated with the actual character creator, and I just wanted to play the game.
Yeah, now he's just playing Dark Age of Camelot.
I did change the character model slightly, but not enough to call it my own. With the tutorial completed, I was ready to jump into the main game, and boy was it going to get interesting from here. I know I shouldn't judge, but there are some right weirdos in this game. I had made it to the central hub, which allows you to fast travel to different areas within the world of Second Life. There was romance, there was beaches, and apparently random naked ladies just appearing out of nowhere. I'm not against it, but obviously for YouTube reasons, this is me right now.
Yeah, so you quite literally can't play this. You can't stream this shit on Twitch. This is not happening. You're not going to have a cash money time. That's how you get your stuff deleted.
Saying there's plenty of worlds to choose from. There's even one dedicated to other like mini games and stuff. I think there's even like an FPS game that you can play.
That's almost as bad. That's almost as bad as the difference in gameplay between the Elder Scrolls Online trailers and the actual game. Almost as bad.
There was even a timetable as to like when certain events would be taking place. One in particular was for Star Trek, which even came with a holodeck, so it was like a simulation inside a simulation.
Of a simulation inside a simulation of a simulation inside
The Matrix.
inside a taco inside a taco
Inside a simulation. It was very strange. It was very
yeah, that makes sense.
Very meta. I'm not sure how big the world map is, but there's spots that you can go to just by traveling there, and then there's like certain destinations which are advertised or highlighted, or just well-known hangouts. There's a whole area dedicated to ERP, and you can even like buy mods or outfits or I don't know.
You know what the thing is? This is an aging player base, right? No one, there's no new players going into this aside from Sawman, which means technically most of the people playing this game that he's hanging around are probably in their late 70s or older. He's just surrounded by grannies finger blasting themselves and old men yanking a half standing chain right now. Just a bunch of old ass boomers, the grayest hair you've ever seen, coming dust all over their keyboard while he's just walking around this world.
I don't know. You just buy dicks for your character. Obviously, for the purpose of the YouTube video, I'm not going to show that, but you get the gist. There's a lot of adult themes in an adult area, although surprisingly, it was very dead. I didn't find any other players here. It was deserted.
Well, yeah, that's because old people don't do bumper cars, they do bowls.
I did try and find some unique places to go and visit, but honestly, nothing really stood out, and Reddit wasn't that helpful.
Wait, hold on, what? I later went to an adoption agency, a fiery child mess. I decided to NPC my child after that. What? What? Greeted by is a dog that you can have sex with. Oh, cool. This is just Sawman's live streams.
So I decided to check out some of the nightclubs because apparently it's got quite a big music scene. And even that was just weird. I mean, I was going to places where I was being greeted by people who, honestly, it just felt like they were bots. It felt like very artificial as to what was going on. And that's pretty much where I stopped playing. I kind of had enough after a couple of hours of seeing over horny avatars on the internet.
He thinks they're bots, but they're not. Think about the way old people communicate on Facebook. Go on Facebook right now, create an account, or don't, because Lizard Boy will steal your data. But if you go on Facebook and you look at any of the posts made by anyone, their youngest users, so like anyone who's like 75, the way they communicate is so devastatingly terrible that I genuinely believe he's not interacting with bots here. He's actually just interacting with old people on the verge of death.
Just be overly horny, I guess. But look, it wasn't all terrible. I can respect the fact that a lot of thought and effort had gone into some of the world building. However, it just seemed that every world I went to, there's some random
fucking dump truck on that one. Jesus. Don't worry about that. That's for later.
Big-titted avatar just stood around waiting.
God
You
damn!
wanna make my cock explode now? Sorry, intercourse?
So how
Hey,
disturbing
Jesus
is
Christ.
Second Life, you might be wondering. As a gaming concept, I think it was ahead of its time. The idea of having a fully customizable avatar, which you can then put into social situations, I mean, who's not going to like that? It's a cool idea. But unfortunately, there aren't restrictions as to what you could do with your avatar. The fact that age play is so prevalent in this game, and it's only this year they've started to clamp down on it, is kind of worrying. In fact, it's just downright disturbing. And I think this goes beyond it just being a little bit of harmless fun, a bit of like a kink, and it's just wrong and concerning. And I'll be honest with you, I felt a bit...
Second Life just confirmed itself as a gateway drug towards pedophilia.
on edge playing this game because I kept getting DMs with links to random websites, and these were websites outside of the game, so God knows where they would take you to. I mean, what even was this file?
See, what did I say? It's Facebook. It's just Facebook with a VR system attached to it. Or not even a VR, like an MMO attached to it.
Prompt. Overall, it was just a very uncomfortable experience, and I'm not trying to be prudish here, but when people just seem to be 24/7 horny or bots or just fucking spam or virus.
Did he bring up the green troll? No, but I don't know what he's complaining about. He's just describing Facebook or Instagram. Like what does he expect? This is just the average social media experience.
I don't know, man. I just didn't want to play it. I think there'd be less risk in using LimeWire to download the entirety of Netflix.
Oh yeah.
I generally feel like I'm on some FBI watch list now just for downloading and playing this game. And
it's fine. They don't go after dogs. I'd be more worried about the lonely white woman in California. That's more of a concern now than going to prison, especially for you, Sawman. Second Life is what Meta wants their third realm. I refuse to call it Meta. First of all, it's Facebook. Second of all, Lizard Boy can come up with whatever the fuck he wants. He had one good idea and it's all just downhill after there.
Telling you now, the fact that the stuff around the PDF files has only just come to light makes me wonder what other dark secrets it's actually hiding.
Oh cool, so it's like a Diddy style game where you can get away with the allegations for like 30 years and then it becomes a problem. Nice.
So yeah, overall, very disturbing experience. I'll give it out a 5 out of 5 on the disturbed list. Only play this game if you feel lonely at night and you want the FBI to be watching you. Now, believe it or not, there are a lot more games I wanted to add to this list, but it's a 30-minute long video, and I'm not even sure who's going to watch this.
Me?
So, if you want to see part 2 of this video, get it to 1,069 likes.
Ooh, look at that, he's at 2.5k, he's got to make another one of these.
They'll go review some even more disturbing games than what you've just witnessed. And on that bombshell, I'm going to end the video there. Just a friendly reminder that all these games...
So when he says more disturbing games, he's going to go play Final Fantasy.
games will be featured on my website, so feel free to check that out. And obviously, if you want to see more content from myself, go subscribe. What's stopping
not
you?
bad.
Might as
Pretty
well
good
if you
video.
got to this part of the video. But anyway, that's enough from me. Shout out to my YouTube and Patreon members. You guys make life worth living. And I'll leave a couple of videos on the screen for you now, which you might enjoy. Bye-bye for now.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Pretty good video. I've heard of one of those games. The rest of this is just disturbing as fuck. Actually, no, that's a lie. I've heard of Hello Kitty Online as well. Very disturbing. Very panic-inducing. Very nice. Very solid. Well done to him. Do you think there's a chance that if I scroll down, I'm going to see a comment by someone who's saying that he just doesn't understand how good Second Life is and how their incredibly old, ancient MMO is actually top-tier content? It's got to be there somewhere, right? Maybe it's just my being chronically chained to the internet for 20 plus years. But these were pretty weak examples of disturbing MMOs. This is a man who doesn't understand how YouTube works. This is a man who doesn't understand that if Sawman starts to go deeper, YouTube's coming for his ass. That new CEO is going to be in Sawman's bed tonight. Hi, Endless Forest player here. Your fawn ages in real life, in real time, and it takes a month to grow up properly. You can also change your appearance, and a lot of people just let the game run in the background as a screensaver, especially if they were a kid in the 2010s to 2000s who played it back in. That's incredibly disturbing and a terrible game mechanic. Imagine aging in real life at the same age as a deer, and instead of playing the game, you just sit there like this, waiting for something to happen. My God. Jesus, you liked every single one of these comments, Sawman. Sawman's in love with everyone. He's looking for an orgy. He's coming back to Second Life with all the comments of the people he loved. He wants them all at once in Second Life. He's going to be a billionaire. That's actually a really solid video. Really disturbing. That actually activated a little bit of my fight or flight response. So yeah, well done. Well played. Okay. I know I'm streaming on Tuesday. I know I have a bunch of shit to do, but right now I'm fucking exhausted. I've been awake for nearly 24 hours. I didn't know I was going to be dragged down a goddamn rabbit hole.
Sawman might need some baby oil.
Don't worry, I'll go send him some. I'll hand deliver it. But not into his hands. Okay. You should have known this always happens. You're damn right it does, Ashura. I got so fucking sidetracked, but I kind of think it was worth it. I'm going to have to message Muck at some point to see what the fuck's going on. Delete that picture on your desktop. No. This describes Warhammer. And I think it was Jimmy who asked earlier, and I just registered that right now that I missed his comment about which traitor legion I would like the most. And do you know which one it is? It's the Thousand Suns. You know why? Because they are super ultra magical, amazing Space Marines that can be defeated by a single vacuum cleaner. Because they're just piles of fucking dust. Now, Emperor's Children is too... It's too... what's the word I'm looking for? I'm tired. I can't remember the word. Not too kinky. You know what's actually really, really sad about the Warhammer franchise, Ashura? Emperor's Children will never get the representation they deserve as freaked out, crazy sex demons. Do you know why? Because Games Workshop are pussies, and they will never actually show, like, any of that kind of stuff. So you know what's going to happen in the lore? I'm expecting this in the lore of Warhammer. Expect this to come. What's going to happen is Slaanesh is going to get defeated and destroyed, so they never have to deal with it again. They're gone. It's going to happen in the lore. It's starting to spread to the mainstream. Warhammer 40k, they're getting rid of Slanesh. Games Workshop is fucking terrified of Slanesh. They will never represent them properly. So throw that shit in the trash. It's gone. Gone forever. Done. That's the sex one, yes. Nurgle is the Asmongold one. Before he started his redemption arc recently. Korn, that's the Pyro one. Pyromancer. And then Zinch appears to be Mukluk right now. With how many double takes I'm getting, but I guess we'll see. Slanesh is excess. Yes, I know it's excess instead of sex. That they find pleasure in these things and they go down this downward spiral of like, it's never enough and they're never satisfied, so they have to keep going. That's why the noise marines exist. That's why there's all these like weird food things around them as well. The crab stuff doesn't make sense to me, but yeah, it's all about excess. It's not just sex. It's just sex is the highest representation of that shit. And they're gonna get rid of it for that reason. There will never be a sex marine. It's never happening. just a platoon of dicks out marines just running around trying to fuck everything to death. It's not happening. That's just how it is. I'm sorry to tell you, that's the truth. Slanesh is the first Chaos God to die. That's just how it is. They fucked over 40 years of... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ashura. You're acting like this is new. Do you remember the Battle of Cadia? Do you remember how the fate of Cadia was supposed to be decided by a bunch of players playing the TTRPG on a mass scale? And what happened was the Chaos Forces took the air, and the Loyalists had the Earth, and they were like literally locked in a stalemate. And so Games Workshop were like, yeah, no, fuck that idea. Fuck all of you. Chaos destroys it. They just changed it out of nowhere. Do you think they're not afraid to destroy 40 years of lore? They'll do it. They'll do it in a heartbeat. Have any of you seen the Femstodes? You know what, Devilus? I've actually got a hot take on the Femstodes. I am perfectly fine with there being female custodies, but only under the condition that we get battle priests who are part of the sororitas in battle bikinis. I want to see some patriarch-looking motherfucker with his little curls down the side of his head and his little square hat in a battle bikini, and he's part of the sororitas. You want diversity? Yeah. Yeah, what now? Huh? Games Workshop? You got pussy out on me? Oh, diversity only goes one way? You saying that men can't join the sororitas? That's very exclusionary of you. I'll lean as far as I can. I'm an accelerationist. I'm a piece of shit like that. Femstodes must be breedable. Only by the Emperor. They are, after all, his children. All of them. Don't worry, I know the Custodies aren't actually his children. They're just like genetically modified superhumans that make your average Space Marine look like a Down syndrome child with a stick. Right, I'm gonna duck off. I didn't know I was going down a rabbit hole tonight. I didn't know that was gonna happen. Man, that took me off a path. Holy shit, we've got conspiracy theories out the ass between Nike and fucking Mukluk, and I'm gonna have to message him and have a conversation about this and figure this shit out because it's really, really confusing to me. I'm gonna see if I can get a response. If it doesn't respond, I'm gonna leave it, respond at all. I'm just gonna leave it alone, man. I'm just gonna say it's real suspicious. That's all. When I swamp you with a Sura, do you want one non-dami mommy in a bikini? No. No. I've gotta be in the most disgusting, horrified, self-hatred state when I'm editing, because that's the only way you can get me to edit anything properly. Editing is torture. And you've got to be in a state of self-hatred to do it properly. So I'm going to duck off now. We've been going for about 9 hours, which means I've definitely been awake for more than 24 hours. I hope you all enjoyed. I didn't expect to go down this rabbit hole. I didn't know that this was where we were going to end up. You down there and me up here. But hey, sometimes that's just life. You know. I think the only thing I can really say at this point that's going to make any sense whatsoever before I leave is I need to leave you with these words, these very, very important words. It ain't gonna suck itself.